1. A death at the needle only have a few hours, so listen if you rehearing this story, you're already in danger. Sadie and I might be your only chance. Go to the school. Find the locker. I won't tell you which school or which locker, because if you're the right person, you'll find it. The combination is 1332/33 by the time you finish listening, you'll know what those numbers mean. Just the story we're about to tell you isn't complete yet. How it ends will depend on you. The most important thing, when you open the package and find what's inside, don't keep it longer than a week. Sure, it'll be tempting. I mean, it will grant you almost unlimited power. But if you possess it long, it will consume you. Learn its secrets quickly and pass it on. Hide it for the next person, the way Sadie and I did for you. Then be prepared for your life to get very interesting. Okay, Sadie is telling me to stop stalling and get on with the story. Fine. I guess it started in London, the night our dad blew up the British Museum. My name is Carter Kane. I'm Faustian and my home is a suitcase. You think I'm kidding? Since I was 8 years old, my dad and I traveled the world. I was bomb in LA but my dad's ATL archaeologist, so his orc takes him all over. Mostly we go to Egypt, since that's his specialty. Go into a bookstore, find a book about Egypt, there's a pretty chance it was written by Dr. Julius Cain. You want to know how Egyptians pulled the brains out of mummies, or built the pyramids, or cursed King Tuesday tomb. My dad is your man. Of course, there are other reasons my dad moved around so much, but I didn't know his secret back then. I didn't go to school. My dad homeschooled me, if you can call it homeschooling when you don't have a home. He sort of taught me whatever he thought was important, so I learned a lot about Egypt and basketball stats and my dad's favorite musicians. I read a lot, too, pretty much anything I could get my hands on, from dad's history books to fantasy novels, because I a lot of time sitting around in hotels and LRTS and dig sites in foreign countries where I didn't know. My dad was always telling me to put the down and play some ball. You ever to start a game of pickup basketball in Aswan, Egypt? It's not easy. Anyway, my dad trained me early to keep all my possessions in a single suitcase that fits in an airplane's overhead compartment. My dad packed the same way, except he was allowed an extra work bag for his archaeology tools. Rule number 1, I was not allowed to in his work bag. That's a rule I never broke until the day of the explosion. It happened on Christmas Eve. We were in London for visitation day with my sister, Sadie C. Dad's only allowed 2 days a year with her, one in the winter, one in the summer, because our grandparents hate him. After our mom died, her parents, our grandparents, had this big court battle with Dad. After 6 lorry ERS, 2 fist fights, and a near-fatal attack with a spatula, don't ask, they won the right to keep Sadie with them in England. She was only 6, 2 years younger than me, and they couldn't keep us both, at least that was their excuse for not taking me. So Sadie was raised as a British skukid, and I traveled around with my dad. We only saw Sadie twice a year, which was fine with me. Shut up, Sadie. Yes, I'm getting to that part. So anyway, my dad and I had just flown into Heathrow after a couple of delays. It was a drizzly, cold afternoon. The whole taxi ride into the city, my dad seemed kind of nervous. Now, my dad is a big guy, you wouldn't think anything could make him nervous. He has dark brown skin like mine, piercing brown eyes, a bald head, and a goatee, so he looks like a buff evil scientist. That afternoon he wore his cashmere winter coat and his best brown suit, the one he used for public lectures. Usually he exudes so much confidence that he dominates any room he walks into, but sometimes, like that afternoon, I saw another side to him that I didn't really understand. He kept looking over his shoulder like we were being hunted. "Dad," I said as we were getting off the A40, "what's wrong?" "No sign of them," he muttered. Then he realized he'd spoken aloud, because he looked at me kind of startled. "Nothing, Kaner." Everything's fine for /Hitch bothered me because my dad's a terrible liar. I always knew when he was hiding something, but I also knew no amount of pestering would get the truth out of him. He was probably trying to protect me, though from what I didn't know sometimes I wondered if he had some dark secret in his past, some old enemy following him, maybe, but the idea seemed ridiculous. Dad was just an archaeologist. The other thing that troubled me, Dad was clutching his work bag. Usually when he does that, it means we're in danger, like the time gunmen stormed our hotel in Cairo. I heard shots coming from the lobby and ran downstairs to check on my dad. By the time I got there, he was just calmly zipping up his work bag while 3 unconscious gunmen hung by their feet from the chandelier, their robes falling over their heads so you could see their shorts. Dad claimed not to have witnessed anything, and in the end the police blamed a freak chandelier malfunction. Another time, we got caught in a riot in Paris. My dad found the nearest parked car, pushed me into the back seat, and told me to stay down. I pressed myself against the and kept my eyes shut tight. I could hear Dad in the driver's seat, rummaging in his bag, mumbling something to himself while the mob yelled and destroyed things outside. A few minutes later he told me it was safe to get up. Every other car on the block had overturned and set on fire. Our car had freshly washed and polished, and several €20 notes had been tucked under the windshield wipers. Anyway, I'd come to respect the bag. It was our good luck charm. But when my dad kept it close, it meant we were going to need good luck. We drove through the city center, heading east toward my grandparents' flat. We passed the golden gates of Buckingham Palace, the big stone column in Trafalgar Square. London is a pretty cool place, but after you've traveled for so long, all cities start to blend together. Other kids I meet sometimes say, "Wow, you're so lucky you get to travel so much." But it's not like we spend our time sightseeing or have a lot of money to travel in style. We've stayed in some pretty rough places, and we hardly ever stay anywhere longer than a few days. Most of the time it feels like we, reefgatives rather than tourists. I mean, wouldn't think my dad's work was dangerous? He does lectures on topics like can Egyptian magic really kill you, and favorite punishments in the Egyptian underworld and other stuff most people wouldn't care about. But like I said, there's that other side to him. He's always very cautious, checking every hotel before he lets me into it. He'll dart into a museum to see some artifacts, take a few notes, and rush out again like he's afraid to be caught on the security cameras. One time when I was younger, we raced across the Charles de Gaulle airport to catch a last-minute flight, and Dad didn't relax until the plane was off the ground. I asked him point blank what he was running from, and he looked at me like I'd just pulled the pin out of a grenade. For a second I was scared he might actually tell me the TMTH_. Then he said, "Kaner, it's nothing." As if nothing were the most terrible THMG in the world. After that, I decided it was not to ask questions. My grandparents, the Faust *, live in a housing development near Canary Wharf, right on the banks of the River Thames. The taxi let us off at the curb, and my dad asked the driver to wait. We were halfway up the walk when Dad froze. He turned and behind us. %, at? I asked. Then I saw the man in the trench coat. He was across the street, leaning against a big dead tree. He was barrel-shaped, with skin the color of roasted coffee. His coat and black pinstriped suit looked he had long braided hair and wore a black fedora pulled down low over his dark round glasses. He reminded me of a jazz musician, the KMD my dad would always drag me to see in concert. Even though I couldn't see his eyes, I got the impression he was watching us. He might have been an old friend or colleague of D&S_. No matter where we went, Dad was always running into people he knew, but it did seem strange that the guy was waiting here, outside my grandparents, and he didn't look happy. "Carter," my dad said, "go on ahead. But get your sister. I'll meet you back at the taxi." He crossed the street. The man in the trench coat, which left me with two choices: follow my dad and see what was going on, or do what I was told. I decided on the slightly less dangerous path. I went to retrieve my sister. Before I could even knock, Sadie opened the door. "Late as usual," she said. She was holding her cat, Muffin, who'd been a going-away gift from Dad 6 years before. Muffin never seemed to get older or bigger. She had fuzzy yellow and black like a miniature leopard, alert yellow eyes, and pointy ears that were too tall for her head. A silver Egyptian pendant dangled from her collar. She didn't look anything like a muffin, but Sadie had been little when she named her, so I guess you have to cut her some slack. Sadie hadn't changed much either since last summer. As I'm recording this, she's standing next to me, glaring, so I'd better be careful how I describe her. You'll never guess she's my sister. First of all, she'd been living in England so long, she has a British accent. Second, she takes after our mom, who was white, so Sadie's skin is much lighter than mine. She has straight caramel-colored hair, not exactly blonde but not brown, which she usually dyes with streaks of bright colors. That day it had red streaks down the left side. Her eyes are blue. I'm serious. Blue eyes, just like our mom's. She's only 12, but she's exactly as tall as me, which is really annoying. She was chewing gum as usual, dressed for her day out with Dad in bat-tier jeans, a leather jacket, and combat boots, like she was going to a concert and was hoping to stomp on some people. She had headphones dangling around her neck in case we bored her. Okay, she didn't hit me, so I guess I did an okay job of describing her. Our plane was late, I told her. She popped a bubble, nibbed Muffin's head, and tossed the cat inside. Gran's going out. From somewhere in the house, Grandma Faust said something I couldn't make out, probably don't let them in. Sadie closed the door and regarded me as if I were a dead mouse her cat had just dragged in. So, here you are again. Yep. Come on, them, she sighed. Let's get on with it. That's the way she was. No, hi, how you been the last 6 months? So glad to see you, or anything. But that was okay with me. When you only see each other twice a year, it's like you're distant cousins rather than siblings. We had absolutely nothing in common except our parents. We trudged down the steps. I was thinking how she smelled like a combination of old people's house and bubblegum when she stopped so abruptly. I ran into her. "O's that?" she asked. I'd almost forgotten about the dude in the trench coat. He and my dad were standing across the street next to the big tree, having what looked like a serious argument. Dad's back was turned so I couldn't see his face, but he gestured with his hands like he does when he's agitated. The other guy scowled and shook his head. "No," I said. "He was there when we pulled up. He familiar." Sadie frowned like she was trying to come on. "Dad wants us to wait in the cab," I said, even though I knew it was no use. Sadie was already on the move. Instead of going straight across the street, she dashed up the sidewalk for half a block, ducking behind cars, then crossed to the opposite side and crouched under a low stone wall. She started sneaking toward our dad. I didn't have much choice but to follow her example, even though it made me feel kind of stupid. 6 years in England, I muttered, and she thinks she's James Bond. Sadie swatted me without looking back and kept creeping forward. A couple more steps and we were right the big dead tree. I could hear my dad on the other side, saying, "Have to, Amos. You know it's the right thing." "No," said the other man, who must have been Amos. His voice was deep and even very insistent. His accent was American. "If I don't stop you, Julius, they will. The prank is shadowing you." Sadie tummed to me and mouthed the words "Per what?" I shook my head, just as mystified. "Let's get out of here," I whispered, because I figured we'd spotted any minute and get in serious trouble. Sadie, of course, ignored me. "They don't know my plan," my father was saying. "By the time they figure it out." "And the children?" Amos asked. "The hairs stood up on the back of my neck." "What them? Made arrangements to protect them," my dad said. Besides, if I don't do this, we're all in danger. Now, back off. I can't, Julius. Then it's a duel you want. Dad's tone tummed deadly serious. You never could me, Amos. I hadn't seen my dad get violent since the great spatula incident, and I wasn't anxious to see a repeat of that, but the two men seemed to be edging toward a fight before I could react. Sadie popped up and shouted, "Dad!" He looked surprised when she hugged him, but not nearly as surprised as the other guy, Amos. He backed up so quickly, he tripped over his own trench coat. He'd taken off his glasses. I couldn't help thinking that Sadie was right. He did familiar like a very distant memory. I must be going," he said. He straightened his fedora and lumbered down the road. Our dad watched him go. He kept one arm protectively around Sadie and one hand inside the work bag slung over his shoulder. Finally, when Amos disappeared around the Comer, Dad relaxed. He took his hand out of bag and smiled at Sadie. "Hello, sweetheart." Sadie pushed away from him and crossed her arms. "Oh, now it's sweetheart, is it? You're late. Visitation day's nearly over." "And what was that about? Who's Amos, and what's the prank?" Dad stiffened. He glanced at me like he was wondering how much we'd overheard. "It's nothing," he said, trying to sound upbeat. "I have a wonderful evening planned. Who'd like a private tour of the British Museum?" Sadie slumped in the back of the taxi between Dad and me. "I can't believe it," she grumbled. "One evening together, and you want to do research?" Dad tried for a smile. "Sweetheart, it'll be on the curator of the Egyptian collection personally invite, right? Big surprise." Sadie blew a strand of red-streaked hair out of her face. "Christmas Eve, and we're going to see some moldy old relics from Egypt. Do you ever think about anything else?" Dad didn't get mad. He never gets mad at Sadie. He just stared out the window at the darkening sky and the rain. "Yes," he said quietly, "I do." Whenever Dad got quiet like that and stared off into nowhere, I knew he was thinking about our mom. The last few months, it had been happening a lot. I'd walk into our hotel room and find him with his cell phone in his hands, Mom's picture smiling up at him from the screen, her hair tucked under a headscarf, her blue eyes startlingly bright against the desert backdrop, or we'd be at some dig site. I'd see Dad staring at the horizon, and I'd know he was remembering how he'd met her two young scientists in the Valley of Kings, on a dig to discover a lost tomb. Dad was an Egyptologist. Mom was an anthropologist looking for ancient DNA. He'd told me the story 1,000 times. Our taxi snaked its way along the banks of the Thames. Just past bridge, my dad tensed. "Driver," he said. "Stop here a moment." The cabbie pulled over on the Victoria Embankment. "L% at is it, Dad?" I asked. He got out of the cab like he hadn't heard me. When Sadie and I joined him on the sidewalk, he was staring up at Cleopatra's Needle. In case you've never seen it, the needle is an obelisk, not a needle, and it doesn't have anything to do with Cleopatra. I guess the Bleedish just thought the name sounded cool when they brought it to London. It's 70 feet tall, which would have been really impressive back in ancient Egypt, but on the Thames, all the tall buildings around, it looks small and sad. You could drive right by it and not even realize you'd just passed something that was 1,000 years older than the city of London_God. Sadie ived around in a frustrated circle. "Do we have to stop for every monument?" My dad stared at the top of the obelisk. "I had to see it again," he murmured. "Where it happened _____. A freezing wind blew off the Rywer _. I wanted to get back in the cab, but my dad was really starting to worry me. I'd never seen him so distracted. "L% at, Dad?" I asked. "What happened here?" "The last place I saw her." Sadie stopped pacing. She scowled at me uncertainly, then back at Dad. "Hang on. Do you mean Mum?" Dad blushed. Sadie's hair her ear, and she was so surprised, she didn't even push him away. I felt like the rain had frozen me solid. Mom's death had always been a forbidden subject. I knew she died in an accident in London. I knew my grandparents blamed my dad. But no one would ever tell us the details. I'd given up asking my dad, partly because it made him so sad, partly because he absolutely refused to tell me anything. "When you're older" was all he would say, which was the most frustrating response. "You're telling us she died here," I said at Cleopatra's Needle. "What happened?" He lowered his head. "Dad," Sadie protested. "I go past this every day, and you mean to say all this time and I didn't even know? Do you still have your cat?" Dad asked her, which seemed like a really stupid question. "Of course I've still got the cat," she said. "What's ELKRS that have to do with anything? And your amulet?" Sadie's hand went to her neck. "When we were little, right before Sadie went to live with our grandparents, Dad had given us both Egyptian amulets. Mine was an Eye of Horus, which was a popular protection symbol in ancient Egypt. In fact, my dad says the MC&RN pharmacist symbol is a simplified version of the Eye of Horus, because medicine is supposed to protect you. Anyway, I always wore my amulet under my shin, but I figured Sadie lost hers or thrown it away. To my surprise, she nodded. "Course I have it, Dad, but don't change the subject. Gran's always going on about how you caused Mum's death. That's not true, is it?" We waited. For once, Sadie and I wanted exactly the same thing. "The truth: the night your mother died, my father started." Here at the Needle a sudden flash illuminated the embankment. I turned, half blind, and just for a moment I glimpsed two figures, a tall pale man with a forked beard and wearing cream-colored robes, and a coppery-skinned girl in dark blue robes and a headscarf, the kind of clothes I'd seen hundreds of times in Egypt. They were just standing there side by side, not 20 feet away, watching us. Then the light faded. The figures melted into a fuzzy after-image. When my eyes readjusted to the darkness, they were gone. Sadie said nervously. "Did you just see that?" "Get in the cab," my dad said, pushing us toward the curb. "We're out of time." From that point on, Dad clammed up. "This isn't the place to talk," he said, glancing behind us. He promised the cabbie an extra 10 if he got us to the museum in under 5 minutes, and the cabbie was doing his best. "Dad," I tried, "those people at the Rywer and the other bloke, Amos," Sadie said. "Are they Egyptian police or something?" "Look, both of you," Dad said, "I'm going to need your help tonight. I know it's hard, but you have to be patient. I'll explain everything, I promise, after we get to the museum. I'm going to make everything right. I'm %. At do you mean?" Sadie insisted. "Make what right?" Dad's expression was more than sad. It was almost guilty. With a chill, I thought about what Sadie had said about our grandparents blaming him for Mom's death. That couldn't be what he was talking about, could it? The cabbie swerved onto Great Russell Street and screeched to a halt in front of the museum's main gates. "Just follow my lead," Dad told us. "When we meet the curator, act normal." I was thinking that Sadie never acted normal, but I decided not to say anything. We out of the cab. I got our luggage while Dad paid the driver with a big wad of cash. Then he did something strange. He threw a handful of small objects into the back seat. They looked like stones, but it was too dark for me to be sure. "Keep driving," he told the cabbie. "Take us to Chelsea." That made no sense since we were already out of the cab, but the driver sped off. I glanced at Dad, then back at the cab, and before it turned the corner and disappeared in the dark, I caught a weird glimpse of 3 passengers in the back seat, a man and 2 kids. I blinked. There was no way the cab could have picked up another fare so fast. "Dad, 2 London cabs don't stay empty very long," he said matter-of-factly. "Come along, kids." He marched off through the wrought iron gates. For a second, Sadie and I hesitated. "Carter, what is going on?" I shook my head. I'm not sure I want to know. Well, stay out here in the cold if you want, but I'm not leaving without an explanation. She turned and marched after our dad. Looking back on it, I should have none. I should have dragged Sadie out of there and gotten as far away as possible. Instead I followed her through the gates. The Red Pyramid, Carter, the Red Pyramid too. An explosion for Christmas. Ed been to the British Museum before. In fact, I've been in more museums than one like to admit. It makes me sound like a total geek. That's Sadie in the background, yelling that I am a total geek. Thanks, sis. Anyway, the museum was closed and completely dark, but the curator and security guards were waiting for us on the front steps. Dr. Kane. The curator was a greasy little dude in a cheap suit. I'd seen mummies with more hair and better teeth. He shook my dad's hand like he was meeting a rock star. Your last paper on Imhotep, brilliant. I don't know how you translated those SRRLLS. LM-ho-hu. Sadie muttered to me. Imhotep, I said. High priest, architect. Some say he was a magician, designed the first step pyramid. You know. Don't know, Sadie said. Don't care. But thanks. Dad expressed his gratitude to the curator for hosting us on a holiday. Then he put his hand on my shoulder. Dr_Malden, I'd like you to meet Kaner and Sadie. Your son, obviously, and too. The curator looked hesitantly at Sadie. And this young lady. My daughter, Dad said. Dr. Martin's stare went temporarily blank. IHSNT matter how open-minded or people think they are, there's always that moment of confusion that flashes across their faces when they realize Sadie is part of our family. I hate it, but over the years I've come to expect it. The curator regained his smile. Yes, of course. Right this way, Dr. Kane. We're very honored. The security guards locked the behind us. They took our luggage, then one of them reached for Dad's York bag. No, Dad said with a tight smile. I'll keep this one. The guards stayed in the foyer as we followed the curator into the great court. It was ominous at night. Dim light from the glass-domed ceiling cast cross-hatched shadows across the walls like a giant spiderweb. Our footsteps clicked on the white marble. So, Dad said, the stone. Yes, the curator said, though I can't imagine what new information you could glean from it. It's been studied to death, our most famous artifact, of course. Of course, Dad said. But you may be surprised he on about now. Sadie whispered to me. I didn't answer. I had a sneaking suspicion what stone they were talking about, but I couldn't figure out why Dad would drag us out on Christmas Eve to see it. I wondered what he'd been about to tell us at Cleopatra's Needle, something about our mother and the night she died. And why did he keep glancing around as if he expected those strange people we'd seen at the Needle to pop up again? We were locked in a museum surrounded by guards and high-tech security. Nobody could bother us in here, I hoped. We turned left into the Egyptian wing. The walls were lined with massive statues of the pharaohs and Gokhals, but my dad bypassed them all and went straight for the main attraction in the middle of the room. Beautiful, my father murmured. And it's not a replica. No, the curator promised. We don't always keep the actual stone on display, but for you this is quite real. We were staring at a slab of dark gray rock about 3 feet tall and feet wide. It sat on a pedestal, encased in a glass box. The flat surface of the stone was chiseled with 3 distinct bands of writing. The top part was ancient Egyptian picture writing, hieroglyphics. The middle section ___L had to rack my brain to what my dad called it, demotic, a kind of writing from the period when the Greeks controlled Egypt and a lot of Greek words got mixed into Egyptian. The last lines were in Greek. The Rosetta Stone, I said. Isn't that a computer program? Sadie asked. I wanted to tell her how stupid she was, but the curator cut me off with a nervous laugh. Young Lodisprosium, the Rosetta Stone was the key to deciphering hieroglyphics. It was discovered by Napoleon's army in 1799 and Right, Sadie said. I'll remember now. I knew she was just saying that to shut him up, but my dad wouldn't let it go. Sadie, he said, until this stone was discovered, no one had been able to read hieroglyphics for centuries. The Ophitan language of Egypt had been completely forgotten. Then an Englishman named Thomas Young proved that the Rosetta Stone's 3 languages all conveyed the same message. A Frenchman named Champollion took up the work and cracked the code of hieroglyphics. Sadie chewed her gum, unimpressed. %, say, then. Dad shrugged. Nothing important. It's basically a thank you letter from some priests to King Ptolemy V. When it was first carved, the stone was no big deal, but over the centuries. Over the centuries it has become a powerful symbol. Perhaps the most important connection in ancient Egypt and the world. I was a fool not to realize its potential sooner. He'd lost me, and apparently the curator too. Dr. Kane, he asked, are you quite all right? Dad breathed deeply. My apologies, Dr. Martin. I was allowed. If I could have the glass and if you could bring me the papers I asked for from your archives. Dr. Martin nodded. He pressed a code into a small remote control, and the front of the glass clicked open. It will take a few minutes to retrieve the notes, Dr. Martin said. For anyone else, I would hesitate to grant unguarded access to the stone, as VE requested. I trust you'll be careful. He glanced at us kids like we were troublemakers. We'll be careful, Dad promised. As soon as Dr. Maynon's steps receded, Dad turned to us with a frantic look in his eyes. Children, this is very important. UHME to stay out of this room. He slipped his work bag off his shoulder and it just enough to pull out a bike chain and padlock. Follow Dr. Martin. You'll find his office at the end of the great court on the left. There's only one entrance. Once he's inside, wrap this around the door handles and lock it tight. We need to delay him. You want us to lake him in? Sadie asked, suddenly interested. Brilliant. Dad, I said, what's going on? We don't have time for explanations, he said. This will be our only chance. They're coming. O's coming? Sadie asked. He took Sadie by the shoulders. Sweetheart, I love you. And I'm sorry for many things, but there's no time now. If this works, I promise I'll make everything for all of us. Kaner, you're my brave man. You have to TMST me. Remember, lake up Dr. Martin. Then stay out of this. Chaining the curator's door was easy. But as soon as we'd finished, we looked back the way we'd come and saw blue light streaming from the Egyptian gallery, as if our dad had installed a giant glowing aquarium. Sadie locked eyes with me. Honestly, do you have any idea Ivy hat he's up to? None, I said. But he's been acting strange lately. Thinking a lot, Mom. He keeps her pick. I didn't even to say more. Fortunately Sadie did like she understood. In his work bag, she asked. I don't know. He told me never to look. Sadie raised an eyebrow. And you never did? That is so like you, Kaner. You're hopeless. I wanted to defend myself, but just then a tremor that startled. Sadie grabbed my arm. He told us to stay put. I suppose you're going to follow that order too? Actually, that order was sounding pretty good to me, but Sadie sprinted down the hall, and after a moment's hesitation, I ran after her. 4/hen we reached the entrance of the Egyptian gallery. We stopped dead in our tracks. Our dad stood in front of the Rosetta Stone with his back to us. A blue circle glowed on the floor around him, as if someone had switched on hidden neon tubes in the floor. My dad had thrown off his overcoat. His work bag lay open at his feet, revealing a wooden box about feet long, painted with Egyptian images. He holding? Sadie whispered to me. Is that a boomerang? Sure enough, when Dad raised his hand, he was brandishing a curved white stick. It did look like a boomerang. But instead of throwing the stick, he touched it to the Rosetta Stone. Sadie caught her breath. Dad was written on the stone. Wherever the boomerang made contact, glowing blue lines on the granite. Hieroglyphs. It made no sense. How could he write glowing words with a stick? But the image was bright and clear, Ram's hums above a box and an X open, Sadie murmured. I stared at her, because it sounded like she had just translated the word, but that was ID hanging around Dad for years, and even I could read only a few hieroglyphs. They are seriously hard to learn. Dad raised his arms. He chanted, Wosir, IEI underscore, and two more hieroglyphic symbols bummed blue against the surface of the Rosetta Stone. As stunned as I was, I recognized the first symbol. It was the name of the Egyptian god of the dead. Wosir, I whispered. I'd never heard it pronounced that way, but I knew what it meant. Osiris. Osiris, come, Sadie said, as if in a trance. Then her eyes widened. No, she shouted. Dad, no. Our father tummed in surprise. He started to say, children too, but it was too late. The ground bled. The blue light turned to searing white, and the Rosetta Stone exploded. /hen I regained consciousness. The first thing I heard Iva's laughter, horrible, Ga'ial laughter mixed with the blare of the museum security alarms. I felt like I'd just run over by a tractor. I sat up, dazed, and spit a piece of Rosetta Stone out of my mouth. The gallery was in mince waves of fire rippled in pools along the giant statues had toppled. Sarcophagi had been off their pedestals. Pieces of Rosetta Stone had exploded outward with such force that they de-embedded themselves in the columns, the walls. The other exhibits Sadie was passed out next to me, but she unharmed. I shook her shoulder, and she grunted. Ugh. In front of us, where the Rosetta Stone had been, stood a smoking, sheared-off pedestal. The floor was blackened in a starburst pattern, except for the glowing blue circle around our father. He was facing our direction, but he didn't seem to be looking at us. A cut ran across his scalp. He gripped the boomerang tightly. I didn't understand what he was looking at. Then the horrible laughter around the room again, and I realized it was coming from right in front of me. Something stood between our father and us. At first, I could barely make it out, just a flicker of heat. But as I concentrated, it took on a vague form, the fiery outline of a man. He was taller than Dad, and his laugh cut through me like a chainsaw. Well done, he said to my father. Very well done, Julius. You were not summoned. My father's voice trembled. He held up but the fiery man flicked one finger, and the stick flew from Dad's hand, shattering against the Ival _IR. Never summoned, Julius, the man purred. But when you open a door, you must be prepared for guests to walk through. Back to the do it, my father roared. I have the power of the great king. Oh, scary, the fiery man said with amusement. And even if you knew how to use that power, which you do not, he was never my match. I am the strongest. Now you will share his fate. I couldn't make sense of anything, but I knew that I had to help my dad. I tried to pick up the nearest chunk of stone, but I was so terrified my fingers felt frozen and numb. My hands were useless. Dad shot me a silent look of warning, get out. I realized he was intentionally keeping the fiery man's back to us, hoping Sadie and I would escape unnoticed. Sadie was still groggy. I managed to drag her behind a column, into the shadows _ when she started to protest, I clarned my hand over her mouth. That woke her up. She saw what was happening and stopped fighting. Alarms blared. Fire circled around the doorways of the gallery. The guards had to be on their way, but I wasn't sure if that was a good thing for us. Dad crouched to the floor, keeping his eyes on his enemy, and opened his painted. He brought out a small like a ruler. He muttered something under his breath and the rod elongated into a 00 dense staff as tall as he was. Sadie made a squeaking sound. I couldn't my eyes either, but things only got weirder. Dad threw his staff at the fiery man's feet, and it changed into an enormous serpent 10 feet long and as big around as I was, with coppery scales and glowing red eyes. It lunged at the fiery man, who effortlessly grabbed the serpent by its neck. The man's hand burst into white-hot flames, and the snake bummed to ashes. "An old trick, Julius," the fiery man chided. My dad glanced at us, silently urging us again to run. Part of me used to believe any of this was real. Maybe I was unconscious. Having a Mgr next to me, Sadie picked up a chunk of stone. "How many?" my dad asked quickly, trying to keep the fiery man's attention. "How many did I release?" "Why, all 5, the man said, as if explaining something to a child. "You should know we're a package deal, Julius. I'll release even more, and they'll be very grateful." "I shall be named King the Demon Days," my father said. "They'll stop you before it's late." The fiery man laughed. "You think the house can stop me? Those old fools can't even stop Argumg among themselves. Now let the story be told anew. And this time you shall never rise." The fiery man waved his hand. The blue circle at Dad's feet went dark. Dad grabbed for his toolbox, but it skittered across the floor. "Goodbye, Osiris," the fiery man said. With another flick of his hand, he conjured a glowing coffin around our dad. At first it was transparent, but as our father struggled and pounded on its sides, the coffin more and more solid, a golden Egyptian sarcophagus inlaid with jewels. My dad caught my eyes one last time, and mouthed the word "run." Before the coffin sank into the floor, as if the ground had turned to Ivatar_Dad. I screamed. Sadie threw her stone, but it sailed harmlessly through the fiery man's head. He turned, and for one terrible moment, his face appeared in the flames. What I saw made no sense. It was as if someone had superimposed 2 different faces on top of each other, one almost human, with pale skin, cruel, angular features, and glowing red eyes, the other like an animal with dark alr and sharp fangs. Worse than a dog or a wolf or a lion, some animal I'd never seen before. Those red eyes stared at me, and I knew I was going to die. Behind me, heavy footsteps echoed on the marble floor of the great court. Voices were barking orders the security guards, maybe the police, but they'd never get here in time. The fiery man lunged at us. A few inches from my face, something shoved him backward. The air sparked with electricity. The amulet around my neck grew uncomfortably hot. The fiery man hissed, regarding me more carefully. The building shook. Agime at the opposite end of the part-off wall exploded in a brilliant flash of light. 2 people stepped through the gap, the man and the girl we'd seen at the Needle, their robes swirling around them. Both of them held staffs. The fiery man snarled. He looked at me one last time and said, "Soon, boy." Then the entire erupted in flames. A blast of heat sucked all the air out my lungs and I crumpled to the floor. The last thing I remember, the man with the fork and the girl in blue were standing over me. I heard the security guards running and shouting, getting closer. The girl crouched over me and drew a long curved knife from her belt. "We must act quickly," she told the man. "Not yet," he said with some reluctance. His thick accent sounded French. "We must be sure before we destroy them." I closed my eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 3. Imprisoned with my cat. Give me the bloody mic_hello. Sadie here. My brother's a rubbish storyteller. Sorry about that. But now you've got me, so all is well. Let's see. The explosion. Rosetta Stone in a billion pieces. Fiery evil bloke. Dad boxed in a coffin. Creepy Frenchman and Arab girl with the knife. Us passing out. Right, so when I woke up, the police were rushing as you might expect. They separated me from my brother. I didn't really mind that part, he's a Pam anyway. But they me in the curator's office for ages. And yes, they used our bicycle chain to do it. Credence_I was shattered, of course. I'd just been knocked out by a fiery whatever it was. I've watched my dad get packed in a sarcophagus and shot through the eye. Tried to tell the police about all that, but did they care? No. Worst of all, I had a lingering chill, as if someone was pushing ice cold needles into the back of my neck. It had stalled when I looked at those blue glowing words Dad had drawn on the Rosetta Stone, and I knew what they meant: a family disease, perhaps. Can knowledge of boring Egyptian stuff be hereditary? With my luck, long after my gum had gone stale, a policewoman finally retrieved me from the curator's office. She asked me no questions. She just tumbled me into a police car and me home. Even then, I wasn't allowed to explain to Gran and Gramps. The policewoman just tossed me into my room and I waited. And waited. I don't like waiting. I paced the floor. My room was nothing ish, just an attic space with a window and a bed and a desk. There wasn't much to do. Muffin sniffed my legs and her tail puffed up like a bottle brush. I suppose she doesn't fancy the smell of museums. She hissed and disappeared under the bed. Thanks a lot, I muttered. I opened the door, but the policewoman was standing guard. The inspector will be with you in a moment, she told me. Please stay inside. I could see downstairs just a glimpse of Gramps pacing the room, wringing his hands, while Kaner and a Miss Spector talked on the soft mic. I couldn't make out what they were saying. Could I just use the 100? I asked the nice officer. No. She closed the in my face. As if I might rig an explosion in the toilet. Honestly. I dug out my iPod and scrolled through my playlist. Nothing stmck me. I threw it on my bed in disgust. I'm too distracted for music, that is a very sad thing. I wondered why Carter got to talk to the police first. It wasn't fair. I fiddled with the necklace Dad had given me. I'd never been sure what the symbol meant. Kaner's was obviously an eye, but mine looked a bit like an angel, or perhaps a killer Allen on Earth. Had Dad asked if I still had it? Of course I still had it. It was the only gift he'd ever given me. Well, apart from Muffin, and with the cat's attitude, I'm not sure I would call her a proper dad. Had practically abandoned me at age 6, after all. The necklace was my one link to him. On good days I would stare at it and remember him fondly. On bad days, which were much more frequent, I would fling it across the and stomp on it and curse him for not being around, which I found quite therapeutic. But in the end, I always put it back on. At any rate, during the weirdness at the museum, and I'm not making this up, the necklace got hotter. I nearly it off, but I couldn't help wondering if it truly was protecting me somehow. I'll make things right, Dad had said, with that guilty look he often gives me. Well, colossal fail, Dad. Had he been thinking? I wanted to believe it had all been a bad dream, the glowing hieroglyphs, the snake staff, the coffin. Things like that simply don't happen. But I knew better. I couldn't dream anything as horrifying as that fiery man's face when he detumbed on us. Soon, boy, he'd told Carter, as if he intended to track us down. Just the idea made my hands tremble. I also couldn't help wondering about our stop at Cleopatra's Needle, how Dad had insisted on seeing it, as if he were stealing his courage, as if what he did at the British Museum had something to do with me. My eyes wandered across my room and fixed on my desk. No, I thought. Not going to do it, but I walked over and opened the drawer. I shoved aside a few old mags, my stash of sweets, a stack of maths homework I'd forgotten to hand in, and a few pictures of me and my mates Liz and Emma trying on ridiculous hats in Camden Market. And there at the of it all was the picture of Mum. Gran and Gramps, loads of pictures. They keep a shrine to Ruby in the hall cupboard. Mum's childhood artwork, her O-level results, her graduation picture from university, her favorite jewelry. It's quite mental. I was determined not to be like them, living in the past. I barely remembered Mum, after all, and nothing could change the fact she was dead. But I did keep the one picture. It was of Mum and me at our house in Los Angeles, just after I was born. She stood out on the balcony, the Pacific Ocean, her, holding a wrinkled pudgy lump of baby that would someday grow up to be yours truly. Baby me was not much to look at, but Mum was gorgeous, even in shorts and a tattered t-shirt. Her eyes were deep blue. Her blonde hair was clipped back. Her skin was perfect. Quite depressing compared to mine. People always say I look like her, but I couldn't even get the spot off me chin, much less look so mature and beautiful. Stop smirking, Carter. The photo fascinated me because I hardly remembered our lives together at all. But the main reason I kept the photo was because of the symbol on Mum's t-shirt, one of those life, my dead mother wearing the symbol for life. Nothing could have been sadder. But she smiled at the camera as if she knew a secret. As if my dad and she were sharing a private joke. Something tugged at the back of my mind. That STRKY man in the trench coat who'd been arguing with Dad across the street, he said something about the per Ankh. Had he meant Ankh as in the symbol for life, and if so, what was a pour? I supposed he didn't mean pear as in the finite. I had an eerie feeling that if I saw the words per Ankh written in hieroglyphics, I would know Ivy hat they meant. I put down the picture of Mum. I picked up a pencil and thumbed over one of my old homework papers. I wondered what would happen if I tried to draw the words per Ankh. Would the right design just occur to me? As I touched pencil to paper, my bedroom opened. Miss Kane. I whirled and dropped the pencil. A police inspector stood frowning in my doorway. What are you doing? Maths, I said. My ceiling was quite low, so the inspector had to come in. He wore a lint-colored suit that matched his gray hair and his ashen face. Now then, Sadie. I'm Chief Inspector Williams. Let's have a chat, shall we? Sit down. I didn't sit, and neither did he, which annoyed him. It's hard to look in charge when you're hunched over like Quasimodo. Tell me everything, please, he said, from the time your father came round to get you. I already told the police at the museum. Again, if you don't mind. So I told him everything. Why not? His left eyebrow crept higher and higher as I told him the strange bits like the glowing letters and servant staff. Well, Sadie, Inspector Williams said, got quite an imagination. TM not lying, Inspector and I think your eyebrow is trying to escape. He tried to look at his iron eyebrows, then scowled. Now, Sadie, I'm sure this is very hard on you. I understand you want to protect your father's reputation. But he's gone now. You mean through the floor in a coffin? I insisted. He's not dead. Inspector Williams spread his hands. Sadie, I'm very sorry. But we must find out why he did this act. Act of what? He cleared his throat uncomfortably. Your father destroyed priceless artifacts and apparently killed himself in the process. We'd very much like to know why. I stared at him. Are you saying my father's a terrorist? Are you mad? We've made calls to some of your fathers. I understand his behavior had become erratic since your mother's death. He'd become withdrawn and in his studies, spending more and more time in Egypt. He's a bloody Egyptologist. You should be looking for him, not asking stupid questions. Sadie, he said, and I could hear in his voice that he was resisting the urge to strangle me. Strangely, I get this a lot from adults. There are extremist groups in Egypt that object to Egyptian artifacts being kept in other countries' museums. These people might have approached your father. Perhaps in his state, your father became an easy target for them. If you've heard him mention any names too, I stormed past him to the window. I was so angry I could hardly think. I referred to Dad was dead. No, no, no. And a terrorist? Please. And why did adults have to be so thick? They always say tell the truth, and when you do, they don't believe you. What's the onesie int? I stared down at the dark street. Suddenly that cold tingly feeling got worse than ever. I on the dead tree where I'd met Dad earlier. Standing there now, in the dim light of a street lamp, looking up at me, was the pudgy bloke in the black trench coat and the round glasses and the fedora, the man Dad had called Amos. I suppose I should have felt threatened by an KNID man staring up at me in the dark of night. but his expression was full of concern. And he looked so familiar. It was driving me mad that I couldn't remember why. Behind me, the inspector cleared his throat. Sadie, no one blames you for the attack on the museum. We understand you were dragged into this against your will. I tumbled from the window against my will. I chained the curator in his office. The inspector's eyebrows started to creep up again. Be that as it may, surely you didn't understand what your father meant to do. Possibly your brother was involved. I snorted. Carter? Please, so you are determined to protect him as well? You consider him a proper brother, do you? I couldn't believe it. I wanted to smack his face. What's that supposed to mean? Because he doesn't like me. The inspector blinked. I only meant. I know what you meant, of course. He's my brother. Inspector Williams held up his hands apologetically, but I was still seething. As much as Kaner annoyed me, I hated it when assumed we weren't related, or at my father askance when he said the three of us were a family, like we done something wrong. Stupid Dr. Manon at the museum. Inspector Williams. It happened every time Dad and Carter and I were together. Every bloody time. Sorry, Sadie, the inspector said. I only want to make sure we separate the from the guilty. It will go much easier for everyone if I cooperate. Any information? Anything your father said people he might, VE mentioned. Amos, I blurted out, just to see his reaction. He met a marl named Amos. Inspector Williams sighed. Sadie, he couldn't done. Surely you know that. We spoke with Amos not 1 hour ago, on the phone from his home in New York. He isn't in New York. I insisted. He's right. I glanced out the window and Amos was gone. Bloody typical. That's not possible, I said. Exactly, the inspector said. But he was here. I exclaimed. Who is he? One of Dad's colleagues. How did you know to call him? Really, Sadie? This acting must stop. Acting. The inspector studied me for a moment, then set his jaw as if he'd made a decision. We've already had the truth from Kaner. I didn't even to upset you, but he told us everything. He understands there's no point protecting your father now. You might as well help us, and there will be no charges against you. You shouldn't lie to children. I yelled, hoping my voice carried all the way downstairs. Carter, you'll never say a word against Dad, and neither will I. The inspector didn't even the decency to look embarrassed. He crossed his arms. I'm sorry you feel that way, Sadie. I'm afraid it's time we went down. Discuss consequences with your grandparents. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 4. Kidnapped by a not-so-stranger one. Just love family meetings. Very, with the Christmas garlands round the fireplace and a nice pot of tea and a detective from Scotland Yard ready to arrest you. Kaner slumped on the sofa, cradling Dad's workbag. I wondered why the police had let him keep it. It should have been evidence or something, but the inspector didn't seem to notice it at all. Kaner looked awful. I mean, even worse than usual. Honestly, the boy had never been in a proper, and he dressed like a junior professor, with his khaki trousers and a button-down shirt and loafers. He's not bad looking, I suppose. He's reasonably tall and fit, and his hair isn't hopeless. He's got Dad's eyes, and my mates Liz and Emma have even told me from his picture that he's hot, which I must take with a grain of salt because, A, he's my brother, and, B, my mates are a bit crazed. When it came to clothes, Kaner wouldn't he have known hot if it bit him on the burn? Oh, don't look at me like that, Carter. You know it's true. At any rate, I shouldn't have been too hard on him. He was taking Dad's disappearance even worse than I was. Gran and Gramps sat on either side of him, looking quite nervous. The pot of tea and a plate of biscuits sat on the table, but no one was having any. Chief Inspector Williams ordered me into the only free chair. Then he paced in front of the fireplace. 2 more police stood by the front door, the Oman from earlier and a big bloke who kept eyeing the biscuits. Near. And Mrs. Faust, Inspector Williams said, I'm afraid we have two uncooperative children. Gran fidgeted with the trim of her dress. It's hard to believe she's related to Mum. Gran is frail and colorless, like a stick person really, while Mum in the photos always looked so happy and full of life. They're just children, she managed. Surely you can't blame them, Pa. Gramps said. This is ridiculous, Inspector. They aren't responsible. Gramps is a Fauna rugby player. He has beefy arms, a belly much too big for his shirt, and eyes sunk deep in his face, as if someone had punched them. Well, actually Dad had punched them years ago, but that's another story. Gramps is quite scary looking. Usually Roppel got out of his way, but Inspector Williams didn't seem impressed. Near. Faust, he said, what do you imagine the morning headlines will read? British Museum attacked. Rosetta Stone destroyed. Your son-in-law, former son-in-law, Gramps corrected, was most likely vaporized in the explosion, or he ran off, in which case he didn't run off. I shouted. We need to know where he is, the inspector continued. And the only witnesses, your grandchildren, us to tell me the truth. We did tell you the TMTH_Kaner said Dad isn't dead. He sank through the floor. Inspector Williams glanced at Gramps, as if to say, there, you see? Then he turned to Carter. Young man, your father has committed a criminal act. He's left you behind to deal you. If the con that's not true. I snapped, my voice trembling with rage. I couldn't believe Dad would intentionally leave us at the mercy of police, of course, but the idea of him abandoning me, well, as I might have mentioned, that's a bit of a sore point, dear. Please, Gran told me, the inspector is only doing his job. Badly. I said. Let's all have some tea, Gran suggested. No. Kaner and I yelled at once, which made me feel bad for Gran as she practically wilted into the sofa. We can charge you, the inspector warned, turning on me. We can and we will. He froze. Then he blinked several times, as if he'd forgotten what he was doing. Gramps Frunet_ers Inspector. Yes. Chief Inspector Williams murmured dreamily. He reached in his pocket and out a little blue booklet, an American passport. He threw it in Carter's lap. You're being deported, the inspector announced. You're to leave the country within 24 hours. If we need to question you or you'll be contacted through the FBI. Kaner's mouth fell open. He looked at me, and I knew I wasn't imagining how odd this was. The inspector had completely changed direction. He'd been about to arrest us. I was sure of it. And then out of blue, he was deporting Carter? Even the other police officers looked confused. Sir, the policewoman asked. Are you sure? Quiet, Linley. The two of you may go. The cops hesitated until Williams made a shooing motion with his hand. Then they left, closing the door them. Hold on, Carter said. My father's disappeared, and you want me to leave the country? Your father is either dead or a fugitive, son, the inspector said. Deportation is the kindest option. It's already been arranged. With whom? Gramps demanded. Authorized this. With. The inspector got that funny blank look. I'm with the proper authorities. Believe me, it's better than prison. Kaner looked too devastated to Sirac, but before I could feel sorry for him, Inspector Williams turned to me. You, miss. He might as well have hit me with a sledgehammer. You're deporting me? I asked. I live here. You're an American citizen. And under the circumstances, it's best for you to return home. I just stared at him. I couldn't remember any home except this flat. My mates at school, my room, everything I knew was here. Where am I supposed to go? Inspector, Gran said, her voice trembling. This isn't fair. I can't believe 2T11 give you some time to say, the inspector interrupted. Then he frowned as if shamed by his own actions. I must going. This made no sense, and the inspector seemed to realize it, but he walked to the front door anyway. He opened it. I almost jumped out of my chair, because the man in black, Amos, was standing there. He, lost his trench coat and hat somewhere, but I was still wearing the same pinstripe suit and round glasses. His braided hair glittered with gold beads. I thought the inspector would say something, or express surprise, but he didn't even acknowledge Amos. He walked right past him and into the night. Amos came inside and closed the door. Gran and Gramps stood up. "You," Gramps growled. "L should have known. If I was younger, I would beat you to a pulp." "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Faust," Amos said. He looked at Carter and me as if we were problems to be solved. "It's time we had a talk." Amos made himself right at home. He flopped onto the sofa and poured himself tea. He munched on a biscuit, which was quite dangerous, because Gran's biscuits are horrid. I thought Gramps' head would explode. His face went bright red. He came up Amos and raised his hand as if he were to smack him, but Amos kept munching his biscuit. "Please, sit down," he told us. And we all sat. It was the strangest thing, as if we'd been waiting for his order. Even Gramps dropped his hand and moved round the sofa. He sat next to Amos with a disgusted sigh. Amos sipped his tea and regarded me with some displeasure. That wasn't fair, I thought. I didn't look that bad, considering what we'd through. Then he ate Kaner and grunted. "Terrible timing," he muttered. "But there's no other way. They'll have to come with me." "Excuse me," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." "If some strange man with biscuit on his face." He did in fact have biscuit crumbs on his face, but he apparently didn't care, as he didn't bother to check. "No stranger, Sadie," he said. "Don't you remember?" It was creepy hearing him talk to me in such a familiar way. I felt I should know him. I looked at Kaner, but he seemed just as mystified as I was. "No, Amos," Gran said, trembling. "You can't take Sadie." "We had an agreement." "Julius broke that agreement tonight," Amos said. "You know you can't care for Sadie anymore, not after what's happened. Their only chance is to come with me." "Why should we go anywhere with you?" Carter asked. "You almost got in a fight with Dad." Amos looked at the work bag in Carter's lap. "I see you kept your father's bag. That's good. You'll need it. As for getting into fights, Julius and I did that quite a lot. If you didn't notice, Kaner, I was trying to stop him from doing something rash. If he listened to me, we wouldn't be in this situation." I had no idea what he was on about, but Gramps apparently understood you and your superstitions, he said. "I told you we want none of it." Amos pointed to the back patio. Through the glass doors, you could see the lights shining on the Thames. It was quite a MCE view at night, when you couldn't notice how run down some of the buildings were. "Superstition, is it?" Amos asked. "And yet you found a place to live on the east bank of the river." Gramps turned even redder. "That was Ruby's idea. Thought it would protect us. But she was talking about many things, wasn't she? She trusted Julius and you, for one." Amos looked unfazed. He smelled interesting, like old-timey spices, copal and amber, like the incense shops in Covent Garden. He finished his tea and looked straight at Gram. "Mrs. Faust, you know what's Begum, the police are the least of your worries." Gran Sualoud changed that instructor's mind. "You made him deport Sadie." "It was that or see the children arrested," Amos said. "Hang on," I said. "You changed Inspector Williams's mind?" "How?" Amos shrugged. "It's not permanent. In fact, we should get to New York in the next hour or so, for Inspector Williams begins to wonder why he let you go." Kaner laughed incredulously. "You can't get to New York from London in an hour." "Not even the fastest plane." "No," Amos agreed. "Not a plane." He tummed back to Gran as if everything had settled. "Mrs. Faust, Kaner and Sadie have only one safe option. You know that they'll come to the mansion in Brooklyn. I can protect them there." You've got a mansion, Carter said. In Brooklyn. Amos gave him an amused smile. The family mansion. You'll be safe there. But our dad is beyond your help for now, Amos said sadly. I'm sorry, Carter. I'll explain later, but Julius Ewald want you to be safe. For that, we must move quickly. I'm afraid I'm all you've got. That was a bit harsh, I thought. Kaner glanced at Gran and Gramps. Then he nodded glumly. He knew that they didn't want him around. He'd always reminded them of our dad. And yes, it was a stupid reason not to take in your grandson, but there you are. Well, Kaner can do what he wants, I said. But I live here. And I'm not going off with some stranger, am I? I looked at Gran for support, but she was staring at the lace doilies on the table as if they were suddenly quite interesting. Gramps, surely. But he wouldn't meet my eyes either. He turned to Amos. You can get them out of the country. Hang on. I protested. Amos stood and wiped the CMMBS off his jacket. He walked to the patio doors and stared out at the river. The police I will back soon. Tell them anything you like. They won't find us. You're going to kidnap us? I asked, stunned. I looked at Carter. Do you believe this? Kaner shouldered the work bag. Then he stood like he was ready to go. Possibly he just wanted to be out of Gran and Gramps' flat. How do you plan to get to New York in an hour? He asked Amos. You said, not a plane. No, Amos agreed. He put his finger to the window and traced something in the condensation. Another bloody hieroglyph. A boat, I said, then realized I'd translated aloud, which I wasn't supposed to be able to do. Amos eyed at me over the top of his round glasses. How did you? I mean, that last bit looks like a boat, I blurted out. But that can't be what you mean. That's ridiculous. Look. Carter cried. I pressed in next to him at the patio doors. Down at the quayside, a was docked. But not a regular boat, mind you. It was an Egyptian reed with 2 torches burning in the front, and a big rudder in the back. A figure in a black trench coat and hat. One zissib one. Why, Amos at the tiller. I'll admit, for once, I was at a loss for words. We're going in that, Kaner said to Brooklyn. We'd get started, Amos said. I whirled back to my grandmother. Grans, please. She brushed a tear from her cheek. It's for the my dear. You should take Muffin. Ah, yes, Amos said. We can't forget the cat. He turned towards the stairs. As if on cue, Muffin raced down in a leopard-spotted streak and leaped into my arms. She never does that. 1% zero, are you? I asked Amos. It was clear I was running out of options, but I at least wanted and swears _ we can't just go off with some stranger. Not a stranger. Amos smiled at me. I'm family. And suddenly I remembered his face smiling down at me, saying, Happy birthday, Sadie. Amen. Ori so distant, I'd almost forgotten. Uncle Amos. I asked hazily. That's right, Sadie, he said. I'm Julius's brother. Now come along. We have a long way to go. The Red Pyramid. Carter. The Red Pyramid 5. We meet the monkey. It's Carter again _ sorry we had to turn off the tape for a while because we were being followed by, well, we'll get to that later. Sadie was telling you how we left London, right? So anyway, we followed Amos down to the weird boat docked at the quayside. I cradled Dad's York bag under my arm. I still couldn't believe he was gone. I felt guilty leaving London without him, but I believed Amos one thing. Right now Dad was beyond our help. I didn't trust Amos, but I figured if I wanted to find out what had to Dad, I was going to have to go along with him. He was the only one who seemed to know anything. Amos stepped aboard the reed boat. Sadie jumped right on, but I hesitated. I'd seen boats like this on the Nile before, and they never seemed very sturdy. It was basically woven together from coils of plant fiber like a giant floating rug. I figured the torches at the front couldn't be a good idea, because if we didn't sink, we d-bum underscore at the back, the tiller I was manned by a little guy wearing Amos's black trench coat and hat. The hat was shoved down on his head so I couldn't see his face. His hands and feet were lost in the folds of the coat. How CLKRS this thing move? I asked Amos. You've got no sail. Trust me. Amos offered me a hand. The night was cold, but when I stepped on board I suddenly felt warmer, as if the torchlight were casting a protective glow over us. In the middle of the boat was a hut made from woven mats. From Sadie's arms, Muffin sniffed at it and growled. Take a seat inside, too, Amos suggested. The trip might a little rough. Tea stand, thanks. Sadie nodded at the little guy in back. Who's your driver? Amos acted as if he hadn't heard the question. Hang on, everyone. He nodded to the steersman, and the boat lurched FON.VART underscore. The feeling was hard to, you know, that tingle in the pit of your stomach when you're on a roller coaster and it goes into free fall? It was kind of like that, except we aren't falling, and the feeling didn't go away. The boat moved with astounding speed. The lights of the city blurred, then were swallowed out in a thick fog. Strange sounds echoed in the dark, slithering and hissing, distant screams, voices whispering in languages I didn't understand. The tingling tummed to nausea. The sounds got louder, until I was about to scream myself. Then suddenly the boat slowed. The noises stopped, and the fog dissipated. City lights came back, brighter than before. Above us a bridge, much taller than any bridge in London. My stomach did a slow roll. To the left, I saw a familiar skyline, the Chrysler Building, the Empire State Building. Impossible, I said. That's New York. Sadie looked as green as I felt. She was still cradling Muffin, whose eyes were closed. The cat seemed to be purring. It can't be, Sadie said. We only traveled a few minutes, and yet here we were, sailing up the East River, right under the Williamsburg Bridge. We glided to a stop next to a small dock on the Brooklyn side of the river. In front of us was an industrial yard filled with piles of scrap metal and old construction equipment. In the center of it all, right at the water's edge, rose a huge factory warehouse heavily painted with graffiti, the windows boarded up. That is not a mansion, Sadie said. Her powers of perception are really amazing. Look again. Amos pointed to the top of the building. Did you underscore? My voice failed me. I wasn't sure why I hadn't seen it before, but now it was obvious, a 5-story mansion perched on the roof of the warehouse, like another layer of a cake. You couldn't build a mansion up there. Long story, Amos said. But we needed a private leasing underscore. And is this the East Shore? Sadie asked. You said something about that in London, my grandparents living on the East Shore. Amos smiled. Yes. Very good, Sadie. In ancient times, the east bank of the Nile was always the side of the living, the side where the sunrises underscore the dead were buried. West of the river it was considered bad luck, even dangerous, to live there. The tradition is still strong. People. Our people? I asked, but Sadie muscled in with another question. So you can't live in Manhattan? She asked. Amos's brow furrowed as he across at the Empire State Building. Manhattan has other problems. Other gods. It's best we stay separate. Other what? Sadie demanded. Nothing. Amos walked past us to the steers. Ma'am, he plucked off the man's hat and coat, and there was no one underneath underscore. The steersman simply wasn't there. Amos put on his fedora, folded his coat over his arm, then tolvered a metal staircase that wound all the way up the side of the warehouse to the mansion on the roof. All ashore, he said. And welcome to the 21st gnome. Gnome? I asked, as we followed him up the stairs. Like those little runty guys? He wins. No, Amos said. I'll hate gnomes. They smell horrible. But you said gnome, Nome underscore as in a district, a region. The term is from ancient times, when Egypt was divided into 42 provinces. Today, the system is a little different. We've gone global. The world is divided into 360 gnomes _ Egypt, of course, is the first. Greater New York is the 21st. Sadie glanced at me and twirled her finger around her temple. No, Sadie Amos said without looking back. I'm not crazy. There's much you need to learn _ We reached the top of the stairs. Looking up at the mansion, it was hard to understand what I was seeing. The house was at least 50 feet tall, built of enormous limestone blocks and steel-framed windows. There were hieroglyphs engraved around the windows, and the eyeballs were lit up so the place like across a modern museum and an ancient temple. But the weirdest thing was that if I glanced away, the whole building seemed to disappear. I tried it several times just to be sure. If I looked for the mansion from the corner of my eye, it wasn't there. I had to force my eyes to on it, and even that took a lot of will. Amos stopped before the entrance, which was the size of a garage door, a dark heavy square with no visible handle or lock. Carter, on are you? How do you think? Great, another mystery. I was about to suggest we ram Amos's head against it and see if that worked _ then I at the door again, and I had the strangest feeling. I stretched out my arm. Slowly, without touching the door, I raised my hand and the door followed my movement, sliding upward until it disappeared into the ceiling. Sadie looked stunned. How? I don't know, I admitted, a little embarrassed. Motion sensor, maybe. Interesting. Amos sounded a little troubled. Not the way I would have done it, but very good. Remarkably good, thanks, I think. Sadie tried to go inside first, but as she stepped on the threshold, Muffin wailed and almost clawed her way out of Sadie's arms. Sadie stumbled backward _ What was that about, cat? Oh, of course, Amos said. My apologies. He put his hand on the cat's head and said, very formally, you may enter. The cat needs permission. I asked. Special circumstances, Amos said, which wasn't much of an explanation, but he walked inside without saying another word. We followed, and this time Muffin stayed quiet. Oh my GCD _ Sadie's jaw dropped. She craned her neck to look at the ceiling, and I thought the gum might fall out off her mouth. Yes, Amos said. This is the great room. I could see why he called it that. The cedar-beamed ceiling was 4 stories high, held up by carved stone pillars engraved hieroglyphs. A weird assortment of musical instruments and ancient Egyptian weapons decorated the walls. 3 aisles of balconies ringed the room, with rows of doors all looking out on the main area. The fireplace was big enough to park a car in, with a plasma screen TV above the mantel and massive leather sofas on either side. On the floor was a snakeskin rug, except it was 40 feet long and 15 feet wide, bigger than any snake. Outside, through glass walls, I could see the terrace that wrapped around the house. It had a swimming pool, a dining area, and a blazing fire pit. And at the far end off great room was a set of double doors marked with the Eye of Homs, and chained with half a dozen padlocks. I wondered what could possibly be behind them. But the real showstopper was the statue in the center of the grate. It was 30 feet tall, made of black marble. I could tell it was of an Egyptian god because the figure had a human body and an animal's head like a stork or a crane, with a long neck and a really long beak. The god was dressed ancient style in a kilt, sash, and neck collar. He held a scribe's stylus in one hand, and an open scroll in the other, as if he had just written the hieroglyphs inscribed there, an Ankh, the Egyptian looped cross with a rectangle traced around its top. That's it? Sadie exclaimed. Per Ankh. I stared at her in disbelief. All right, how you can read that? I don't know, she said. But it's obvious, isn't it? The top one is shard like the floor plan of a house _ How did you get that? It's just a box. The thing was, she was right. I recognized the symbol, and it was supposed to be a simplified picture of a house with a doorway, but that wouldn't be obvious to most people, especially Rappel named Sadie. Yet she looked absolutely positive. It's a house, she insisted. And the bottom picture is the Ankh, the symbol for life. Per Ankh, the house of life. Very good, Sadie. Amos looked impressed. And this is a statue of the only god still allowed in the house of life, at least, normally. Do you recognize him, Carter? Just then it clicked, the bird was an ibis, an Egyptian river bird. Thoth, I said. The god of knowledge. He invented writing. Indeed, Amos said. Hi, the animal heads. Sadie asked. All those Egyptian gods have animal heads. They so silly. They don't normally appear that way, Amos said. Not in real life. Real life? I asked. Come on. You sound like you've met them in son. Amos's expression didn't reassure me. He as if he were remembering something unpleasant. The gods could appear in many forms, usually hilly human or hilly animal, but occasionally as a hybrid form like this. They are primal forces, you understand, a sort of bridge humanity and nature. They are depicted with animal heads to show that they exist in two different worlds at once. Do you understand? Not even a little, Sadie said. Amos didn't sound surprised. Yes, we have much training to do. At any rate, the god before you, Thoth, founded the House of Life, for which this mansion is the regional headquarters. Or at least, it used to be. I'm the only member left in the 21st gnome. Or IVAS, until you two came along. Hang on. I had so many questions I could hardly think where to start. L% is the House of Life? Is Thoth the only god allowed here, and why are you two Carter? I understand how you feel. Amos smiled sympathetically. But these things are better discussed in daylight. You need to get some sleep, and I don't want you to have nightmares. You think I can sleep? Anfro stretched in Sadie's arms and let loose a huge yawn. Amos clapped his hands. Khufu. I thought he sneezed. Quill is a weird name, but then a little dude about 3 feet tall with gold fleur and a purple shirt came clambering down the stairs. It took me a second to realize it was a baboon wearing an LA Lakers jersey. The baboon did a flip and landed in front of us. He showed off his fangs and made a sound that was half roar, half belch. His breath smelled like Doritos. All I could think to say was, the Lakers are my home team. The baboon slapped his head with both hands and belched again. Oh, cuffed like Amos said. You'll get along famously, right? Sadie looked dazed. You've got a monkey butler. Why not? Muffin purred in Sadie's arms as if the baboon didn't bother her at all. Ack. Quill grunted at me. Amos chuckled. He wants to go one-on-one with you, Kaner. 2, all, see your game. I shifted from to foot. Yeah sure. Maybe tomorrow, but how can you understand too, Carter? I'm afraid you'll have a lot to get used to, Amos said. But if you're going to survive and save your father, you have to get some rest. Sorry, Sadie said, did you say survive and our father? Could you expand on that? Tomorrow, Amos said. We'll begin your orientation in the morning. Quow, show them to there please. Akah, the baboon grunted. He tummed and waddled up the stairs. Unfortunately, the Lakers jersey didn't completely cover his multicolored rear. We were about to follow when Amos said, Carter, the work bag, please. It's best if I lake it in the one library. I hesitated. I'd almost forgotten the bag on my shoulder, but it was all I had left of my father. I didn't even have our luggage. It was still locked up at the British Museum. Honestly, I'd been surprised that the police hadn't taken the work bag too, but none of them seemed to notice it. You'll get it back, Amos promised. When the time is right. He asked nicely enough, but something in his eyes told me that I really didn't have a choice. I handed over the bag. Amos it gingerly, as if it were frill of explosives. See you in the morning. He turned and toward the chained up. They unlatched themselves and opened just enough for Amos to slip through without showing us anything on the other side. Then the chains laked again behind him. I looked at Sadie, unsure what to do. Staying by ourselves in the great room with the creepy statue of Thoth didn't seem like much aln, so we followed Cuffed up the stairs. Sadie and I got adjoining on the third and got to admit, they were way than any place I'd ever stayed before. I had my own kitchenette, fully stocked with my favorite snacks. Mjur elbow, Sadie. It's not an old person's soda. B and Skittles. It seemed, how did Amos know what I liked? The TV, computer, and stereo system were totally high-tech. The was sticked with my regular brand of toothpaste, deodorant, everything. The king size was awesome, though the pillow was a little strange. Instead of a cloth pillow, it was an ivory headrest like I'd seen in Egyptian tombs. It was decorated with lions and, of course, more hieroglyphs. They even had a deck that looked out on New York Harbor, with views of Manhattan and the Statue of Liberty in the distance, but the sliding glass doors were shut somehow. That was my first indication that something was wrong. I tummed to look for Cuffed, but he was gone. The door to my was shut. I tried to open it, but it was a muffled voice came from the next corner. Sadie. I tried the door to her adjoining room, but it was locked. We're prisoners, she said. Do you think mean, can we oust him? After all I'd seen today, I didn't trust anything, but I could hear the fear in Sadie's voice. It triggered an unfamiliar feeling in me, like I needed to reassure her. The idea seemed ridiculous. Sadie had always seemed so much braver than me, doing what she invented, never caring about the consequences. I was the one who got scared. But right now, I felt like I needed to play a role I hadn't played in a long time, Big Brother. It'll be okay. I tried to sound confident. Look, if Amos wanted to hunt us, he could have done it by now. Try to get some sleep. Carter. Yeah. It was magic, wasn't it? What happened to Dad at the museum? Amos's boat. This house. All of it's mag C _ I think so. I could hear her sigh. At least I'm not going mad. Don't let the bedbugs bite, I called. And I realized I hadn't said that to Sadie since we had lived together in Los Angeles, when Mom was still alive. I miss Dad, she said. I hardly ever saw him, I know, but _1 miss him. My eyes got a little teary, but I took a deep breath. I was not going to go all week. Sadie needed me. Dad needed us. We'll find him, I told her. Pleasant dreams. I listened, but the only thing I heard was Muffin meowing and scampering around, exploring her new space. At least she didn't seem unhappy. I got ready for bed and crawled in. The kners were comfortable and warm, but the pillow was just too weird. It gave me neck cramps, so I put it on the floor and went to sleep without it. My first big mistake. The Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 6. Breakfast with a crocodile. How to describe it? Not a nightmare. It was much more real and frightening. As I slept, I felt myself go weightless. I drifted up, turned, and saw my own sleeping form below. I'm dying, I thought, but that wasn't it, either. I wasn't a ghost. I had a new shimmering golden form with wings instead of arms. I was some kind of bird. No, Sadie, not a chicken. Will you let me tell the story, please? I knew I wasn't dreaming, because I don't dream in color _ I certainly don't dream in all 5 senses. The smelled faintly of jasmine. I could hear the carbonation bubbles pinging. The can of gin Gerli, opened on my nightstand. I could feel a cold wind ruffling through my feathers, and I realized the windows were open. I didn't want to leave, but a strong current pulled me out of the room like a leaf in a storm. The lights of the mansion faded below me. The skyline of New York blurred and disappeared. I shot through the mist and darkness, strange voices whispering all around me. My stomach tingled as it had earlier that night on Amos's barge. Then the mist cleared, and I was in a different place. I floated above a barren mountain. Far below, a grid of city lights stretched across the valley. Definitely not New York. It was nighttime, but I could tell I was in the desert. The wind was so dry, the skin on my face was like paper. And I know that CHRSNT makes sense, but my face felt like my normal face, as if that part of me hadn't transformed into a bird. Fine, Sadie, call me the Carter-headed chicken. Happy. Below me on a ridge stood two figures. They didn't seem to notice me, and I realized I wasn't glowing anymore. In fact, I was pretty much invisible, floating in the darkness. I couldn't make out the 12 figures clearly, except to recognize that they weren't human. Staring harder, I could see that one was short, squat, and hairless, with slimy skin that glistened in the starlight like an amphibian standing on its hind legs. The other was tall and scarecrow skinny, with rooster claws instead of feet. I couldn't see his face very well, but it looked red and moist. Let's just say I was glad I couldn't see it better. % air is he, the toady-looking one croaked nervously. Hasn't taken a ruminant host yet, the guy chided. He can only appear for a short. You're sure this is the place? Yes, fool. He'll hear as soon. A fiery form appeared on the ridge. The two creatures fell to the ground, groveling in the din, and I prayed like crazy that I really was invisible. My lord, the toad said. Even in the dark, the newcomer was hard to see, just the silhouette of a man outlined in flames. %, do they call this place? The man asked. And as he spoke, I knew for sure he was the guy who attacked my dad at the British Museum. All the fear I felt at the museum came rushing back, paralyzing me. I remembered trying to pick up that stupid right to throw, but I hadn't been able to do even that. I completely failed my dad. My lord, Roosterfoot said. The mountain is called Camelback. The city is called Phoenix. To the fiery man laughed, a booming sound like thunder. Plernix. How appropriate. And the desert so much like home. All it needs now is to be scoured of life. The desert should be a sterile place, don't you think? Oh yes, my lord, the toady agreed, but what of the other four? One is already entombed, the fiery man said. The second is weak, she will be easily manipulated. That leaves only two. And they will be dealt with soon enough. The toady asked. The fiery man glowed brighter. You are an inquisitive little tadpole, aren't you? He pointed at the toad, and the poor creature's skin began to steam. No, the toady begged. No. I could hardly watch. I don't want to describe it, but if you've heard what happens when cruel kids pour salt on snails, you'll have a pretty good idea of what happened to the toady. Soon there was nothing left. Roosterfoot took a nervous step back. I couldn't blame him. We will build my temple here, the fiery man said, as if nothing had happened. This mountain shall serve as my place of worship. It is complete. I will summon the greatest storm ever known. I will cleanse everything. Everything. Yes, my lord, Rooster agreed quickly. And, all, if I may suggest, my lord, to increase your power. The creature and scraped and moved forward, as if he wanted to whisper in the fiery man's ear. Just when I thought Rooster was going to become fried chicken for sure, he said something to the fiery dude that I couldn't make out, and the fiery dude burned brighter. Excellent. If you can do this, you will be rewarded. If not, I understand, my lord. Go then, the fiery man said. Unleash our forces. Start with the long necks. That should soften them up. Collect the younglings and bring them to me. I want them alive, before they have time to lean their powers. Do not fail me. No, Lord. Phoenix, the fiery man mused. I like that very much. He swept his hand across the horizon, as if he were imagining the city in flames. I will rise from your ashes. It will a lovely birthday present. I woke with my heart pounding, back in my own body. I felt hot, as if the fiery guy were starting to bum me. Then I realized that there was a cat on my chest. Muffin stared at me, her eyes half closed. Mro_, how did you get in? I muttered. I sat up, and for a second I wasn't sure where I was. Some hotel in another city? I almost called for my dad. And then I remembered yesterday. The museum. The sarcophagus. It all crashed down on me so hard I could barely breathe. Stop, I told myself. You don't have time for grief. And this is going to sound weird, but the voice in my head almost sounded like a different person, older, stronger. Either that was a go OD sign, or I was gone crazy. Remember what you saw, the voice said. He's after you. You have to be ready. I shivered. I wanted to believe I'd just had a bad dream, but I knew better. I'd through too much in the last day to doubt what I'd seen. Somehow, I'd actually left my body while I slept. I'd been to Phoenix thousands of miles away. The fiery dude was there. I hadn't understood much of what he'd said, but he'd talk sending his forces to capture the younglings. Gee, wonder who that could be? Muffin jumped off the bed and sniffed at the ivory headrest, looking up at me as if she were trying to tell me something. You can have it, I told her. It's uncomfortable_. She butted her head against it and stared at me accusingly. El presentateur, cat. I got up and showered. When I tried to get dressed, I found that my old clothes had disappeared in the night. Everything in the closet was my size, but way different than what I was used to. Baggy drawstring pants and loose shins, all plain white linen, and robes for cold weather, kind of what the fellahin, the peasants in Egypt, wear. It wasn't exactly my style. Sadie likes to tell me that I don't have a style. She complains that I dress like I'm an old man. Button-down shirt, slacks, dress shoes. Okay, but here's the thing. My dad had always drilled into my head that I had to dress my best. I remember the first time he explained it to me. I was 10. We were on our way to the airport in Athens, and it was like 112 degrees outside, and I was complaining that I wanted to wear shorts and a t-shirt. Why couldn't I be comfortable? We weren't going anywhere that day, just traveling. My dad put his hand on my shoulder. Carter, you're getting older. You're an African American man. People will judge you more harshly, and so you must always look impeccable. That isn't fair. I insisted. Fairness does not mean everyone gets the same, Dad said. Famous means everyone gets what they need. And the only way to get what you need is to make it happen yourself. Do you understand? I told him I didn't. But still I did what he asked, like caring about Egypt, and basketball, and music. Like traveling with only one suitcase. I dressed the way Dad wanted me to, because Dad was usually right. In fact, I'd never known him to be wrong, until the night at the British Museum. Anyway, I put on the linen clothes from the closet. The slipper our shoes were comfortable, though I doubted they'd be much good to run in. The door to Sadie's was open, but she wasn't there. Thankfully my bedroom door wasn't ilked anymore. Muffin joined me and we ived downstairs, passing a lot of bedrooms on the way. The mansion could have easily slept 100 people, but instead it felt empty and sad. Down in the great Cuff sat on the sofa with a basketball between his legs and a chunk of strange-looking meat in his hands. It was covered in pink feathers. ESPN was on the television, and Kwa was watching highlights from the games the night before. Hex, I said, though I felt a little weird talking to him. Lakers win. Kufu at me and patted his basketball like he wanted a game. He had a pink feather hanging from his chin, and the sight made my stomach do a slow roll. Yeah, I said, we'll play later, okay. I could see Sadie and Amos out on the terrace, eating breakfast by the pool. It should have been freezing out there, but the fire pit was blazing, and neither Amos nor Sadie looked cold. I headed their way, then hesitated in front of statue of Thoth. In the daylight, the bird-headed god didn't look quite so scary. Still, I could swear those beady eyes were watching me expectantly. /had the fiery guy said last night? Something about catching us before we learned our powers. It sounded ridiculous, but for a moment I felt a surge of strength like the night before when I'd opened the front door just by raising my hand. I felt like I could lift anything, even this 30-foot-tall statue if I wanted to. In a kind of trance, I stepped forward. Muffin meowed impatiently and butted. The feeling dissolved. You're right, I told the cat. Stupid idea. Besides, I could smell breakfast now: French toast, bacon, hot chocolate, and I couldn't blame Muffin for being in a hurry. I followed her out to the terrace. Ah, Kaner, Amos said. Merry Christmas, my boy. Join us. About time, Sadie grumbled. Lve been up for ages. But she held my eyes for a moment, like she was thinking the same thing I was. Christmas. We hadn't spent a Christmas moment together since Mom died. I wondered if Sadie remembered how we used to make God's eye decorations out of yam and popsicle sticks. Amos poured himself a cup of coffee. His clothes were similar to those he'd worn the day before, and I had to admit the guy had style. His tailored suit was made of blue. He wore a matching fedora, and his hair was freshly braided with dark blue lapis lazuli, one of the stones the Egyptians often used for jewelry. Even his glasses matched. The round lenses were tinted blue. A tenor sax rested on a stand near the fire pit, and I could totally picture him playing out here, serenading the East River. As for Sadie, she was dressed in a white linen pajama outfit like me, but somehow she'd managed to keep her combat boots. She'd probably slept with them on. She looked pretty comical with the red streaked hair and the outfit, but since I wasn't dressed any I could hardly make a Vern. Amos. I asked. You didn't have any pet birds, did you? Cook was eating something with pink feathers. Amos sipped his coffee. Sorry if that disturbed you. Cook was very picky. He only eats that end in Doritos, Burntos, Flamingos. I blinked. Did you say Carter? Sadie warned. She looked a little queasy, like she'd already had this conversation. Don't. Okay, I said. Not asking please, Kaner, help yourself. Amos waved toward a buffet table piled high with. Then we can get started with the explanations. I didn't see any flamingo on the buffet table, which was fine by me, but there was just about everything else. I snagged some pancakes with butter and syrup, some bacon, and a glass of OJ_. Then I noticed movement in the corner of my eye. I glanced at the swimming pool. Something long and pale was gliding just under the surface of the water. I almost dropped my plate. Is that Amos confirmed? For good luck. He's albino, but please don't mention that. He's sensitive. His name is Philip of Macedonia, Sadie informed me. I wasn't sure how Sadie was taking this all so calmly, but I figured if she wasn't freaking out, I shouldn't either. That's a long name. I said. He's a long criodal, Sadie said. Oh, and he likes bacon. To prove her point, she tossed a piece of bacon over her shoulder. Philip lunged out of the water and snapped up the treat. His hide was pure white and his eyes were pink. His mouth was so big, he could snapper up an entire pig. He's quite harmless to my friends, Amos assured me. In the old days, no temple would be complete without a lake frill of crocodiles. They are powerful magic creatures. Right, I said. So the baboon, the criodal_. Any other pets I should know about? Amos thought for a moment. Visible ones? No, I think that's it. I took a seat as far from the pool as possible. Muffin circled my legs and purred. I hoped she had enough sense to stay away from magic named Philip. So, Amos, I said between bites of pancake. Explanations. Yes, he agreed. Where to start? Our dad, Sadie suggested. What happened to him? Amos took a deep breath. Julius was attempting to summon a GCD. Unfortunately, it worked. It was kind of hard to take Amos seriously, talking about summoning gods while he spread butter on a bagel. Any god in particular? I asked casually, or did he just order a generic? Sadie kicked me under the table. She was scowling, as if she actually what Amos was say. Amos took a bite of bagel. There are many Egyptian gods, Carter. But your dad was after one in particular. He looked at me meaningfully. Osiris, I remembered. When Dad was standing in front of the Rosetta Stone, he said, Osiris, come. But Osiris is a legend. He's make-believe. I wish that were true. Amos stared across the East River at the Manhattan skyline, gleaming in the morning sun. The ancient Egyptians were not fools, Carter. They built the pyramids. They created the first great nation-state. Their civilization lasted thousands of years. Yeah, I said, and now they're gone. Amos shook his head. A legacy that powerful does not disappear. Next to the Egyptians, the Greeks and Romans were babies. Are modern nations like Great Britain and America? Blinks of an eye. The very oldest root of civilization, at least of West End civilization, is Egypt. Look at the pyramid on the dollar bill. Look at the Washington Monument, the world's largest Egyptian. Egypt is still very much alive, and so, unfortunately, are her gods. Come on, I argued. L mean underscore. Even if I believe there's a real thing called magic. Believing in ancient gods is totally different. You re-joking, right? But as I said it, I thought about the fiery guy in the museum, the way his face had shifted between human and animal, and the Statue of Thoth, how its eyes had followed me. Carter, Amos said, the Egyptians would not have been stupid enough to believe in imaginary gods. The beings they in their myths are very, very real. In the old days, the priests of Egypt would call upon these gods to channel their power and perform great feats. That is the origin of what we now call magic. Like many things, magic was first invented by the Egyptians. Each temple had a branch of magicians called the House of Life. Their magicians were famed throughout the ancient world. And you're an Egyptian magician. Amos NKX1DED_. So was your father. You saw it for yourself last night. I hesitated. It was hard to deny my dad had done some weird stuff at the museum, some stuff that looked like magic but he's an archaeologist, I said stubbornly. That's his cover story. You'll that he specialized in translating ancient, which are very difficult to understand unless you work magic yourself. Our family, the Kane family, has been part of the House of Life almost since the beginning. And your mother's family is almost as in the Fausts. I tried to imagine Grandma and Grandpa Faust doing magic, but unless watching rugby on TV and burning cookies was magical, I couldn't see it. They had not practiced magic for many generations, Amos admitted. Not until your mother came along. But yes, a very ancient bloodline. Sadie shook her head in disbelief. So now Mum was magic, too. Are you joking? No jokes, Amos promised. The two of combine the blood of two ancient families, both of which have a long, complicated history with the gods. You are the most powerful Kane children to be born in many centuries. I tried to let that sink. At the moment, I didn't feel powerful I felt queasy. You're telling me our parents secretly worshipped animal-headed gods? I asked. Not worshipped, Amos corrected. By the end of the ancient times, Egyptians had learned that their gods were not to be worshipped. They are powerful beings, primeval forces, but they are not divine in the sense one might think of God. They are created entities, like mortals, only much more powerful. We can restrict them, fear them, use their power, or even fight them to keep them under control. Fight gods? Sadie interrupted. Constantly, Amos assured her. But we don't worship them. Thoth taught us that. I looked at Sadie for help. The old guy had to be crazy. But Sadie was looking like she believed every word. I said. Why did Dad break the Rosetta Stone? Oh, I'm sure he didn't mean to break it, Amos said. That horrified him. In fact, I imagine my brethren in London have repaired the damage by now. The curators will check their vaults and discover that the Rosetta Stone miraculously survived the explosion. but it was blown into a million pieces. I said. How could they repair it? Amos picked up a saucer and threw it onto the stone floor. The saucer shattered instantly. That was to destroy, Amos said. I could have done it by magic hati, but it's simpler just to smash it. And now. Amos held out his hand. Join. Hinem _ a blue hieroglyphic symbol burned in the air above his palm. The pieces of the saucer flew into his hand and reassembled like a puzzle, even the smallest bits of dust gluing themselves into place. Amos put the perfect saucer back on the table. Some trick, Imanajikel. I tried to sound calm about it, but I was thinking of all the odd things that had happened to my dad and me over the years, like those gunmen in the Cairo hotel who ended up hanging by their feet from a chandelier. Was it possible my dad had made that happen with some kind of spell? Amos poured milk in the saucer, and put it on the floor. Came patting. At any rate, your father would never intentionally damage a relic. He simply didn't realize how much power the Rosetta Stone contained. You see, as Egypt faded, its magic collected and concentrated into its remaining relics. Most of these, of course, are still in Egypt. But you can find some in almost every major museum. A magician can use these artifacts as full points to work more powerful SRRLLS_. I don't get it, I said. Amos spread his hands. I'm sorry, Kaner. It takes years of study to understand magic, and I'm trying to explain it to you a single morning. The important thing is, for the past 6 years your father has looking for a way to summon Osiris, and last night he thought he had found the right artifact to do it. Wait, why did he want Osiris? Sadie gave me a troubled look. Carter, Osiris was the Lord of the Dead. Dad was talking about macking things, right? He was talking about Mum. Suddenly the moaning seemed colder. The fire pit sputtered in the wind coming off the river. He wanted to bring Mom back from the dead. I said. But that's crazy. Amos hesitated. It would be dangerous. Inadvisable. Foolish. But not crazy. Your father is a powerful magician. If, in fact, that is what he was after, he might have accomplished it, using the power of Osiris. I stared at Sadie. You're actually buying this? You saw the magic at the museum. The fiery bloke. Dad summoned something from the stone. Yeah, I said, thinking of my dream. But that wasn't Osiris, was it? No, Amos said. Your father got more than he bargained for. He did release the spirit of Osiris. In fact, I think he successfully joined with the we joined with. Amos held up his hand. Another long conversation. For now, let's just say he drew the power of Osiris into himself. But he never got the chance to use it because, according to what Sadie has told me, it appears that Julius released 5 gods from the Rosetta Stone. 5 gods who were all trapped together. I glanced at Sadie. You told him everything. He's going to help us, Kaner. I wasn't quite ready to trust this guy, even if he was our uncle, but I decided I didn't much choice. Okay, yeah, I said. The fiery guy said something like you released all 5. What did he mean? Amos sipped his coffee. The faraway look on his face reminded me of my dad. I don't want to scare you. Too late. The gods of Egypt are very dangerous. For the last 2,000 years or so, we magicians have spent much of our time binding and banishing them whenever they appear. In fact, our most important law, issued by Chief Lector Iskandar in Roman times, forbids unleashing the gods or using their power. Your father broke that law once before. Sadie's face paled. Does this have something to do with Mum's death? Cleopatra's needle in it has everything to do with that, Sadie. They thought they were doing something good. They took a terrible risk, and it cost your mother her life. Your father took the blame. He was exiled, I suppose you would say banished. He was forced to move around constantly because the house monitored his activities. They feared he would continue, as indeed he did. I thought the times Dad would look over his shoulder as he copied some ancient inscriptions, or I'd me up at 3 or 4 in the morning and insist it was time to change hotels, or warn me not to in his work bag or copy certain pictures from old temple walls as if our lives depended on it. Is that why you never came round? Sadie asked Amos. Because Dad was banished. The house forbade me to see him. I love Julius it hurt me to stay away from my brother, and from you children. But I could not see you until last night, when I simply had no choice but to try to help. Julius has been obsessed with finding Osiris for years. He was consumed with grief because of what happened to your mother. When I learned that Julius was about to break the law again, to try to set things right, I had to stop him. A second offense would be meant a death sentence. Unfortunately, I failed. I should have known he was too. I looked down at my plate. My food had gotten cold. Muffin leaped onto the table and nabbed against my hand. When I didn't object, she started eating my bacon. Last night at the museum, I said, the girl with the knife, the man with the forked beard, they were magicians from the House of Life. Yes, Amos said. Keeping an eye on your father. You are fortunate they let you go. The girl wanted to kill us, I remembered. But the guy with the beard said, not yet. They don't kill unless it is absolutely necessary, Amos said. They will wait to see if you are a threat. Why would we be a threat? Sadie demanded. We children. The summoning wasn't our idea. Amos pushed away his plate. There is a reason you two were raised separately. Because the Faust's dad to court, I said matter-of-factly. And Dad lost. It was much more than that, Amos said. The house insisted you be separated. Your father wanted to keep you both, even though he knew how dangerous it was. Sadie looked like she'd been smacked between the eyes. He did. Of course. But the house intervened and made sure your grandparents got custody of you, Sadie. If you and Kaner were raised together, you could very powerful. Perhaps you have already sensed changes over the past day. I thought the surges of strength I'd feeling, and the way Sadie suddenly seemed to know how to read ancient Egyptian. Then I thought of something you and further back, your 6th birthday, I told Sadie. The cake, she said immediately, the memory passing between us like an electric spark at Sadie's 6th birthday party, the last one we shared as a family. Sadie and I had a huge argument. I don't what it was about. I think I wanted to blow out the candles for her. We stand yelling. She grabbed my shirt. I pushed her. I remember Dad rushing toward us, trying to intervene, but before he could, Sadie's birthday cake exploded. Icing splattered the walls, our parents, the faces of Sadie's little 6-year-old friends. Dad and Mom separated us. They sent me to my later. They said we must have hit the cake by accident as we were fighting, but I knew we hadn't. Something much weirder had made it explode, as if it had responded to our anger. I remembered Sadie crying with a chunk of cake on her forehead, an upside-down candle stuck to the ceiling with its wick still burning, and an adult visitor, one of my parents' friends, his glasses speckled with white frosting. I tummed to Amos. That was you. You were at Sadie's party. Vanilla icing, he recalled. Very tasty, but it was clear even then that you two would difficult to raise in the same household. And so? I faltered. What happens to us now? I didn't even to admit it, but I couldn't stand the thought of being separated from Sadie again. She wasn't much, but she was all I had. You must be trained properly, Amos said, whether the house approves or not. Why wouldn't they approve? I asked. I will explain everything, don't worry. But we must start your lessons if we are to stand any chance of finding your father and putting things right. Otherwise the entire world is in danger. If we only knew where Phoenix, I blurted out. Amos stared at me. What? Last night I not a dream, exactly. I felt stupid, but I told him what had happened while I slept. Judging from Amos's expression, the news was even worse than I thought. You're sure? He said. Birthday present, he asked. Yeah, but what does that mean? And a permanent host, Amos said. He didn't one yet. Well, that's what the rooster-footed guy said. That was a demon, Amos said. A minion of chaos. And if demons are coming through to the mortal world, we don't have much time. This is bad, very bad. LF you live in, I said. Carter, our enemy won't stop in Phoenix. If he's grown so powerful, so did he say about the storm, exactly. He said, I will summon the greatest storm ever known. Amos scowled. The last time he said that, he created the Sahara. A storm that large could destroy non-America, generating enough chaos energy to give him an almost invincible form. L% at are you talking about? Is this guy? Amos waved away the question. More important right now, why didn't you sleep with the head? I shrugged. It was uncomfortable. I looked at Sadie for support. You didn't use it, did you? Sadie rolled her eyes. Well, of course I did. It was obviously there for a reason. Sometimes I really hate my sister. Oh, that's my foot. Carter, Amos said, sleep is dangerous. It's a doorway into the do-it_lovely, Sadie grumbled. Another strange ORD. Sorry, Amos said. The do-it is the world of spirits and magic. It exists the whacking world like a vast ocean, with many layers and regions. We submerged just under its surface last night to reach New York, because travel through the do-it is much faster. Kaner, your consciousness also passed through its shallowest currents as you slept, which is how you witnessed what happened in Plernix_. Fortunately, you survived that experience. But the deeper you go into the do-it, the more horrible things you encounter, and the more difficult it is to return. There are entire realms filled with demons, palaces where the gods exist in their pure forms, so powerful their mere presence would burn a human to ashes. There are prisons that hold beings of unspeakable evil, and some chasms so deep and chaotic that not even the gods dare explore them. Now that your powers are stirring, you must not sleep without protection, or you yourself open to attacks from the do-it or unintended jummies through it. The headrest is enchanted, to keep your consciousness enshawed to your body. You mean I actually did? My mouth tasted like metal. Could he have killed me? Amos's expression was grave. The fact that your soul can travel like that means you are progressing faster than I thought, faster than should be possible. If the Red Lord had noticed you, the Red Lord. Sadie said. That's the fiery bloke. Amos rose. L must find out more. We can't simply wait for him to find you. And if he releases the storm on his birthday, at the height of his powers, you mean you going to Plernix? I could barely get the words out. Amos, that fiery man defeat Dad like his magic was a joke. Now he's got demons, and he's getting stronger, and you 11. Be killed. Amos gave me a dry smile, like he'd already weighed the dangers and didn't need a reminder. His expression reminded me painfully of Dad's. Don't count your uncle out so quickly, Kaner. Got some magic of my own. Besides, I must see what is happening for myself if we to have any chance at saving your father and stopping the Red Lord. I 11 quick and Carol_ just stay here, Muffin. I will guard you. I blinked. The cat will guard us? You can't just leave us here. W had about our training _Ilman. I return, Amos promised. Don't worry, the mansion is protected. Just do not leave. Do not be tricked into opening the door for anyone. And whatever happens, do not go into the library. I absolutely forbid it. I will be back by sunset. Before we could protest, Amos walked calmly to the edge of the terrace and jumped. No. Sadie screamed. We ran to the railing and over. Below was 100-foot drop into the East River. There was no sign of Amos. He simply vanished. Philip of Macedonia splashed in his pool. Muffin rode onto the railing and insisted we pet her. We were alone in a strange mansion with a crocodile, and a weird cat. And apparently, the entire world was in danger. I looked at Sadie. What do we do now? She crossed her arms. Well, that's obvious, isn't it? We explore the library, the Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 7. One drop a little man on his head. Honestly, Carter is so thick sometimes one can't believe we're related. I mean, when someone says I forbid it, that's a sign it's worth doing. I made for the library straight away. Hold on. Carter cried. You can't just, brother dear, I said. Did your soul leave your body again? Ivy while Amos was talking, or did you actually hear him? Egyptian gods real. Red Lord bad. Red Lord's birthday, very soon, very bad. House of Life, fussy old magicians who hate our family because Dad was a bit of a rebel, whom by the way you could take a lesson from. Which leaves us, just us, with Dad missing, an evil god about to destroy the world, and an uncle who just jumped off the building, and I can't actually blame him. I took a breath. Yes, Carter, I do have to breathe occasionally. Am I missing anything? Oh, yes, I also have a brother who is supposedly quite powerful from an ancient bloodline, blah, blah, etc., but is afraid to visit a library. Now, coming or not? Kaner blinked as if I'd just hit him, which I suppose I had in a way. I just ____, he faltered. I just think we should be careful. I realized the poor boy was quite scared, which I couldn't hold against him, but it did startle me. Kaner was my big brother, after all, older, more sophisticated, the one who traveled the world with Dad. Big brothers are the ones who are supposed to pull their punches. Little sisters, well, we should be able to hit as hard as we like, shouldn't we? But I realized that possibly, just possibly, I'd been a bit harsh with him. Look, I said. We need to help Dad, yes. There's got to be some powerful stuff in that library, otherwise Amos wouldn't keep it locked up. You do want to help Dad? Kaner shifted uncomfortably course. Well, that was one problem sorted, so we headed for the library. But as soon as Quill saw what we were up to, he scrambled off the sofa with his basketball and jumped in front of the library doors. New baboons were so speedy. He barked at us, and I have to say have enormous fangs. And they're not any prettier when they've been chewing up exotic pink birds. Kaner tried to reason with him. Cuff, we're not going to steal anything. We just want Ak. Quill dribbled his basketball angrily. Carter, I said, you're not helping. Look here, Quill _I held up a little yellow box of cereal I'd taken from the buffet table. Cheerios. Ends with an O_Yumsies. Ak. Quill grunted, more excited now than angry. Want it? I coaxed. Just take it to the couch and pretend you didn't see us, yes. I threw the cereal towards the couch, and the baboon lunged after it. He the box in midair and was so excited, he ran straight up the wall and sat on the fireplace mantel, where he began gingerly picking out Cheerios and eating them one at a time. Kaner looked at me with grudging admiration. How did some of us think ahead? Now, let's open these doors. That was not so easily done. They were made of thick, laced with giant steel chains and pad ilk ked. Complete. Kaner stepped forward. He tried to raise the doors by lifting his hand, which had been quite impressive the MGHT before, only now accomplished nothing. He shook the chains the old-fashioned way, then yanked on the padlocks. No good, he said. Ice needles tingled on the back of my neck. It was almost as if someone or something was with an idea in my head. What was that word Amos used at breakfast with the saucer? Forjoin. Carter said. Hinem or something. No, the other one, for destroy. Haughty _ but you need to know magic and the hieroglyphics, you aldn't you. And even then I raised my hand toward the door. I pointed with two fingers and my thumb, and gesture I'd never made like a make-believe gun except with the thumb parallel to the ground. Hot. Bright gold hieroglyphs bummed against the largest padlock and they exploded. Carter hit the floor as chains shattered and splinters flew all over the great room. When the dust cleared, Carter got up, in wood shavings. I seemed to be fine. Muffin circled my feet, mewing contentedly, as if this were all very non-null. Kaner stared at me. How exactly don't know, I admitted. But the library's open. Think you overdid it a little? We're going to be in so much trouble too, we'll just figure out a way to zap the door back, won't we? No more zapping, please, too, Carter said. That explosion could have killed us, so, do you think if you tried that spell on a person? No. He stepped back nervously. I felt gratified that I could make him squirm, but I tried not to smile. Let's just explore the library, shall we? The truth was, I couldn't have hotty at anyone. As I stepped forward, I felt so faint that I almost collapsed. Kaner caught me as I stumbled. You okay? Fine, I managed, though I didn't feel fine. I'm tired, my stomach famished. You just ate a huge breakfast, it was true, but I felt as if I hadn't had food in weeks. Never mind, I told him. 1 foot 11 inches. Manage. Kaner studied me skeptically. Those hieroglyphs you created were golden. Dad and Amos both used blue. Why? Maybe everyone has his own color, I suggested. Maybe you'll get hot pink. Very funny. Come on, pink wizard, I said. Inside we go. The library was so amazing, I almost forgot my dizziness. It was bigger than I'd imagined, a round chamber sunk deep into solid rock, like a giant well. This didn't make sense, as the mansion was sitting on top of a warehouse, but then nothing else about the place was exactly normal. From the platform where we stood, a staircase descended 3 stories to the bottom floor. The walls, floor, and domed ceiling were all decorated with multicolored pictures of people, gods, and monsters. I'd seen such illustrations in Dad's, yes, alright, sometimes when I was in the Piccadilly bookshop I'd wander into the Egypt section and sneak a look at Dad's just to feel some connection to him, not because I wanted to read them, but the pictures in the books had always been faded and smudged. These in the library looked newly painted, mocking the entire room a work of art. It's beautiful, I said. A blue starry sky glittered on the ceiling, but it wasn't a solid field of blue. Rather, the sky was painted in a strange swirling pattern. I realized it was shaped like a woman. She lay curled on her side, her body, arms, and legs dark blue and dotted with stars. Below, the library floor was done in a similar way, the green and brown earth shaped into a man's body, dotted forests and hills and cities. A river snaked across his chest. The library had no books. Not even bookshelves. Instead, the walls were honey-combed with round cubby holes, each one holding a son of plastic cylinder. At each of the 4 compass points, a Sararnic statue stood on a pedestal. The statues were half-size humans wearing kilts and sandals, with glossy black wedge-shard haircuts and black eyeliner around their eyes. Carter says the eyeliner stuff is called kohl, as if it matters. At any rate, one statue held a stylus and scroll. Another held a shan, staff. The last was empty-handed. Sadie. Carter pointed to the center of the room. Sitting on a long stone table was Dad's work bag. Kaner started down the stairs, but I grabbed his arm. Hang on. What about traps? He frunet traps. Didn't Egyptian tombs have traps? Well sometimes but this isn't a tomb. Besides, more often they had curses, like the burning curse, the donkey curse too. Oh, lovely, that sounds so much better. He trotted down the steps, which made me feel quite ridiculous, as I'm usually the one to forge ahead. But I supposed if someone had to get cursed with a burning skin rash or attacked by a magical donkey, it was better Carter than me. We made it to the middle of the room with no excitement. Kaner opened the bag. Still no traps or curses. He brought out the strange box Dad had used in the British Museum. It was made of and the right size to hold a loaf of French bread. The lid was decorated much like the library, with gods and monsters and sideways walking people. How did the Egyptians move like that? I wondered. All sideways with their arms and legs out, it seems quite silly. Kaner gave me one of his your stupid looks. They didn't walk like that in real life, Sadie. Well, why are they painted like that, then? They thought paintings were like magic. If you painted yourself, you had to show all your arms and legs. Otherwise, in the afterlife you might be rebum all your pieces. Then why the sideways faces? They never straight at you dkrsnt, that mean they'll lose the other side of their face. Kaner hesitated. I think they were afraid the picture you'd be too human if it was looking right at you. It might fry to you. So is there anything they weren't afraid ot? Little sisters, Kaner said. If they talked much, the Egyptians threw them to the he had me for a second. I wasn't used to him displaying a sense of humor then I punched him. Just open the bloody box. The first thing he pulled out was a lump of white gunk. Wax, Carter pronounced. Fascinating. I picked up a 0010 stylus and a palette with small indentations in its surface for ink, then a few glass jars of the ink itself, black, red, and gold. And a prehistoric painting set. Kaner pulled out several lengths of brown twine, a small ebony cat statue, and a thick roll of paper. No, not paper. Papyrus. I remembered Dad explaining how the Egyptians made it from a river plant because they never invented paper. The stuff was so thick and rough, it made me wonder if the poor Egyptians had to use toilet papyrus. If so, no wonder they walked sideways. Finally I pulled out a wax figurine. Ew, I said. He was a tiny man, crudely fashioned, as if the maker had been in a hurry. His arms were crossed over his chest, his mouth was open, and his legs were cut off at the knees. A lock of human hair was wrapped round his waist. Muffin jumped on the table and sniffed the little man. She seemed to think him quite interesting. There's nothing here, Carter said. L% at do you want? I asked. We've got wax, some toilet papyrus, an ugly statue too, something to explain what to Dad. How do we get him back? Who was that fiery man he summoned? I held up the wax. Ma'am, you heard him, warty little troll. Tell us what you know. I was just messing about. But the wax man, soft and warm like flesh. He said, I answer thee. I screamed and him on his tiny head. Well, can you blame me? All he said. Muffin came over to have a sniff and the little man started cursing in another language, possibly ancient Egyptian. Ilman, that didn't work, he screeched in English, go away. I'm not a mouse. I scooped up Muffin and put her on. The Kaner's face had gone as soft and waxy as the little man's. What are? He asked. TM Shapti, of course. The figurine rubbed his dented head. He's still quite lumpish, only now he was a living lump. Master calls me Doughboy, though I find the name insulting. You may call me Supreme Force who crushes his enemies. All right, Doughboy, I said. He scowled at me, I think, though it was hard to tell with his mashed up face. You weren't supposed to trigger me. Only the master. That the master, meaning Dad, I guessed. Julius Cain. That's him, Doughboy grumbled. Are we done yet? Have I Alfie 1-1 at my service? Kaner stared at me blankly, but I thought I was beginning to understand. So, Doughboy, I told the lump. You were triggered when I picked you up and gave you a direct order. Tell us what you know. Is that correct? Doughboy crossed his stubby arms. You're just toying with me now. Of course that's correct. Only the master is to be able to trigger me, by the way. I don't know how you did it, but he'll blast you to pieces when he finds out. Kaner cleared his throat. Doughboy, the master is our dad, and he's missing. He's been magically sent away somehow and we need your help. Master is gone. Doughboy smiled so widely, I thought his wax face would split open. Free at last. See you, suckers. He lunged for the end-off table but forgot he had no feet. He landed on his face, then began crawling toward the edge, dragging himself with his hands. Free. Free. He fell off the table and onto the floor with a thud, but that didn't seem to discourage him. Free. Free. He made it another centimeter or two before I picked him up and threw him in Dad's magic box. Doughboy tried to get out, but the box was just tall enough that he couldn't reach the rim. I wondered if it had designed that way. Trapped, he wailed. Trapped. Oh, shut up, I told him. I'm the mistress now. And you'll answer my questions. Kana raised his eyebrow. How come you get to be in charge? Because I was smart enough to activate him. You were just joking around. I ignored my brother, which is one of my many talents. Now, Doughboy, first off, what's a Shapti? Will you let me out of the box if I tell you? You have to tell me, I pointed out. And no, I won't, he sighed. Shapti means answerer, as even the stupidest slave could tell you. Kana snapped his fingers. I know. The Egyptians made MC and LS out of wax or clay servants to do every kind of job they could imagine in the afterlife. They were supposed to come to life when their master called, so the deceased person could, kick back and relax and let the Shapti do all his work for eternity. First, Doughboy snipped, that is typical of humans. Lazing around while we do all the work. Second, afterlife work is only one action of Shapti. We are also used by magicians for a great number of things in this life, because magicians would be total without us. Third, if you know so much, why are you asking me? Why did Dad cut off your legs, I wondered, and leave you with a mouth? Doughboy clapped his little hands over his mouth. Oh, very funny. Threaten the wax statue. Big bully. He cut my legs off so I wouldn't run away or come to life in perfect form and try to kill him, naturally. Magicians are very mean. They maim statues to control them. They are afraid of us. Would you come to life and try to kill him, had he made you perfectly? Probably, Doughboy admitted. Are we done? Not by half, I said. What happened to our dad? Doughboy shrugged. How should I know? But I see his wand and staff aren't in the box. No, Carter said, the staff, the thing that turned into a snake, it got incinerated. And the boomerang thing. The boomerang thing. Doughboy said. Gods of Itmal Egypt, you're dense. Of course that's his, it got shattered, I said. Tell me how, Doughboy demanded. Kana told him the story. I wasn't sure that was the best idea, but I supposed a 10-centimeter tall statue couldn't do us that much harm. This is wonderful. Doughboy cried. Why? I asked. Is Dad still alive? No. Doughboy said. He's almost certainly dead. The 5 gods of the demon days released? Wonderful. And anyone who duels with the Red Lord, wait, I said. I order you to tell me what happened. Hal, Doughboy said, I only have to tell you what I know. Making educated guesses is a completely different task. I declare my service. Alfie 1-1 Ed. With that, he tumbled back to lifeless Ivax. Wait. I picked him up, Agam and him. Tell me your educated guesses. Nothing happened. Maybe he's got a timer, Kana said. Like only once a day. Or you broke him. Carter, make a helpful suggestion. What do we do now? He looked at the 4 ceramic statues on their pedestals. Maybe other Shapti. Worth a shot. If the statues were answerers, they weren't very at it. We tried holding them while giving them orders, though they were quite heavy. We tried at them and shouting. We tried asking nicely. They gave us no answers at all. I grew so frustrated I wanted to hot them into a million pieces, but I was still so hungry and tired, I had the feeling that spell would not be good for my health. Finally we decided to check the cubby holes round the walls. The plastic cylinders were the kind you might find at a drive-through bank, the kind that shoot up and down the pneumatic tubes. Inside each case was a papyrus scroll. Some looked new. Some looked thousands of years old. Each canister was labeled in hieroglyphs and, fortunately, in English. The book oft heavenly cow, Kana read on one. What kind of name is that? What ve you got, the heavenly badger? No, I said. The book of slaying Apophis. Muffin meowed in the comber when I looked over, her tail was puffed up. Wrong ith her? I asked. Apophis was a giant snake monster, Kana muttered he was bad news. Muffin tummed and raced up the stairs, back into the great room. Cats? No accounting for them. Kana opened another scroll. Sadie, look at this. He'd found a papyrus that was quite long, and most of the text on it seemed to be lines of hieroglyphs _ can you read any of this? Carter asked. I frowned at the writing, and the odd thing was, I couldn't read it except for one line at the top. Only that bit where the title should be. It says, _blood oft great house. What that mean? Great house, Kana mused. What do the words sound like in Egyptian? _o, it's Pharaoh, isn't it? But I thought a pharaoh was a king. It is, Kana said. The word literally means great house, like the king's mansion. Sort of like referring to the president as the house. So here it probably means more like blood of the pharaohs, all of them, the whole lineage of all the dynasties, not just one guy. So why do I care about the pharaoh's blood, and why can't I read any of the rest? Kana stared at the lines. Suddenly his eyes widened. Their names. They're all written inside cartouches. Excuse me? I asked, because cartouche sounded like a rather rude word, and I pride myself on knowing those. The circles, Kana explained. They symbolize magic ropes. They're supposed to protect the holder of the name from evil magic. He eyed me. And possibly also from other magicians reading their names. Oh, you re-mental, I said. But I looked at the lines, and saw what he meant. All the other words were protected by cartouches, and I couldn't make sense of them. Sadie, Carter said, his voice urgent. He pointed to a cartouche at the very end of the list, the last entry in what looked to be a catalog of thousands. Inside the circle were two simple symbols, a basket and a wave. KN, Carter announced. I know this one. It's our Narn, Kane, missing a few letters, isn't it? Kana his head. Egyptians usually didn't use tight vowels. Only consonants. To figure out the vowel sounds from context, they really were nutters _ so that could be con or icon or ni or akne. It could be, Kana agreed. But it's our name, Kane. I asked Dad to write it for me in hieroglyphs once, and that's how he did it. But why are we in this list? And what is blood of the pharaohs? That icy tingle started on the back of my neck. What Amos had said, about both sides of our family being very ancient. Carter's eyes met mine, and judging from his expression, he was having the same thought. There's no way, I protested. Must be some kind of joke, too, he agreed. Nobody keeps family records that far back. I swallowed, my throat suddenly very dry. So many odd things had happened to us in the last day, but it was only when I saw our name in that book that I finally began to believe all this mad Egyptian stuff was real. Gods, magicians, monsters. And our family was tied into it. Ever since breakfast, when it to me that Dad had been trying to bring Mum back from the dead, a horrible emotion had been trying to take hold of me. And it wasn't dread. Yes, the whole idea was creepy, much creepier than the shrine my grandparents kept in the hall cupboard to my dead mother. And yes, I told you I try not to live in the past, and nothing could change the fact that my mum was gone. But I'm a liar. The truth was, I'd had one dream ever since I was 6, to see my mum again. To actually get to know her, talk to her, go shopping, do anything. Just be with her once so I could have a better memory to hold on to. The feeling I was trying to shake was hope. I knew I was setting myself up for colossal hurt. But if it really were possible to bring her back, then I would be blown up any number of Rosetta Stones to make it happen. Let's keep looking, I said. After a few more minutes, I found a picture of some of animal-headed gods, 5 in a row, with a starry woman figure arching over them protectively like an umbrella. Dad had released 5 gods. Carter, I called. L% at's this, then. He came to have a look and his eyes lit up. That's it, he announced. These up here, their mother, Nut _ I laughed. A goddess named Nut? Is her last name Case? Very funny, Kaner said. She was the goddess of the sky. He pointed to the painted ceiling, the lady with the blue star-spangled skin, same as in the scroll. So what her? I asked. Kaner knit his eyebrows. Something the demon days. It had to do with the birth of these 5 gods, but it's been a long time since Dad told me the story. This whole scroll is written in hieratic, I think. That's like hieroglyph cursive. Can you read it? I shook my head. Apparently, my particular brand of insanity only applied to regular hieroglyphs. I wish I could find the story in English, Carter said. Just then there was a cracking noise behind us. The empty-handed clay statue hopped off his pedestal and marched towards us. Carter and I scrambled to get out of his way, but he walked straight past us, grabbed a cylinder from its cubbyhole and brought it to Kaner. It's a retrieval shapti, I said. A clay librarian. Kaner swallowed aloud nervously and took the cylinder. The statue marched back to his pedestal, jumped on, and hardened again into regular clay. I wonder _____. I faced the shapti _ sandwich and chips, please. Sadly, none of the statues jumped down to serve me. Perhaps food wasn't allowed in the library. Kaner uncapped the cylinder and unrolled the papyrus. He sighed with relief. This version is in English. As he scanned the text, his frown got deeper. You don't look happy, I noticed, because I remember the story now. The 5 gods. If Dad really released them, it isn't news. Hang on, I said. Start from the beginning. Kaner took a shaky breath. Okay. So the Skynuts was married to the Earth GCD Geb _ that would be this chap on the floor. I tapped my on the big green man with the river and hills and forests all over his body. Right, Carter said. Anyway, Geb and Nut wanted to have kids, but the king of the GCDS, he was the sun god, heard this bad prophecy that a child of Nut, child of Nuvi. I snickered. Sorry, go on. A child of Geb and Nut would one day replace as king. So when learned that Nut was pregnant, freaked out. He forbade Nut to give birth to her children on any day or night of the I crossed my arms. So what, she had to stay pregnant forever? That's awfully mean. Kaner his head. Nut figured out a way. She set up a game of dice with the god, cons _ every time cons lost, he had to give Nut some of his moonlight. He lost so many times, Nut won enough moonlight to create new days and tag them on to the end of the year. Oh, please, I said. First, how can you gamble moonlight? And if you did, how could you make extra days out of it? It's a story. Kaner protested. Anyway, the Egyptian calendar had 360 days in the year, just like the 360 degrees in a circle. Nut created 5 days and added them to the end of the year, days that were not part of the regular year. The demon days, I guessed. So the myth explains why a year has 365 days. And I suppose she had her children during those 5 days, Carter agreed. 1 kid per day again. How do you 5 children in a row, each on a different day? They're gods, Kaner said. They can do stuff like that. Makes as much sense as the name Nut _ but please, go on. So when found out, he was furious, but it was late. The children were already, their names were Osiris II, the one Dad was after. Then Hams, Set, Isis, and, ____. Carter consulted his scroll. Nephthys. I always forget that one. And the fiery man in the museum said, You have released all 5. Exactly. What if they were imprisoned together and Dad didn't realize it? They were bombed together, so maybe they had to be summoned back into the world together. The thing is, one of these guys, Set, was a really bad dude. Like, the villain of Egyptian mythology. The god of evil and chaos and decent storms. I shivered. Did he perhaps have something to do with fire? Kaner pointed to one of figures in the picture. The god had an animal head, but I couldn't quite make out which sort of animal. Dog? Anteater? Evil bunny rabbit? Hikurit Vas, his hair and his clothes were bright red. The Red Lord, I said. Sadie, there's more, too, Carter said. Those days, the demon days, were bad luck in ancient Egypt. You had to be careful, wear good luck charms, and not do anything important or dangerous on those days. And in the British Museum, Dad told Set, they'll stop you before the demon days are over. Surely you don't think he meant us, I said. We're supposed to stop the Set character. Kaner Nadekel, and if the last 5 days of our calendar year still count as the Egyptian demon days, they start on December 27th, the day after tomorrow. The Shapti seemed to be staring at me expectantly, but I had not the slightest idea what to do. Demon days and evil bunny gods. If I heard one more impossible thing, my head would explode. And the worst of it? The little insistent voice in the back of my head saying, it's not impossible. To save Dad, we must defeat Set. As if that had been on my to-do list for Christmas hauls. _see Dad check. Develop strange powers check. Defeat an evil god of chaos check. The whole idea was mad. Suddenly there was a loud crash, as if something had broken in the great room. Clow began barking in alarm. Kaner and I locked eyes, then we ran for the stairs. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 8. Muffin plays with knives. Our Bobk, and was going completely sky goddess, which is to say, nuts. He swung from column to column, bouncing along the balconies, overturning pots and statues. Then he ran back to the terrace windows, stared outside for a moment, and proceeded to go berserk again. Muffin was also at the window. She crouched on all fours with her tail twitching as if she were stalking a bird. Perhaps it's just a passing flamingo, I suggested happily, but I'm not sure. Kaner could hear me over the screaming baboon. We ran to the glass. At first I didn't see any problem. Then water exploded from the end. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest. 2 enormous creatures, most definitely not flamingos, were thrashing about with our Philip of Macedonia. I couldn't make out what they were, only that they were fighting Philip 2 against 1. They under the boiling water, and Kufa ran screaming through the great room again, bonking himself on the head with his empty Chifios box, which I must say was not particularly helpful. Long necks, Carter said incredulously. Sadie, did you see those things? I couldn't find an answer. Then one of the creatures was thrown out of the pool. It slammed into the doors right in front of us, and I jumped back in alarm. On the other side of the glass was the most terrifying animal I'd ever seen. Its body was like a leopard's, lean and sine vvy, with golden streaks. Its neck was completely wrong. It was green and scaly and at least as long as the rest of its body. It had a cat's head, but no normal cat's. When it turned its glowing red eyes towards us, it howled, showing a forked tongue and fangs dripping with green venom. I realized my legs were shaking and I was making a very undignified whimpering sound. The cat serpent jumped back into the pool to join its companion in beating up Philip, who spun and snippered but seemed unable to hurt his attackers. We have to help Philip, I cried. He'll be killed. I reached for the handle, but Muffin growled at me. Kaner said, Sadie, no. You heard Amos. We can't open the doors for any reason. The house is protected by magic. Philip will have to beat them on his own_but Ivy hat if he can't. Philip. The old crocodile turned. For a second his pink reptilian eye on me as if he could sense my concern. Then the cat snakes bit at his underbelly and Philip rose up so that only the tip of his tail still touched the water. His body began to glow. A low hum filled the air, like an airplane engine starting up. When Philip came down, he slammed into the terrace with all his might. The entire house shook. Cracks appeared in the concrete terrace outside, and the swimming pool split right down the middle as the far end crumbled into empty space. "No!" I cried. But the edge of the terrace ripped free, plunging Philip and the monsters straight into the East River. My whole body began to tremble. He sacrificed himself. He killed the monsters. Sadie. Carter's voice was faint. What if he didn't? LV/had if they come back. Don't say that. I recognized them, Sadie, those creatures. Come on. L% I demanded, but he ran straight back to the library. Kaner marched up to the Shapti who'd helped us before. Bring me what's it called? L% I asked. Something Dad showed me. It's a big stone plate or something. Had a picture of the first pharaoh, the guy who united Upper and Lower Egypt into one kingdom. His name. His eyes lit up. Narmer. Brmg me the Narmer plate. Nothing happened. No, Carter decided, not a plate. It was __one of those things that holds paint. A palette. Bring me the Narmer palette. The empty-handed Shapti didn't move, but across the statue with the little hook came to life. He jumped off his pedestal and disappeared in a cloud of dust. A heartbeat later, he reappeared, and the table at his feet was a wedge of flat gray stone, shard like a shield and about as long as my forearm. No. Kaner protested. I meant a picture of it. Oh great, I think this is the real artifact. The Shapti must have stolen it from the Cairo Museum. We've got to return to. Hang on, I said. We might as well have a look. The surface of the stone was carved with the picture of a man smashing another man in the face with what looked like a spoon. That's Narmer with the, I guessed. Angry, the other bloke stole his breakfast. Sir Kaner his head. He's conquering his enemies and uniting Egypt. See his hat? That's the crown of Lower Egypt, the two countries united. The bit that like a bowling pin. You're impossible, too. Carter grumbled. He like Dad, doesn't he? Sadie, be serious. I aren't serious. Look at his profile. Kaner decided to ignore me. He examined the stone like he was afraid to touch it. I need to see the back, but I don't want to turn it over. We might damage. I grabbed the stone and flipped it over. Sadie. You could have broken it. That's what men's spells are for, yes. We examined the back of the stone, and I had to admit I was impressed by Kaner's memory. Two cat snake monsters stood in the center of the palette, their necks entwined. On either side, Egyptian men with ropes were trying to capture the creatures. They're called serpopards, Carter said. Serpent leopards. Fascinating, I said. But you had are serpopards. No one knows exactly. Dad thought they were creatures of chaos. Very bad news, and they've been around forever. This stone is one of the oldest artifacts from Egypt. Those pictures were carved 5,000 years ago. So why are 5,000-year-old monsters attacking our house? Last night, in Phoenix, the fiery man ordered his servants to capture us. He said to send the long necks first. I had a metallic taste in my mouth, and I wished I hadn't chewed my last piece of gum. Thing there at the of the East River. Just then Kufi_El Mished into the library, screaming and slapping his head. Suppose I shouldn't said that, I muttered. Kaner told the Shapti to redeem the Narmer palette, and statue and stone disappeared. Then we followed the baboon upstairs. The serpopards were back, they're wet and slimy from the river, and they weren't happy. They prowled the broken ledge of the terrace, their snake necks whipping round as they sniffed the doors, looking for a way in. They spit poison that steamed and bubbled on the glass. Their forked tongues darted in and out. Ack, ack. Quao picked up Muffin, who was sitting on the sofa, and offered me the cat. I really don't think that will help, I told him. Ack. Quao insisted. Neither Muffin nor cat ended in O, so I guessed Kufa was not trying to offer me a snack, but I didn't know what he was on about. I took the cat just to shut him up. And fro. Muffin up at me. It'll be alright, I promised, trying not to sound scared out of my mind. The house is protected by magic. Sadie, Carter said they found something. The Serpopards had converged at the left-hand door and were intently sniffing the handle. Isn't it ill-ked? I asked. Both monsters smashed their ugly faces against the glass. The door shuddered. Blue hieroglyphs glowed along the but their light was faint. I don't like this, Carter murmured. I prayed that the monsters would give up. Or that perhaps Philip of Macedonia would climb back to the terrace, do crocodiles climb, and renew the fight. Instead, the monsters smashed their heads against the glass again. This time a web of cracks appeared _ the blue hieroglyphs flickered and died. Ack! Quao screamed. He waved his hand vaguely at the cat. Maybe if I try the hot spell, I said. Kaner his head. You almost fainted after you blew up those. I don't want you passing out, or worse. Kaner once again surprised me _ he tugged a strange sword from one of Amos's wall displays. The blade had an odd crescent moon curve and looked horribly impractical. You can't be serious, I said. Unless you've got a better idea, he stammered, his face with irspirtlan _ it's me, you, and the against those things. I'm sure Kaner was trying to be brave in his own extremely way, but he was shaking worse than I was. If anyone was going to pass out, I feared it would be him, and I didn't fancy him doing that while holding a sharp object. Then the Serpopards struck a third time, and the door shattered. We backed up to the foot of Thotha's statue as the creatures stalked into the great room. Kofi _ threw his basketball, which bounced harmlessly off the first monster's head. Then he launched himself at the Serpopard. Quill, don't! Kaner yelled. But the baboon sank his fangs into the monster's neck. The Serpopard lashed around, trying to bite him. Quill leaped off, but the monster was quick. It used its head like a bat and smacked poor Ku in midair, sending him straight through the shattered door, over the broken terrace, and into the void _ I wanted to sob, but there wasn't time. The Serpopards came toward us. We couldn't outrun them. Kaner raised his sword. I pointed my hand at the first monster and tried to Sura _ K the hot spell, but my voice stuck in my throat. Anfro! Muffin said, more insistently. Lvhy, was the cat still nestled in my arm and not running away in terror? Then I remembered something Amos had said. Muffin will protect you. Was that what Quill had been trying to remind me? It seemed impossible, but I stammered, Muffin, I order you to protect. I tossed her on the floor. Just for a moment, the silver pendant on her collar seemed to gleam. Then the cat arched her back leisurely, sat down, and began licking a front paw. Well, really, what was I exerting heroics? The two red-eyed monsters bared their fangs. They raised their heads and prepared to strike, and an explosion of dry air blasted through the room. It was so powerful, it knocked Kaner and me to the Serpopards stumbled and backed away. I staggered to my feet and realized that the center of the blast had been Muffin. My cat was no longer there. In her place was a woman small and lithe like a gymnast. Her jet black hair was tied in a ponytail. She wore a skin-tight leopard skin jumpsuit and Muffin's pendant around her neck. She turned and grinned at me, and her eyes were still Muffin's yellow with black feline pupils. About time, she chided. The Serpopards got over their shock and charged the Catwoman. Their heads STMCK with lightning speed. They should have ripped her in two, but the cat lady leaped straight up, flipping 3 times, and landed above them, perched on the mantel. She flexed her wrists, and 2 enormous knives shot from her sleeves into her hands. Han! The monsters charged. She launched herself them, dancing and dodging with incredible grace, letting them lash at her fully while she threaded their necks together. When she stepped away, the Serpopards were hopelessly intertwined. The more they struggled, the tighter the knots became. They trampled back and phone, knocking over furniture and roaring in frustration. Poor things, the Catwoman purred. Let me help. Her knives flashed, and the 12 monsters' heads thudded to the at her feet. Their bodies collapsed and dissolved into enormous piles of sand. So much for my playthings, the woman said sadly. From sand they come, and to sand they re. She turned towards us, and the knives shot back into her sleeves. Carter, Sadie, we should leave, worse will be coming. Kaner made a choking sound. Worse? All in good time. The woman stretched her arms above her head with great satisfaction. So to be in human form again. Now, Sadie, can you open us a door through the duet, please? I blinked. I mean, I don't know how. The woman narrowed her eyes, clearly disappointed. Sharn_ will need more power, them an obelisk. But that's in London, I protested. We can't, there's a nearer one in Central Park. I try to avoid Manhattan, but this is an emergency. We'll just pop over and open a portal. A portal to where? I demanded. Who are you, and why are you my cat? The woman smiled. Tor, now, we just want a portal out of danger. As for my name, it's not Muffin, thank you very much. It's too Bast, Kaner interrupted. You're the symbol of Bast, goddess of cats. I thought it was just decoration. Isn't it? Very good, Carter, Bast said. Now come, while we can still make it out of here. Alawi the Red Pyramid. Carter the Red Pyramid 9. We run from 4 guys in skirts, so, yeah, our cat was a goddess. 4 / hat else is new. She didn't give us much time to talk about it. She ordered me to the library to grab my dad's magic kit, and when I came back I was arguing with Sadie about Kofi_A and Philip. We have to search for them, Sadie insisted. They'll find, too, said Bast. However, we will not be, unless we now. I raised my hand. Excuse me, Miss Goddess Lady? Amos told us the house was safe. Bast snorted. Carter, the defenses were too easily breached. Someone sabotaged them. %. Do you mean? Who to? Only a magician of the house could have done it. Another magician? I asked. Why would another magician want to sabotage Amos's house? Oh, Kaner, Bast sighed. So young, so innocent. Magicians are devious creatures. Could be a million reasons why one would backstab another, but we don't have time to discuss it now. Come on. She grabbed our arms and led us out the front door. She desheathed her knives, but she still had some wicked sharp claws for fingernails that hurt as they dug into my skin. As soon as we stepped outside, the cold wind stung my eyes. We climbed down a long flight of metal stairs into the industrial yard that surrounded the factory. Dad's work bag was heavy on my shoulder. The Kuroed sword ID strapped across my back felt cold against my thin linen clothes. ID started to sweat during the Serpapart attack, and now my perspiration felt like it was turning to ice. I looked around for more monsters, but the yard seemed abandoned. Old construction equipment lay in rusting heaps: a bulldozer, a crane with a wrecking ball, a couple of cement mixers. Piles of sheet metal and stacks of crates made a maze of obstacles between the house and the street a few hundred yards away. We were about halfway across the yard when an old gray tomcat stepped in our path. One of his ears was torn. His left eye was swollen shut. Judging from his scars, he DSRRNT most of his life fighting. Bast crouched and stared at the cat. He up at her calmly. Thank you, Bast said. The old tomcat trotted off toward the river. %. Was that about? Sadie asked. One of my subjects, offering help. He 11 spread the news our predicament. Soon every cat in New York will be on alert. He was so battered, Sadie said. If he's your subject, couldn't you heal him? And take away his marks of honor? A cat's battle scars are part of his identity. I couldn't. Denley. Bast tensed. She dragged us behind a stack of crates. %. Is it? I whispered. Sud. She flexed her ivy wrists and her knife slid into her hands. She peeped over the top of the crates, every muscle in her body trembling. I tried to see what she was looking at, but there was nothing except the old wrecking ball crane. Bass's mouth twitched with excitement. Her eyes were fixed on the huge metal ball. I'd seen kittens look like that when they stalked catnip toy mice, or pieces of string, or mbrno. Bast was an ancient goddess. Surely she wouldn't. This could be it. She shifted her weight. Stay very very still. There's no one there, too, Sadie hissed. I started to say. Bast lunged over the crates. She flew 30 feet through the air, knives flashing, and landed on the wrecking ball with such force that she broke the Heim, the cat goddess, and the huge metal sphere smashed into the dirt and went rolling across the yard. Row! Bast wailed. The wrecking ball rolled straight over her, but she didn't appear huff. She leaped off and Agim, her knife sliced through the metal like wet clay. Within seconds, the wrecking ball was reduced to a mound of scraps. Bast sheathed her blades. Safe now? Sadie and I looked at each other. You saved us from a metal ball, Sadie said. You never know, too, Bast said. It could have been hostile. Just then a deep boom shook the ground. I back at the mansion. Tendrils of blue fire curled from the top windows. Come on, Bast said. Our time is up. I thought maybe she'd whisk us off by magic, or at least hail a taxi. Instead, Bast a silver Lexus convertible. Oh, yes, she purred. I like this one. Come along, children. But this isn't yours, I pointed out. My dear, I'm a cat. Everything I see is mine. She touched the ignition and the keyhole sparked. The engine began to purr. No, Sadie. Not like a cat, like an engine. Bast, I said, you can't just. Sadie elbowed me. We'll work out how to return it later, Carter. Right now got an emergency. She pointed back toward the mansion. Blue flames and smoke now billowed from every window. But that wasn't the scary part. Coming down the stairs were 4 men carrying a large box, like an oversized coffin with long handles sticking out at both ends. The box was covered with a black shroud and looked big enough for at least 2. The 4 men wore only kilts and sandals. Their coppery skin glinted in the sun as if made of metal. Oh, that's bad, Bast said. In the car, please. I decided not to ask questions. Sadie me to the shotgun seat, so I climbed in back. The 4 metallic guys with the box were racing across the yard, coming straight for us at an unbelievable speed. Before I even had my seat belt on, Bast hit the gas. We tore through the streets of Brooklyn, weaving insanely through traffic, riding over sidewalks, narrowly missing pedestrians. Bast jerked me with reflexes that were well, cat-like. Any human trying to drive so fast would have had a dozen ucks, but she got us safely onto the Williamsburg Bridge. I thought for sure we must have lost our pursuers, but when I back, the 4 copper men with the black were weaving in and out of traffic. They appeared to be jogging at a normal pace, but they passed cars that were doing 50. They're blurred like choppy images in an old movie, as if they were out of sync with the regular stream of time. %, are they? I asked. Shapty. No, carriers. Bast glanced in the rearview mirror. Summoned straight from the do-it. They'll stop at nothing to find their victims, throw them in the sedan. The what? Sadie interrupted. The large box, Bast said. It's a kind of carriage. The carriers capture you, beat you senseless, throw you in, and carry you back to their master. They never lose their prey, and they never give. But Ivy Hat, do they want us for? Trust me, Bast growled, you don't even to know. I thought the fiery man last night in Phoenix, how he defried one of his servants into a grease spot. I was pretty sure I didn't want to meet him face to face again. Bast, I said, if you're a goddess, can't you just snap your fingers and disintegrate those guys? Or wave your hand and teleport us away? Wouldn't that be nice? But my power in this host is limited. You mean Muffin? Sadie asked. But you're not a cat anymore. She's still my host, Sadie, my anchor on this side of the duet and a very imperfect one. Your call for help allowed me to assume human shape, but that alone takes a great deal of power. Besides, even you. Hen I am in a powerful host, Set's magic is stronger than mine. Could you please say something I actually understand? I pleaded. Carter, we don't have time for a whole discussion on gods and hosts and the limits of magic. We have to get you to safety. Bast the accelerator and shot up the middle of the bridge. The 4 carriers with the sedan raced after us, blurring the air as they moved, but no cars swerved to avoid them. No one panicked or even looked at them. How can people not see them? I said. Don't they notice 4 copper men in skins running up the bridge with a weird black box? Bast shrugged. Cats can hear many sounds you can't. Some animals see things in the ultraviolet spectrum that are invisible to humans. Magic is similar. Did you notice the mansion ivy when you first arrived? Z and you are born to magic, Bast said. Imagine how hard it would be for a regular mortal. Bomb to magic. I remembered what Amos had said about our family being in the house of life for a long time. If magic, like, runs in the family, why haven't I ever been able to do it before? Bast smiled in the mirror. Your sister understands. Sadie's ears turned red. No, I don't. I still can't believe you're a goddess. All these years, you've been eating crunchy treats, sleeping on my head too. I made a deal with your father. Bast said he let me remain the world as long as I assumed a minor form, a normal house cat, so I could protect and watch over you. It was the least I could do. After she stopped abruptly. A horrible thought occurred to me. My stomach fluttered, and it had nothing to do with how fast we were going. After our mom's death. I guessed. Bast stared straight ahead out the windshield. That's it, isn't it? I said. Dad and Mom did some kind of magic ritual at Cleopatra's Needle. Something went wrong. Our mom died. They released. That's not important right now, Bast said. The point is I agreed to look after Sadie. And I will. She was hiding something. I was sure of it, but her tone made it clear that the subject was closed. LFU gods are so powerful and helpful, I said. Why does the House of Life forbid magicians from summoning you? Bast swerved into the fast lane. Magicians are paranoiacal. Your best hope is to stay with me. We'll get as far away as possible from New York. Then we'll get help and challenge Set L% at help. Sadie asked. Bast raised an eyebrow. Why, we'll summon more gods, of course. The Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 10. Bast goes green. Sadie, stop it. Yeah, I'm getting to that part. Sorry, she keeps trying to distract me by setting fire to my Nevermind. Where was I? We barreled off the Williamsburg Bridge into Manhattan and headed north on Clinton Street. They're still following, Sadie warned. Sure enough, the carriers were only a block behind us, weaving around cars and trampling over sidewalk displays of tourist junk. We'll buy some time. Bast growled deep in her throat, a sound so low and powerful it made my teeth buzz. She yanked the wheel and swerved right onto East Houston. I looked back. Just as the carriers turned the corner, a horde of cats materialized all around them. Some jumped from windows. Some ran from the sidewalks and alleys. Some crawled from the storm drains. All of them converged on the carriers. A wave of oar and claws climbing up their copper legs, scratching their backs, clinging to their faces, and weighing down the sedan box. The carriers stumbled, dropping the box. They began blindly swatting at the cats. 2 cars swerved to avoid the animals and collided, blocking the entire street, and the Camers went down under the mass of angry felines. We turned onto the FDR Drive, and the scene disappeared from view. Nice, I admitted. It on hold them long, Bast said. Now Central Park. Bast ditched the Lexus at the Metropolitan Museum of Old Will MN from here, she said. It's just behind the museum. 4/hen. She said run, she meant it. Sadie and I had to sprint to keep up, and Bast wasn't even breaking a sweat. She didn't stop for little things like hot dog stands or parked cars. Anything under 10 feet tall she leaped over with ease, leaving us to scramble around the obstacles as we could. We ran into the park on the East Drive. As soon as we turned north, the obelisk loomed above us. A little over 70 feet tall, it like an exact copy of the Needle in London. It was tucked away on a grassy hill, so it actually felt isolated, which is hard to achieve in the center of New York. There was no one around except a couple offagers farther down the path. I could hear the traffic behind us on Fifth Avenue, but even that seemed far away. We stopped at the obelisk's base. Bast sniffed the air as if smelling for trouble. Once I was standing still, I realized just how cold I was. The sun was directly overhead, but the wind right through my linen clothes. I wish I'd grabbed something warmer, I muttered. A coat would nice. No, it wouldn't, too, Bast said, scanning the horizon. You're dressed for magic. Sadie shivered. We to freeze to be magical. Magician's animal, Bast said absently. Fur, leather, wool, any of that, the residual life aura can interfere with spells. My seem all right, Sadie noted. Leather, Bast said with distaste. You may have a higher tolerance, so a bit of leather won't both er your magic. I don't know, but linen clothing is always best, or cotton plant material. At any rate, Sadie, I think we're clear for the moment. There's a window of auspicious time starting right now, at 11:30, but it won't last long. Get started. Sadie blinked me. IVHY me? You're the goddess. I'm not good at, Bast said. Cats are protectors. Just control your emotions. Panic or fear will kill a spell. We have to get out of here before Set summons the other gods to his cause. I frowned. You mean Set's god, like other evil gods on speed dial? Bast glanced nervously toward the trees. Evil and good may not be the best way to think of it, Kaner. As a magician, you must think about chaos and order. Those are the forces that control the universe. Set is all about chaos. But Ivy had about the other gods Dad released. I persisted. Aren't they good guys? Isis, Osiris, Horus, Nephthys, where are they? Bast fixed her eyes on me. That's a good question, Kaner. A Siamese cat broke through the bushes and ran up to Bast. They at each other for a moment. Then the Siamese dashed away. The carriers are close, Bast announced. And something else something much stronger, closing in from the east. I think the carriers, Master has grown impatient. To my heart did a flip. Set is coming. No, Bast Saicl, perhaps a minion. Or an ally. My cats are having trouble describing what they're seeing, and I don't want to find out. Sadie, now is the time. Just concentrate on opening a gateway to the do-it. I'll keep off the attackers. Combat magic is my specialty. Like what you did in the mansion? I asked. Bast showed her pointed teeth. No, that was just combat. The end. Woads rustled, and the carriers emerged. Their sedan chair's shroud had been shredded by cat claws. The carriers themselves were scratched and dented. One walked with a limp, his leg bent backward at the knee. Another had a car fender wrapped around his neck. The four metal men carefully set down their sedan chair. They looked at us and drew golden metal clubs from their belts. Sadie, get to work, Bast ordered. Kaner, you're welcome to help me. The cat goddess unsheathed her nawi. Her body began to glow with a green hue. An aura surrounded her, growing larger, like a bubble of energy, and lifting her off the ground. The aura took shape until Bast was encased in a holographic projection about 4 times her nominal size. It was an image of the goddess in her ancient famel, a 20-foot-tall woman with the head of a cat floating in midair in the center. Oft hologram, Bast stepped forward. The giant cat goddess with her. It didn't seem possible that a see-through image could have substance, but its foot shook the ground. Bast raised her hank. The glowing green warrior did the same, unsheathing claws as long and sharp as rapiers. Bast swiped the sidewalk in front of her and shredded the pavement to concrete ribbons. She turned and smiled at me. The giant cat's head did like AOISE, bearing horrible fangs that could have bitten me in half. "This," Bast said, "is combat magic." At first I was stunned to do anything but watch as Bast launched her green war machine into the middle of the carriers. She slashed one carrier to pieces with a single swirl, then stepped on another and flattened him into a metal pancake. The other two carriers attacked her holographic legs, but their metal clubs bounced harmlessly off the ghostly light with showers of sparks. Meanwhile Sadie stood in front of the obelisk with her arms raised, shouting, "Open, you stupid piece of RLRK." Finally I drew my sword. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to charge into battle, but I felt like I should help. And if I had to fight, I figured having a 20-foot-tall gloamed cat warrior on my side was the way to do it. "Sadie, I'm going to help Bast _keep trying." I ran forward just as Bast sliced the other two carriers apart like loaves of bread. With relief, I thought, well, that's it then. All four carriers began to reform. The flat one peeled himself off the pavement. The sliced one's pieces clicked together like magnets, and the carriers stood up good as new. "Carter, help me hack them apart." Bast called. "They need to be in smaller pieces." I tried to stay out of Bast's way as she sliced and stomped. Then as soon as she disabled a carrier, I went to work chopping its remains into smaller pieces. They seemed more like Play-Doh than metal, because my blade mashed them up pretty easily. Another few minutes and I was surrounded by piles of coppery rubble. Bast made a glowing fist and smashed the sedan into kindling. "That wasn't so hard," I said. "What were we running for?" Inside her glowing shell, Base's face was coated with sweat. It hadn't occurred to me that a goddess could get tired, but her magic avatar must. "We taken a lot of F-01T. We're not safe yet," she warned. "Sadie, how's it coming?" "It's not," Sadie complained. "Isn't there another way?" Before Bast could answer, the bushes rustled with a new sound like rain, except more slithery. Ackle ran up my back. "Is that?" "No," Bast murmured. "It can't be. Not her." Then the bushes exploded. 1,000 brown creepy crawlies poured from the woods in a car ride of grossness, all pincers and stinging tails. I wanted to yell "Scorpions!" but my voice wouldn't work. My legs started trembling. I hate scorpions _ they're everywhere in Egypt. Many times I found them in my hotel bed or shower. Once I even found one in my Sadie. Bast called urgently. "Nothing." Sadie moaned. The scorpions kept coming, thousands upon thousands. Out of the woods a woman appeared, walking fearlessly through the middle of arachnids. She wore brown robes with gold jewelry glinting around her neck and arms. Her long black hair was cut ancient Egyptian style with a strange crown on top. Then I realized it wasn't a crown. She had a live scorpion nesting on her head. Millions of the little nasties swirled around her like she was the center of their storm circuit. Bast growled. "The scorpion," I guessed. Maybe that should have terrified me, but I was already pretty much at my maximum. "Can you take her?" Base's expression didn't reassure me. "Carter, Sadie," she said, "this is going to get ugly. Get to the museum. Find the temple, it may protect you." L% at temple. I asked. "And what about you?" Sadie added. "TB fine. I'll catch up." But when Bast looked at me, I could tell she wasn't sure. She was just buying us time. "Go," she ordered. She tummed her giant green cat warrior to face the mass of scorpions. Embarrassing truth. In the face of those scorpions, I didn't even pretend to be brave. I Sadie's arm and we ran. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 11. We meet the human flamethrower, right? I'm taking the microphone. There is no chance Carter would tell this part properly, as it's Zia. "Shut up, Kaner." You know it's true. Oh, who is Zia? Sorry, getting ahead of myself. We raced to the entrance of the museum, and I had no idea why, except that a giant glowing Catwoman had told us to. Now, you must realize I was already devastated by everything that had happened. First, I'd lost my father. Second, my loving grandparents had kicked me out of the flat. Then I'd discovered I was apparently of the pharaohs, bombed to a magical family, and all sorts of rubbish that sounded quite impressive but only brought me loads of trouble. And as soon as I'd found a new home, a mansion with proper breakfast and friendly pets and quite a nice for me, by the way Uncle Amos disappeared, my lovely new and friends were tossed in a river, and the mansion was set on fire. And if that wasn't enough, my faithful cat Muffin had decided to engage in a hopeless battle with a swarm of scorpions. Do you call it a swarm for scorpions? A herd? A gaggle? Oh, never mind. The point is I couldn't. I'd been asked to open a magic doorway when clearly I had no such skill, and now my brother was dragging me away. I felt like an utter failure. And no comments from you, Kaner. As I recall, you weren't much help at the time, either. We can't just leave best. I shouted. Kaner kept running, dragging me along, but I could see quite clearly what was happening back at the obelisk. A mass of scorpions had crawled up Bass's glowing green legs and were wriggling into the hologram like it was gelatin. Bass smashed hundreds of them with her feet and fists, but there were simply too many. Soon they were up to her waist, and her ghostly shell began to flicker. Meanwhile, the brown-robed goddess advanced slowly, and I had a feeling she would be worse than any number of scorpions. Kaner pulled me through a row of bushes and I lost sight of Bast. We burst onto Fifth Avenue, which seemed ridiculously normal after the magic battle. We ran down the sidewalk, shoved through a knot of pedestrians, and climbed the steps of the Met. A banner at the entrance announced some sort of special Christmas event, which I suppose is why the museum was open on a holiday, but I didn't bother reading the details. We pushed straight inside. /hat did it look like? Well, it was a museum, huge entry hall, lots of columns and so on. I can't claim I spent much time admiring the decor. It had queues for the ticket windows, because we ran right past them. There were also security guards, because they yelled at us as we dashed into the exhibits. By luck, we ended up in the Egyptian area, in front of a reconstructed tomb sort of place with narrow corridors. Carter probably could have told you what the structure was supposed to be, but honestly I didn't care. Come on, I said. We slipped inside the exhibit. Ivy Hitch proved quite enough to lose the security guards, or perhaps they had better things to do than pursue naughty children. /hen we popped out again. We sneaked around until we were sure we weren't being followed. The Egypt wing wasn't crowded, just a few clumps of old people and a foreign tour group with a guide explaining a sarcophagus in French. Voice I l'amo me. Strangely, no one seemed to notice the enormous sword on Carter's back, which surely must have been a security issue, and much more interesting than the exhibits. A few old people did give us odd looks, but I suspect that was we were dressed in linen pajamas, drenched in sweat, and covered in grass and leaves. My hair was probably a nightmare as hell. I found an empty and pulled Carter aside. The glass cases were full of Shabti _ a few days earlier. I wouldn't have given them a second thought. Now, I kept glancing at the statues, sure they'd come to life any minute and to bash me on the head. % at now? I asked Carter. Did you see any temple? No. He knit his eyebrows as if trying hard to remember. Think there's a rebuilt temple down that in the Brooklyn Museum? Maybe the one in Munich? Sorry, been to so many museums with Dad that they all get mixed together. I sighed in exasperation. Poor boy, forced to the world, skip and spend time with Dad while I get a whole 2 days a year with him. Hey. Carter tummed on me with surprising force. You get a home. You get friends and a normal life and don't wake up each morning wondering what country you're in. You don't. The glass case next to us shattered, spraying glass at our feet. Kaner looked at me, bewildered. Did we just like my birthday cake? I grumbled, trying not to let on how startled I was. You need to control your temper. Alarms began to blare. Red lights pulsed through the corridor. A garbled voice came on the loudspeaker and said something about proceeding calmly to the exits. The French tour group ran past us, screaming in panic, followed by a crowd of remarkably fast old people with walkers and canes. Let's finish arguing later, shall we? I told Carter, come on. We ran down another corridor, and the sirens died as suddenly as they started. The blood-red lights kept pulsing in eerie silence. Then I heard it, the slithering, clacking sounds of scorpions. L% at about best. My voice choked up. Is she? Don't think about it, Carter said, though, judging from his face, that's exactly what he was thinking about. Keep moving. Soon we were hopelessly lost. As far as I could tell, the Egyptian part of museum was designed to be as comfy_asing as possible, with dead ends and halls that doubled back on themselves. We passed hieroglyphic scrolls, gold jewelry, sarcophagi, statues of pharaohs, and huge chunks of limestone. Why would someone display a rock? Aren't there enough of those in the world? We saw no one, but the slithering sounds grew louder no matter which way we ran. Finally I rounded a corner and smacked straight into someone. I yelped and scrambled backwards, only to stumble into Carter. We fell on our bums in a most unflattering way. It's a miracle Kaner didn't impale himself on his own sword. At first I didn't recognize the girl standing in front of us, which seems strange. Looking back on it, perhaps she was using some son of magic aura, or perhaps I just didn't want to believe it was her. She looked a bit taller than me. Probably older, too, but not by much. Her black hair was trimmed along her jawline and longer in the front so that it swept over her eyes. She had caramel-colored skin and pretty, vaguely Arab features. Her eyes, lined in black coal, Egyptian style, were a strange amber color that was either quite or a bit scary. I couldn't decide which. She had a backpack on her shoulder, and wore sandals and loose-fitting linen clothes like ours. She looked as if she were on her way to a martial arts class. God, now that I think of it, we probably looked the same way. How embarrassing. I slowly began to realize I'd seen her before. She was the girl with the knife from the British Museum. Before I could say anything, Kaner sprang to his feet. He in front of me and brandished his sword as if trying to protect me. Can you believe the nerve? Get back, he stammered. The girl reached into her sleeve and produced a curved ivy-eyed piece of ivory, an Egyptian wand. She flicked it to one side, and Kaner's sword flew out of his hands and clattered to the floor. Don't embeltass yourself, the girl said sternly. Where is Amos? Kaner looked too stunned to Sarah_K_. The girl tummed towards me. Her golden eyes were both beautiful and scary, I decided, and I didn't like her a bit. Well, she demanded. I didn't see why I needed to tell her a bloody thing, but an uncomfortable pressure started building in my chest, like a burp trying to get free. I heard myself say, Amos is gone. He left this morning. And the cat demon? That's my cat, too said. And she's a goddess, not a demon. She saved us from the scorpions. Kaner unfroze. He snatched up his sword and pointed it at the girl. I'm full credit for persistence, I suppose. 1% 0 he demanded. What do you want? My name is Zla Rashid. She tilted her head as if listening. Right on cue, the entire building rumbled. Dust sprinkled from the ceiling, and the slithering sounds of scorpions doubled in volume behind us. And right now, Zia continued, sounding a bit disappointed, Elle must save your miserable lives? Let's go. I suppose we could have refiled, but our choices seemed to be Zia or the scorpions, so we ran after. She passed a case full of statues and casually the glass with her wand. Tiny granite pharaohs and limestone gods stiffed at her command. They hopped off their pedestals and crashed through the glass. Some wielded weapons. Others simply cracked their stone knuckles. They let us pass, but stared down the corridor behind us as if waiting for the enemy. "Hurry," Zia told us. "These will only buy us time," I guessed. "Yes, heard that before." "You talk much," Zia said without stopping. I was to make a withering retort. Honestly, I would have put her in her place quite properly. But just then we emerged into an enormous room and my voice abandoned me. "I% OA," Carter said. I couldn't help agreeing with him. The place was extremely whoa. The was the size of a football stadium. One aisle was made completely of glass and out on the park. In the middle of the room, on a raised platform, an ancient building had been reconstructed. There was a freestanding stone gateway about 8 meters tall, and behind that an open courtyard and square structure made of uneven sandstone blocks carved all over on the outside with images of gods and pharaohs and hieroglyphs. Flanking the building's entrance were 2 columns bathed in eerie light. An Egyptian temple, I guessed. "The Temple of Dendor," Zia said. "Actually it was built by the Romans when they occupied Egypt," Kaner said, like this was delightful information. "Augustus Commus signed it?" "Yes," Zla said. "Fascinating," I murmured. "Would you two like to be left alone with a history textbook?" Zia scowled at me. "At any rate, the temple was dedicated to Isis, so it will HME enough power to open a gate. To summon more gods?" I asked. Zia's eyes flashed angrily. "Accuse me of that again, and I will cut out your tongue." "I meant a gateway to get you out of here." I felt completely lost, but I was getting used to that. We followed Zia up the steps and through the temple's stone gateway. The courtyard was empty, abandoned by the fleeing museum visitors, which made it feel quite creepy. Giant carvings of gods stared down at me. Hieroglyphic inscriptions were everywhere, and I was afraid that if I concentrated too hard, I might be able to read them. Zia stopped at the front steps of the temple. She held up her wand and U.T0TE in the air. A familiar hieroglyph bummed the columns. "Open." The same symbol Dad had used at the Rosetta Stone. I waited for something to blow up, but the hieroglyph simply faded. Zia opened her backpack. "We'll make our stand here until the gate can be opened." "Why not just open it now?" Carter asked. "Portals can only appear at auspicious moments," Zia said. "Sunrise, sunset, midnight, eclipses, astrological alignments, the exact time of a god's bilho." "Come on," I said. "How can you possibly know all that?" "It takes years to memorize the complete calendar," Zia said. "But the next auspicious moment is easy, 10.5 minutes from now." She didn't check a watch. I wondered how she knew the time so precisely, but I decided it wasn't the most important question. "Why should we trust you?" I asked. "As I recall, at the British Museum, you wanted to gut us with a knife. That would have been simpler." Zia sighed. "Unfortunately, my superiors think you might be innocent. So for now, I can't kill you. But I also can't allow you to fall into the hands of the Red Lord. And can trust me?" "Well, I'm convinced," I said. "I feel all warm and Aussie inside." Zia reached in her bag and took out 4 little statues, animal-headed men, each about 5 centimeters tall. She handed them to me. "Put the sons of Horus around us at the cardinal points." "Excuse me." "Non, south, east, west." She spoke slowly, as if I were an idiot. "I know compass directions." "But that's north." Zia pointed out the aisle of glass. "Figure out the rest." I did what she asked, though I didn't see how the little men would help. Meanwhile, Zia gave Kaner a piece of chalk and told him to draw a circle around us, connecting the statues. "Magic protection," Kaner said. "Like what Dad did at the British Museum." "Yes," I grumbled. "And we saw how well that worked." Kaner ignored me. "LV/hat else is new?" He was so eager to please Zia that he jumped right to the task of drawing his sidewalk art. Then Zia took something else from her bag, a plain rod like the one our dad had used in London. She spoke a word under her breath, and the rod expanded into a 2-meter-long black staff topped with a carved lion's head. She twirled it around single-handedly like a baton, just showing off, I was sure, while holding the Ivand in her other hand. Kaner finished the chalk circle as the first scorpions appeared at the gallery's entrance. "How much longer on that gate?" I asked, hoping I didn't sound as terrified as I felt. "Stay inside the circle no matter what," Zia said. "When the gate opens, jump through. And keep behind me." She touched her wand to the chalk circle, spoke another word, and the circle began to glow dark red. Hundreds of scorpions swan towards the temple, turning the floor into a living mass of claws and stingers. Then the woman in brown, Circuit, entered the gallery. She smiled at us coldly. "Zia," I said, "that's a goddess. She defeated Bast. What chance do you have?" Zia held up her staff and the carved lion's head burst into flames, a small red fireball so bright, it lit the entire room. "I Arna in the House of Life, Sadie Kane. I am trained to fight gods, the Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 12. A jump through the hourglass, that was all very impressive, one suppose. You should have seen Carter's face, he looked like an excited puppy. Oh, stop shoving me." "You did." But I felt much less sure of Miss Zia. "I am so magica," one Rashid, when the army of scorpions scuttled towards us. "I wouldn't thought it possible so many scorpions existed in the world, much less in Manhattan." The glowing circle round us seemed like insignificant protection against the millions of arachnids crawling over one another, many layers deep, and the woman in brown, who was even more horrible. From a distance she looked all right, but as she got closer I saw that Circuit's pale skin glistened like an insect shell. Her eyes were beady black. Her long, dark hair was unnaturally thick, as if made from a million bristling bug antennae. And when she C-sharp net her mouth, sideways mandible snippered and retracted outside her regular human teeth. The goddess stopped 20 meters away, studying us. Her hateful black eyes fixed on Zia. "Give me the younglings." Her voice was harsh and raspy, as if she hadn't spoken in centuries. Zia crossed her staff and wand. "I am mistress of the elements, scribe of the first gnome. Leave or be destroyed." Circuit clicked her mandibles in a gruesome foamy grm. Some of her scorpions advanced, but when the first one touched the glowing lines of our protective circle, it sizzled and turned to ashes. Mark my words, nothing smells worse than bummed scorpion. The rest of the horrible things retreated, swirling round the goddess and crawling up her legs. With a shudder, I realized they were wriggling into her robes. After a few seconds, all the scorpions had disappeared into the brown folds of her clothes. The air seemed to darken behind Circuit, as if she were casting an enormous shadow. Then the darkness rose up and took the foamy of a massive scorpion tail, arcing over Circuit's head. It lashed down at us at blazing speed, but Zia raised her wand and the sting glanced off the ivory tip with a hissing sound. Steam rolled off Zia's wand, smelling of sulfur. Zia pointed her staff towards the goddess, engulfing her body in fire. Circuit screamed and staggered backwards, but the fire died almost instantly. It left Circuit's robe seared and smoking, but the goddess looked more enraged than hurt. "Your days are past, magician. The house is weak. Lord Set will lay waste to this land." Zia threw her wand like a boomerang. It smashed into the shadowy scorpion tail and exploded in a blinding flash of light. Circuit lurched back and averted her eyes, and as she did, Zia reached into her sleeve and brought out something small, something closed inside her fist. The wand was a diversion, I thought, a magician's sleight of hand. Then Zia did something reckless, she leaped out of the magic circle, the very thing she warned us not to do. "Zia!" Kaner called. "The gate." I glanced behind me, and my heart almost stopped. The space between the two columns at the Temple's entrance was now a vertical tunnel of sand, as if I were looking into the flannel of an enormous sideways hourglass. I could feel it tugging at me, pulling me towards it with magical gravity. "TM not going in there," I insisted, but another flash of light brought my attention back to Zim. She and the goddess were involved in a dangerous dance. Zia twirled and spun with her fiery staff, and everywhere she passed, she left a trail of flames burning in the air. I had to admit it, Zia was almost as graceful and impressive as Bast. I had the oddest desire to help. I wanted very badly, in fact, to step outside the circle and engage in combat. It was a completely mad urge, of course. What could I have done? But still I felt I shouldn't or couldn't jump through the gate without helping Zia. "Sadie." Kaner grabbed me and pulled me back. Without my realizing it, my foot had almost stepped across the line of Chokilhat. "Are you thinking?" I didn't have an answer, but I stared at Zia and mumbled in a sort of trance, "She's going to use rib bones _ they won't work." L% at? Kaner demanded. "Come on, got to go through the gate." Just then Zia opened her fist and small red tendrils of cloth fluttered into the air. Ribbons. How had I known? They zipped about like living things, like eels in water, and began to grow larger. Circuit was still concentrating on the fire, trying to keep Zia from caging her. At first she didn't seem to notice the ribbons, which grew until they were several meters long. I counted 5, 6, 7 of them in all. They zipped around, orbiting Circuit, ripping through her shadow scorpion as if it were a harmless illusion. Finally they wrapped around Circuit's body, pinning her arms and legs. She screamed as if the ribbons bummed her. She dropped to her knees, and the shadow scorpion disintegrated into an inky haze. Zia spun to a stop. She pointed her staff at the goddess's face. The ribbons began to glow, and the goddess hissed in pain, cursing in a language I didn't know. "I bind you with the Soan ribbons of Hathor," Zia said. "Release your host or your essence will bum forever. Your death will last forever." Circuit snarled. "You have made an enemy of Set." Zia twisted her staff and Circuit fell sideways, writhing and smoking. The goddess hissed. But then her black eyes turned milky Uolite, and she lay still. "The gate," Carter warned. "Zia, come on. I think it's closing." He was right. The tunnel of sand seemed to be moving a bit more slowly. The tug of its magic did not feel as strong. Zia approached the fallen goddess. She touched Circuit's forehead, and black smoke billowed from the goddess's mouth. Circuit transformed and shrank until we were looking at a completely different woman wrapped in red ribbons. She had pale skin and black hair, but otherwise she didn't look anything like Circuit _ She looked, well, human. 1% 0 is that? I asked. "The host," Zia said. "Some PCOR mortal who she looked up with a start. The black haze was no longer dissipating. It was getting thicker and darker again, swirling into a more solid form. "Impossible," Zia said. "The ribbons are powerful. Circuit can't reform unless, well, she is reforming," Carter yelled, "and our exit is closing. Let's go." I couldn't believe he was willing to jump into a churning wall of sand, but as I watched the black cloud take the shape of a 2-story tall scorpion, a very angry scorpion, I made my declaration coming. I yelled. "Zia!" Kaner yelled. "Now. Perhaps you rewrite," the magician decided. She turned, and together we ran and plunged straight into the swirling Vonex _ the Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 13. I face the killer turkey. My turn _ First of all, Sadie's puppy dog comment was totally out of line. I was not starry-eyed about Zia. It's just that I don't meet a lot of people who can throw fireballs and battle gods. "Stop making faces at me, Sadie. You look like Kofi _ A_ anyway." We plunged into the sand tunnel. Everything went dark. My stomach tingled with that top of the roller coaster weightlessness as I hurtled FON.VARD _ hot winds around me, and my skin burned. Then I tumbled out onto a cold tile and Sadie and Zia crashed on top of me. "Ow," I grumbled. The first thing I noticed was the fine layer of sand covering my like sugar. Then my eyes adjusted to the harsh light. We were in a big building like a shopping mall, with crowds bustling around us underscore a mall. It was a 2-level airport concourse, with shops, lots of windows, and I-11 one-ish steel columns. Outside, it was dark, so I knew we must in a different time zone. Announcements over the intercom in a language that sounded like Arabic. Sadie spit sand out of her mouth. Yuck. Come on, Zia said, we can't stay here. I struggled to my feet. People were streaming past, some in West End clothes, some in robes and headscarves. A family Argumkin gentlemen lushed by and almost ran over me, their suitcases. Then I turned and saw something I recognized. In the middle of the concourse stood a life-size replica of an ancient Egyptian boat made from glowing display cases, a sales counter for perfume and jewelry _ This is the Cairo airport, I said. Yes, Zla said. Now, let's go. Hi the lush. Can she follow us through that sand gate? Zia shook her head. An artifact overheats whenever it creates a gate. It requires a 5-hour cooldown before it can be used again, but we still to worry about airport security. Unless you'd like to meet the Egyptian I-11 one ice, U-11 come with me now. She grabbed our arms and steered us through the crowd. We looked like beggars in our old-fashioned clothes, covered head to toe in sand. People gave us a wide berth, but nobody tried to stop us. Why are we here? Sadie demanded. To see the mints of Heliopolis, Zia said. Inside an airport? Sadie asked. I remembered something Dad had told me years ago, and my scalp tingled. Sadie, the mints are under us. I at Zim, that's right, isn't it? She nodded. The ancient city was pillaged centuries ago. Some of its monuments were carted away, like Cleopatra's 12 Needles. Most of its temples were broken down to make new buildings. 4/hat was left disappeared under Cairo's suburbs. The largest section is under this airport, and how CHRS that help us? Sadie asked. Zia kicked open a maintenance door. On the other side was a broom closet. Zia muttered a calm. The image off closet shimmered and disappeared, revealing a set of stone steps leading down. Because not all Heliopolis is in ruins, Zia said. Follow closely. And touch nothing. The stairs must have led down 7 million miles, because we descended forever. The passage had been made for miniature people, too. We had to crouch and crawl most of the way, and even so, I my head on the ceiling a dozen times. The only light was from a ball of fire in Zia's palm, which made shadows dance across the walls. I'd been in places like this inside pyramids, tombs my dad had excavated, but I've never liked them. Millions of tons of RLRK above me seemed to CMSH the air out of my lungs. Finally we reached the tunnel opened up, and Zia stopped abruptly. After my eyes adjusted, I saw why. We were standing at the edge of a chasm. A single 00 den plank spanned the void. On the opposite ledge, 2 jackal-headed granite warriors flanked a doorway, their spears crossed over the entrance. Sadie sighed. Please, no more psychotic statues. Do not joke, Zia warned. This is an entrance to the first Nome, the oldest branch of the House of Life, headquarters for all magicians. My job was to bring you here safely, but I cannot help you cross. Each magician must unbar the path for herself, and the challenge is different for each supply. She looked at Sadie expectantly. Ivy Hitch annoyed me. First Bast, now Zia. Both of them treated Sadie like she should have some kind of superpowers. I mean, okay, so she'd been able to blast the library doors apart, but why didn't anyone look at me to do tricks? Plus, I was still annoyed with Sadie for the comments she'd made at the museum in New York, how I had it so good traveling the world with Dad. She had no idea how often I wanted to complain about the constant traveling, how many days I wished I didn't have to get on a plane and could just be like a normal kid going to and making friends. But I couldn't complain. You always have to look impeccable, Dad had told me. And he didn't just mean my clothes. He meant my attitude. With Mom gone, I was all he had. Dad needed me to strong. Most days, I didn't mind. I loved me dad. But it was also hard. Sadie didn't understand that she had it easy. And now she seemed to be getting all the attention, as if she were the special one. It wasn't fair. Then I heard Dad's voice in my head, famous means everyone gets what they need. And the only way to get what you need is to make it happen yourself. I don't know what got into me, but I drew my sword and marched across the plank. It was like my legs were working by themselves, not waiting for my brain. Part of me thought this is a really bad idea. But part of me answered, no, we do not fear this. And the voice didn't sound like mine. Carter! Sadie cried. I kept walking. I tried not to down at the yawning void under my feet, but the sheer size of the chasm made me dizzy. I felt like one of those gyroscope toys, spinning and wobbling as I crossed the narrow plank. As I got closer to the opposite side, the doorway between the two statues began to glow, like a curtain of red light. I took a deep breath. Maybe the red light was a portal, like the Gate of Sand. If I just charged through fast enough. Then the first dagger shot out of the tunnel. My sword was in motion before I realized it. The dagger should have impaled me in the chest, but somehow I deflected it with my blade and sent it sailing into the abyss. Two more daggers shot out of the tunnel. I never had the best reflexes, but now they sped up. I ducked one dagger and hooked the other with the curved blade of my sword, thumbed the dagger and flung it back into the tunnel. How the heck did I do that? I advanced to the end of the plank and slashed through the red light, which flickered and died. I waited for the statues to come alive, but nothing happened. The only sound was a dagger clattering against the rocks in the chasm far below. The doorway began to glow again. The red light coalesced into a strange form, a 5-foot-tall bird with a man's head. I raised my sword, but Zia yelled, Kaner, no. The bird creature folded his wings. His eyes, lined with coal, narrowed as they studied me. A black ornamental wig glistened on his head, and his face was etched with wrinkles. One oft-hose fake braided pharaoh beards was stuck on his chin like a Bakvard ponytail. He didn't look hostile, except for the red flickering light all around him, and the fact that from the neck down he was the world's largest killer turkey. Then a chilling thought occurred to me. This was a bird with a human head, the same form I'd imagined taking when I slept in Amos's house, when my soul left my body and flew to Phoenix. I had no idea what that meant, but it scared me. The bird creature scratched at the stone. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Parais Nizwe Nafer, he told me, or at least that's what it sounded like. Zia gasped. She and Sadie were standing behind me now, their faces pale. Apparently they managed to cross the chasm without my noticing. Finally Zia seemed to collect herself. She bowed to the bird creature. Sadie followed her example. The creature winked at me, as if we just shared a joke. Then he vanished. The red light faded. The statues retracted their arms, uncrossing their spears from the entrance. That's it? I asked. What did the turkey say? Zia looked at me with something like fear. That was not a turkey, Carter. That was a BC. I'd heard my dad use that word before, but I couldn't place it. Another monster. A human soul, Zia said. In this case, a spirit of the dead. A magician from ancient times, come back to serve as a guardian. They watched the entrances of the house. She studied my face as if I'd just developed some terrible rash. L% at? I demanded. Why are you at me that way? Nothing, she said. We must hurry. She squeezed by me on the ledge and disappeared into the tunnel. Sadie was staring at me. All right, I said. What did the bird guy say? You it? She nodded uneasily. He mistook you for someone else. He must HME bad eyesight because he said, go forth, good king. I was in a daze after that. We passed through the tunnel and entered a vast underground city of halls and chambers, but I only remember bits and pieces of it. The ceilings soared to 20 or 30 feet, so it didn't feel like we were underground. Every chamber was lined massive stone columns like the ones I'd seen in Egyptian mints, but these were in perfect condition, brightly painted to resemble palm trees, with caned green fronds at the top, so I felt like I was walking through a petrified forest fires burned in copper braziers. They didn't seem to make any smoke, but the air smelled good, like a marketplace for spices: cinnamon, clove, nutmeg, and others I couldn't identify. The city smelled like Zia. I realized that this was her home. We saw a few other people, mostly older men and women. Some wore linen robes, some modem clothes. One guy in a business suit walked past with a black leopard on a leash, as if that were completely normal. Another guy barked orders to a small army of brooms, mops, and buckets that were scuttling around, cleaning up the city. Like that cult one N, Sadie said. Where Mickey Mouse tries to do magic and the brooms keep splitting and toting Ivatar. The Sorcerer's Apprentice, Zia said. You do know that was based on an Egyptian story, don't you? Sadie just stared back. I knew how she felt. It was much to process. We walked through a hall of jackal-headed statues, and I could. Their eyes watched us as we passed. A few minutes later, Zia led us through an open-air market, if you can call anything open-air, underground, with dozens of stalls selling weird items like boomerang wands, animated clay dolls, parrots, cobras, papyrus scrolls, and hundreds of different glittering amulets. Next we crossed a path of stones over a dark river teeming with fish. I thought they were perch until I saw their vicious teeth. Are those piranhas? I asked. Tiger fish from the Nile, Zia said. Like piranhas, except these can weigh up to 16 pounds. I watched my step more closely. After that we turned a corner and passed an ornate building carved out of black seated pharaohs were chiseled into the walls, and the doorway was shard like a coiled serpent in there. Sadie asked. We peeked inside and saw rows of children, maybe 24 in all, about 6 to 10 years old or so, sitting cross-legged on cushions. They were hunched over brass bowls, peering intently into some sort of liquid and speaking under their breath. At first I thought it was a classroom, but there was no sign of a teacher, and the chamber was lit only by a few candles. Judging by the number of empty seats, the room was meant to hold twice as many kids. Are initiates, Zia said, learning to scry. The first gnome must keep in contact with our brethren all over the world. We use our youngest, I suppose you would say. So you've got bases like this all over the world. Most are much smaller, but yes, I remembered what Amos had told us about the gnomes. Egypt is the first gnome. New York is the 21st. What's the last one, the 360th? That would be Antarctica, Zia said. A punishment assignment. Nothing there but a couple of cold magicians and some magic pen gums magic penguins. Don't ask. Sadie pointed to the children inside. How CLKRS it work? They see images in the water. It's oil, Zia said. But yes. So few, Sadie said. Are these the only initiates in the whole city? In the whole world, Zia corrected. There were more before she stopped herself. Before what? I asked. Nothing, Zia said darkly. Initiates do our scrying because young minds are most receptive. Magicians training no later than the age of 10. With a few dangerous exceptions. You mean us, I said. She glanced at me apprehensively, and I knew she was still thinking what the bird spirit had called me, a god king. It seemed so unreal, like our family name in that Blood of the Pharaohs scroll. How could I be related to some ancient kings? And even if I certainly wasn't a king. I had no kingdom. I didn't even have my single suitcase anymore. They're waiting for you, Zia said. Come along. We walked so far, my feet began to ache. Finally we arrived at a crossroads. On the right was a massive set of bronze doors with fires blazing on either side. On the left, a 20-foot-tall sphinx carved into the wall. A doorway nestled between its paws, but it was bricked in and covered in cobwebs. That looks like the Sphinx at Giza, I said. That's because we are directly under the real Sphinx, Zia said. That tunnel leads straight up to it, or it used to, before it was sealed. But I did some quick calculations in my head. The Sphinx is, like, 20 miles from the Cairo roughly. No way we've walked that far. Zia actually smiled, and I couldn't help noticing how pretty her eyes were. Distance changes in magic places, Kaner. Surely you've learned that by now. Sadie cleared her throat. So why is the tunnel closed, then? The Sphinx was too popular with archaeologists, Zia said. They kept digging around. Finally, in the 1980s, they discovered the first part of the tunnel under the Sphinx. Dad told me that. I said. But he said the tunnel was a dead end. It was when we got through it that we couldn't let the archaeologists know how much they're missing. Egypt's leading archaeologist recently speculated that they've only discovered 30% of ancient mints in Egypt. In truth, they've only discovered 1/10, and not even the interesting 10th. L% at about King Tuesday tomb. I protested. That boy King. Zia rolled her eyes, boring. You should see some of the good tombs. I felt a little hurt. Dad had named me after Howard Carter, the guy who discovered King Tut's tomb, so I always felt a personal attachment to it. If that wasn't a good tomb, I wondered what was. Zia turned to face the bronze. This is the Hall of Ages. She placed her palm against the seal, which bore the symbol of the House of Life. The hieroglyphs began to glow, and the doors swung open. Zia turned to us, her expression deadly serious. You are to meet the chief lector. Behave yourselves, unless you wish to be turned into insects. The Red Pyramid, Carter. The Red Pyramid 14. A French guy almost kills us. The last couple of days I'd seen a lot of crazy things, but the Hall of Ages took the prize. Double rows of stone pillars held up a ceiling so high, you parked a blimp under it with no trouble. A shimmering blue carpet that looked like water ran down the center of the hall, which was so long, I couldn't see the end even though it was brightly lit. Balls of fire floated around like helium basketballs, changing color whenever they bumped into one another. Millions of tiny hieroglyphic symbols also drifted through the air, randomly combining into words and then breaking apart. I grabbed a pair of glowing red legs. They walked across my palm before jumping off and dissolving. But the weirdest things were the displays. I don't know what else to call them. Between the columns on either side of us, images shifted, coming into focus and then blurring out again like holograms in a sandstorm. Come on, Zia told us. And don't spend too much time looking. It was impossible not to. The first 20 feet or so, the magical scenes cast a golden light across the hall. A blazing sun rose, an Oshimei mountain emerged from the water, and I had the feeling I was watching the beginning of the world. Giants strode across the Nile Valley, a man with black skin and the head of a jackal, a lioness bloody fangs, a beautiful woman with wings of Sadie steppered off the rug. In a trance, she reached toward the images. Stay on the carpet. Zia grabbed Sadie's hand and pulled her back toward the center of the hall. You are seeing the age of the no mortal should dwell on these images. But Sadie blinked. They're only pictures, aren't they? Memories, Zia said, so powerful they could destroy your mind. Oh, Sadie said in a small voice. We kept walking. The images changed to silver. I saw armies clashing, Egyptians in kilts and sandals and leather armor, fighting with spears. A tall, dark-skinned man in red and white armor placed a double crown on his head, Narmer, the king who united and Lower Egypt. Sadie was right, he did look a bit like Dad. This is the Old Kingdom, I guessed. The first great age of Egypt. Zia NKX1DED_. As we walked down the hall, we saw workers building the first step pyramid out of stone. Another few steps, and the biggest pyramid of all rose from the desert at Giza. Its outer layer of smooth white casing stones gleamed in the sun. 10,000 workers gathered at its base and knelt before the pharaoh, who raised his hands to the sun, dedicating his Aaron Tumquil, I said. The baboon? Sadie asked, suddenly interested. No, the pharaoh who built the Great Pyramid, I said. It was the tallest structure in the world for almost 4,000 years. Another few steps, and the images tumbled from silver to coppery. The Middle Kingdom, Zia announced. A bloody, chaotic time. And yet this is when the House of Life came to maturity. The scenes shifted more rapidly. We watched armies fighting, temples being built, ships sailing on the Nile, and magicians throwing fire. Every step covered hundreds of years, and yet the hall still went on forever. For the first time I understood just how ancient Egypt was. We crossed another threshold, and the light tumbled bronze, the new kingdom, I guessed. The last time Egypt was ruled by Egyptians, Zia said nothing, but I watched scenes pass that my dad had described to me. Hatshepsut, the greatest female pharaoh, putting on a fake beard and ruling Egypt as a man, Ramesses the Great leading his chariots into battle. I saw magicians dueling in a palace. A man in tattered robes, with a shaggy black and wild eyes, threw down his staff, which tumbled into a serpent and devoured a dozen other snakes. I got a lump in my throat. Is that Musa? Zia said. Or Moshe, as his own people knew him. You call him Moses. The only foreigner ever to defeat the house in a magic duel. I stared at her. You're kidding, right? You'll not kid about such a thing. The scene shifted again. I saw a man standing over a table of battle figurines, wooden toy ships, soldiers, and chariots. The man was dressed like a pharaoh, but his face oddly familiar. He looked up and seemed to smile right at me. With a chill, I realized he had the same face as the Baz, the bird-faced spirit who challenged me on the bridge. 1% zero is that? I asked. Nectane Bo 11, Zia said. The last native Egyptian king, and the last sorcerer pharaoh. He could move entire armies, create or destroy navies by moving pieces on his board, but in the end, it was not enough. We stepped another line and the images shimmered blue. These are the Ptolemaic times, Zia said. Alexander the Great conquered the known world, including Egypt. He set up his general Ptolemy as the new pharaoh, and founded a line of Greek kings to rule over Egypt. The Ptolemaic section of the hall was shorter, and seemed sad compared to all the others. The temples were smaller. The kings and queens desperate, or lazy, or simply apathetic. There were no great toward the end. I saw Romans march into the city of Alexandria. I saw a woman with dark hair and a white dress drop a snake into her blouse. Cleopatra, Zia said, the seventh queen of that name. She tried to stand against the might of Rome, and she lost when she took her life. The last line of pharaohs ended. Egypt, the great nation, faded. Our language was forgotten. The ancient rites were suppressed. The House of Life survived, but we were forced into hidden. We passed into an area of red light, and history began to look familiar. I saw Arab armies riding into Egypt, then the Turks. Napoleon marched his army under the shadow of the pyramids. The British came and built the Suez Canal. Slowly Cairo grew into a city and the old ruins faded farther and farther under the sands of the desert. Each year, Zia said, the Hall of Ages grows longer to encompass our history. Up until the present. I was so dazed I didn't even realize we'd reached the end of the hall until Sadie grabbed my arm. In front of us stood a dais and on it an empty throne, a gilded wooden chair with a flail and a shepherd's crook carved in the back, the ancient symbols of the pharaoh. On the step below the throne sat the oldest man I'd ever seen. His skin was like lunchbag paper, brutal, thin, and crinkled. Linen hung loosely off his small frame. A leopard skin was draped around his shoulders, and his hand shakily held a big 00 staff which I was sure he was going to drop any minute. But weirdest of all, the glowing hieroglyphs in the air seemed to be coming from him. Multicolored symbols up all around him and floated away as if he were some sort of magic bubble machine. At first I wasn't sure he was even alive. His milky eyes stared into space. Then he focused on me, and electricity coursed through my body. He wasn't just looking at me. He was scanning me, reading my entire being. Hide, something inside me said. I didn't know where the voice came from, but my stomach clenched. My whole body tensed as if I were bracing for a hit, and the electrical feeling subsided. The old man raised an eyebrow as if I'd surprised him. He glanced behind him and said something in a language I didn't recognize. A second man stepped out of the shadows. I wanted to yelp. He was the guy who d with Zia in the British Museum, the one with the cream-colored and the forked beard. The bearded man glared at Sadie and me. I aren't Desjardins, he said with a French accent. My master, Chief Lector Iskandar, welcomes you to the House of Life. I couldn't think Ivy had to say to that, so of course I asked a stupid question. He's really old. Why isn't he sitting on the throne? Desjardins' nostrils flared, but the old dude, Iskandar, just chuckled, and said something else in that other language. Desjardins translated. The master says thank you for noticing, he is in fact really old. But the throne is for the pharaoh. It has been vacant since the fall of Egypt to Rome. It is commented on. Symbolic. The chief lector's role is to serve and protect the pharaoh. Therefore he sits at the of the throne. I looked at Iskandar a little nervously. I wondered how many years he'd been sitting on that step. If can understand language is he speaking? Desjardins sniffed. The chief lector understands many things. But he prefers to speak Alexandrian Greek, his birth tongue. Sadie cleared her throat. Sorry, his birth tongue? Wasn't Alexander the Great way back in the blue section, thousands of years ago? You make it sound like Lord Salamander is he Lord Iskandar, Desjardins hissed. Show restrict. Something clicked in my mind. Back in Brooklyn, Amos had talked the magician's law against summoning gods, a law made in Roman times by the chief lector. Iskandar. Surely it had to be a different guy. Maybe we were talking to Iskandar the XXVII or something. The old man me in the eyes. He smiled, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. He said something else in Greek, and Desjardins translated. The master says not to worry. You will not be held for the past crimes of your family. At least, not until we investigated you further. I said. Do not mock our generosity, boy, Desjardins warned. Your father broke our most important law twice, once at Cleopatra's Needle, when he tried to summon the gods and your mother died assisting him. Then again at the British Museum, when your father was foolish enough to use the Rosetta Stone itself. Now your uncle too is missing. You know what's happened to Amos? Sadie blurted out. Desjardins scowled. Not yet, he admitted. You have to find him. Sadie cried. Don't you have some son of GPS magic? Or we are searching, Desjardins said. But you cannot worry about Amos. You must stay here. You must. I got the impression he was going to say a different word, something not as MCE trained. Iskandar spoke directly to me. His tone sounded kindly. The master warns that the demon days begin tomorrow at sunset, Desjardins translated. You must be kept safe. But we have to find our dad. I said. Dangerous gods are on the out there. We saw Circuit and said. At these names, Iskandar's expression tightened. He turned and gave Desjardins what sounded like an order. Desjardins protestekel. Iskandar repeated his statement. Desjardins clearly didn't like it, but he to his master. Then he tummed toward me. The chief lector wishes to hear your story, so I told him, with Sadie jumping in whenever I stopped to take a breath. The only thing was, we both left out certain things without planning to. We didn't mention Sadie's magic abilities, or the encounter with the BA who called me a king. It was like I literally couldn't mention those things. I tried, the voice inside my head whispered, not that part. Be silent for \hen. I was done. I glanced at Zim. She said nothing, but she was studying me. With a troubled expression. Iskandar traced a circle on the step with the butt of his staff, more hieroglyphs into the air, and floated away. After several seconds, Desjardins seemed to grow impatient. He forward and glared at us. You are lying. That could not have been said. He would need a host to remain in this world _very powerful _look you, Sadie said. L don't know what all this rubbish is about hosts, but I saw Set with my own eyes. You were there at the British Museum, you must have done, too. And if Carter saw him in Phoenix, Arizona, then. She looked at me doubtfully. Then he's probably not crazy. Thanks, sis, I mumbled, but Sadie was just getting started. And as for Circuit, she's real too. Our friend, my cat, Bast, died protecting us. So, Desjardins said coldly, you admit to consorting with gods. That makes our investigation much easier. Bast is not your friend. The gods caused the downfall of Egypt. It is forbidden to call on their powers. Magicians are sworn to keep the gods from interfering in the mortal world. We must use all our power to fight them. Bast said. You were paranoid, Sadie added. The magician clenched his fists, and the air tingled with the weird smell of ozone, like during a thunderstorm. The hairs on my neck straight up. Before anything bad could happen, Zia stepped in front of us. Lord Desjardins, she pleaded, there was something strange. When I ensnared the scorpion goddess, she reformed almost instantly. I could not return her to the duet, even with the 7 ribbed bones _ I could only break her hold on the host for a moment. Perhaps the rumors of other escapes % at other escapes. I asked. She glanced at me reluctantly. Other gods, many of them, released since last night from artifacts all over the world _ like a chain reaction. Zia. Desjardins snapped. That information is not for sharing. Look, I said, Lord, sir, whatever Bast I warned us this would happen. She said. Set mold release more gods. Master, Zia pleaded, if Ma'at is weakening, if Set is increasing chaos, perhaps that is why I could not banish Circuit _ ridiculous, Desjardins said. You are skilled, Zia, but perhaps you were not skilled enough for this encounter. And as for these two, the Contamatlan must be contained. Zia's face reddened. She turned her attention to Iskandar. Master, please. Give me a chance with them. You forget your place. Desjardins snapped. These two are guilty and must be destroyed. My throat started closing up. I looked at Sadie. If we had to make a MN for it down that long hall, I didn't like our chances. The old man finally looked up. He smiled at Zia. True affection. For a second I wondered if she were his great-great-great-granddaughter or something. He spoke in Greek, and Zia bowed deeply. Desjardins looked ready to explode. He swept his robes away from his feet and marched behind the chief lector. I will allow Zia to test you, he growled. Meanwhile, I will seek out the truth or the lies in your story. You will be punished for the lies. I turned to Iskandar and copied Zia's bow. Sadie did the same. Thank you, master, I said. The old man studied me for a long time. Again I felt as if he were trying to bum into my soul, not in an angry way, more out of concern. Then he mumbled something, and I understood 2 words: Nectanebo and BM. He opened his hand and a flood of glowing hieroglyphs poured out, swarming around the dais. There was a blinding flash of light, and when I could see again, the dais was empty. The 2 men were gone. Zia turned toward us, her expression grim. I will show you to your quarters. In the morning, your testing begins. We will see what magic you know, and how you know it. I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but I exchanged an uneasy look with Sadie. Sounds, Sadie ventured. And if we fail this test? Zia regarded her coldly. This is not the sort of test you fail, Sadie Kane. You pass or you die. The Red Pyramid. Sadie. The Red Pyramid. 15. A godly birthday party. They took Carter to a different dormitory, so one don't know how he slept, but one couldn't get a wink. It would have been hard enough with Zia's comments about passing our tests or dying, but the girls' dormitory just wasn't as posh as Amos's mansion. The stone walls sweated moisture. Creepy pictures of Egyptian monsters danced across the ceiling in the torchlight. I got a floating cot to sleep in, and the other girls training initiates, Zia had called them, were much younger than me, so when the old Don matron told them to go to sleep straight away, they actually obeyed. The matron waved her hand and the torches went out. She shut the door behind her, and I could hear the sound of locks clicking. Lovely. Imprisoned in a nursery school dungeon. I stared into the dark until I heard the other girls snoring. A single thought kept bothering me, an urge I just couldn't shake. Finally I crept out of bed and tugged on my boots. I felt my way to the door. I tugged at the handle. Lirked, as I suspected. I was tempted to kick it till I remembered what Zia had done in the Cairo airport broom closet. I pressed my palm against the door and whispered, Sahad locks clicked. The door swung open. Handy trick outside, the corridors were dark and empty. Apparently, there wasn't much nightlife in the first Nome. I sneaked through the city back the way we'd come and saw nothing but an occasional cobra slithering across the floor. After the last couple of days, that didn't even faze me. I thought about trying to find Carter, but I wasn't sure where they'd taken him, and honestly, I wanted to do this on my own. After our last argument in New York, I wasn't sure how I felt about my brother. The idea that he could be jealous of my life while he got to travel the world with Dad, please. And he had the nerve to call my life normal? Alright, I had a few mates at like Liz and Emma, but my life was hardly easy. If Kaner made a social faux pas or met people he didn't like, he could just move on. He had to stay put. I couldn't answer simple questions like where are your parents, or what does your family do, or even are you from, expressing just how odd my situation was. I was always the different girl. The mixed race girl, the American who wasn't American, the girl whose mother had died, the girl with the absent father, the girl who made trouble in class, the girl who couldn't concentrate on her lessons. After a while one learns that blending in simply doesn't work. If people are going to single me out, I might as well give them something to stare at. Red stripes in my hair? Why not? Combat boots with the school uniform? Absolutely. Headmaster says, I'll have to call your parents, young lady. I say, good luck. Carter didn't know anything about my life, but enough of that. The point was, I decided to do this particular bit of exploring alone, and after a few tongue turns, I found my way back to the Hall of Ages. 4/hat was I up to, you may ask? I certainly didn't want to meet Monsieur Evil again or creepy old Lord Salamander. But I did want to see those images, memories, Zia had called them. I pushed open the bronze doors. Inside, the hall seemed deserted. No balls of fire floated around the ceiling. No glowing hieroglyphs. But images still shimmered between the columns, washing the hall with strange, multicolored light. I took a few nervous steps. I wanted another look at the age of the on our first trip through the hall. Something about those images had shaken me. I knew Carter thought I'd gone into a dangerous trance, and Zia had warned that the scenes would melt my brain, but I had a feeling she was just trying to scare me off. I felt a connection to those images, like there was an answer within, a vital piece of information I needed. I stepped off the carpet and approached the curtain of golden light. I saw sand dunes shifting in the wind, storm clouds brewing, crocodiles sliding down the Nile. I saw a vast hall full of revelers. I touched the image and I was in the palace of the gods. Huge beings swirled around me, changing shape from human to animal to pure energy. On a throne in the center of the sat a muscular African man in rich black robes. He had a handsome face and warm brown eyes. His hands looked strong enough to crush the other gods celebrated round him. Music played, a sound so powerful that the air burned. At the man's side a woman in white, her belly swollen as if she were a few months pregnant. Her form flickered, at times she seemed to have multicolored wings. Then she tumbled in my direction and I gasped. She had my mother's face. She didn't seem to notice me. In fact, none of the gods did, until a voice behind me said, Are you a ghost? I tummed and saw a good-looking boy of about 16, dressed in black robes. His complexion was pale, but he had lovely brown eyes like the man on the throne. His black hair was long and tousled rather ivled, but it worked for me. He tilted his head, and it finally to me that he asked me a question. I tried to think of something to say. Excuse me? Hello? Marry me? Anything would have done. But all I could manage was a shake of the head. Not a ghost, he mused. A ba then. He gestured towards the throne. Watch, but do not interfere. Somehow I wasn't interested in watching the throne so much, but the boy in black dissolved into a shadow and disappeared, leaving me no further distraction. Isis, said the man on the throne. The pregnant woman turned towards him. And my lord Osiris. Happy birthday. Thank you, my lo. And soon we shall mark the birth of our son Hams, the Great One. His new incarnation shall be his greatest yet. He shall bring peace and prosperity to the world. Isis took her husband's hand. Music kept playing around them, God celebrating, the very air swirling in a dance of creation. Suddenly the palace doors blew open. A hot wind made the torches sputter. A man strkx1e into the hall. He was tall and strong, almost a twin to Osiris, but with dark red skin, blood-colored robes, and a pointed barkel. He looked human, except when he smiled. Then his teeth turned to fangs. His face flickered, sometimes human, sometimes strangely wolf-like. I had to stifle a scream, because I'd seen that wolfish face before the dancing stoppered. The music died. Osiris rose from his throne. Set, he said in a dangerous tone. Why have you come? Set laughed, and the tension in the broke. Despite his cruel eyes, he had a wonderful laugh, nothing like the screech he'd done at the British Museum. It was carefree and friendly, as if he couldn't possibly mean any harm. I come to celebrate my brother's birthday, of course, he exclaimed. And I bring entertainment. He gestured behind him. 4 huge men with the heads of wokes marched into the room, carrying a jewel-encrusted golden comb. My heart to race. It was the same box Set had used to imprison my dad at the British Museum. No. I wanted to scream. Don't trust him. But the assembled gods owed and awed, admiring the which was painted with gold and red hieroglyphs, trimmed with jade and opals. The wolf men set down and I saw it had no lid. The interior was lined with black linen. This sleeping casket, Set announced, was made by my finest craftsmen, using the most expensive materials. Its value is beyond measure. The god who lies within, even for a night, will see his powers increase tenfold. His wisdom will never falter. His strength will never fail. It is smiled slyly at the one and only God who fits within perfectly. I wouldn't queued up first, but the gods surged forward. They pushed each other out of the way to get at the golden coffin. Some in but were too short, others were much too big. Even when they tried to change their shapes, the gods had no luck, as if the magic of the box were thwarting them. No one fit exactly. Gods grumbled and complained as others, anxious to try, pushed them to the floor. Said Tum to Osiris with a good-natured laugh. Well, brother, we have no winner yet. Will you try? Only the best of the Gokkals can succeed. Osiris's eyes gleamed. Apparently he wasn't the god of brains, because he seemed completely taken in by the box's beauty. All the other gods looked at him expectantly, and I could see what he was thinking. If he fit in the box, what a brilliant birthday present. Even Set, his wicked brother, would have to admit that he was the rightful king of the gods. Only Isis seemed troubled. She laid her hand on her husband's shoulder. My lord, do not. Set does not bring presents. I aren't offended. Set sounded genuinely hurt. Can I not celebrate my brother's birthday? Are we so estranged that I cannot even apologize to the king? Osiris smiled at Isis. My dear, it is only a game, fear nothing. He rose from his throne. The gods applauded as he approached the box. "All hail Osiris!" Set cried. The king of the GCDS lowered himself into the box, and when he glanced in my direction, just for a moment, he had my father's face. "No." I thought again. "Don't do it." But Osiris lay down. The coffin fit him exactly. A cheer went up from the gods, but before Osiris could rise, Set clapped his hands. A golden lid materialized above the and slammed down on top of it. Osiris shouted in rage, but his cries were muffled. Golden latches fastened around the lid. The other gods surged forward to intervene. Even the boy in black eye, seen earlier, reappeared, but Set was faster. He stamped his foot so hard, the stone floor trembled. The gods toppled over each other like dominoes. The old men drew their spears, and the gods scrambled away in terror. Set said a magic word, and a boiling cauldron appeared out of thin air. It poured its contents over the coffin, molten lead, coating the box, sealing it shut, probably heating the interior to 1,000 degrees. "Villain! Isis I veiled _ She advanced on Set and began to speak, but Set held up his hand. Isis rose from the floor, clawing at her mouth, her lips pressed as if an invisible force were suffocating. "Not today, lovely Isis," Set purred. "Today, I am king. And your child shall never be bomb." Suddenly, another goddess, a slender woman in a blue dress, charged out of the crowd. "Husband, no." She tackled Set, who momentarily lost his concentration. Isis fell to the floor, gasping. The other goddess yelled, "Flee!" Isis tummed and Ramset rose. I thought he would hit the goddess in blue, but he only snarled. "Foolish wife? Whose side are you on?" He stamped his foot again, and the golden coffin sank into the floor. Set raced after Isis at the edge of palace. Isis tummed into a small bird of prey and soared into the air. Set sprouted demon's wings and launched himself in pursuit. Then suddenly I was the bird. I was Isis, flying disparately over the Nile. I could sense Set behind me closing. Closing. "You must escape," the voice of Isis said in my mind. "Avenge Osiris. Crown Hom's king." Just when I thought my heart would burst, I felt a hand on my shoulder. The images evaporated. The old master, Iskandar, next to me, his face pinched with concern. Glowing hieroglyphs danced round him. "Forgive the interruption," he said in perfect English. "But you were almost dead." That's when my knees tumbled to water, and I lost consciousness. /hen I awoke. I was curled at Iskandar's feet on the steps below the empty throne. We were alone in the hall, which was mostly dark except for the light from the hieroglyphs that always seemed to glow around him. "Welcome back," he said. "You're lucky you survived." I wasn't so sure. My head felt like it had boiled in oil. Sorry," I said. "I didn't mean to look at the images." "And yet you did. Your BA left your body and entered the past. Hadn't you been warned?" "Yes," I admitted. "Was drawn to the pictures." _Iskandar stared into space, as if remembering something from long ago. "They are hard to resist." _K perfect English, I noticed Iskandar smiled. "How do you know I'm speaking English?" "Perhaps you are speaking Greek." I heard he was kidding, but I couldn't tell. He seemed so frail and warm, and was like sitting next to a nuclear reactor. I had a feeling he was full of more danger than I wanted to know. "You're not really that old, are you?" I asked. "I mean, old enough to remember Ptolemaic times." "I aren't exactly that old, my dear. I was born in the reign of Cleopatra 70, please. I assure you, it's true. It was my sorrow to behold the last days of Egypt, before that foolhardy queen lost our kingdom to the Romans. I was the last magician to be trained. The house went underground. Many of our most powerful secrets were lost, including the spells my master used to extend my life. Magicians these days still live long, sometimes centuries, but I have been alive for 2 millennia. So you're immortal. His chuckle turned into a racking cough. He doubled over and cupped his hands over his mouth. I wanted to help, but I wasn't sure how the glowing hieroglyphs flickered and dimmed around him. Finally the coughing subsided. He took a shaky breath. Hardly immortal, my dear. In fact. His voice trailed off. But never mind that. What did you see in your vision? I probably should have kept quiet. I didn't want to be turned into a bug for breaking any rules, and the vision had terrified me, especially the moment when I changed into the bird of prey, but Iskandar's kindly expression made it hard to hold back. I ended up telling him everything. Well, almost everything. I left out the bit about the good-looking boy, and yes, I know it was silly, but I was embarrassed. I reckoned that part could be my own crazed imagination at York, as ancient Egyptian gods could not have that gorgeous. Iskandar sat for a moment, tapping his staff against the steps. You saw a very old event, Seti said, taking the throne of Egypt by force. He hid Osiris's coffin, you know, and Isis searched the entire world to find it. So she got him back eventually. Not exactly. Osiris was resurrected, but only in the underworld. He became the king of the dead. Their son, Hams, grew up. Horus challenged Set for the throne of Egypt and won after many hard battles. That is why Horus was called the Avenger. As I said, an old story, but one that the gods have repeated many times in our history. Repeated. The gods follow patterns. In some ways they are quite predictable, acting out the same squabbles, the same jealousies down through the ages. Only the settings change, and the hosts. There was that word again, hosts. I thought the PCOR woman in the New York Museum who turned into the goddess circuit _ in my vision, I said, Isis and Osiris were married. Horus was about to be Bam as their son. But in another story Carter told me, all 3 of them were siblings, children of the sky goddess. Yes, Iskandar agreed. This can be confusing for those who do not know the nature of gods. They cannot walk the earth in their pure form, at least, not for more than a few moments. They must have hosts. Humans, you mean? Or powerful objects, such as statues, amulets, monuments, Sinan models of cars. But they prefer human form. You see, gods have great power, but only humans' creativity, the power to change history rather than simply rewrite it. Humans can. __how do you moderns say it? Think outside the cup. The box, I suggested. Yes. The combination of human creativity and godly power can be quite formidable. At any rate, when Osiris and Isis first walked the earth, their hosts were brother and sister. But mortal hosts are not permanent. They die, they wear out. Later in history, Osiris and Isis took new forms, humans who were husband and wife. Horus, who in one lifetime was their brother, was Bam into a new life as their son. That's confusing, I said. And a little gross. Iskandar shrugged. The gods do not think of relationships the way we humans do. Their hosts are merely like changes of clothes. This is why the ancient stories seem so mixed up. Sometimes the gods are described as married, or siblings, or parent and child, depending on their hosts. The pharaoh himself was called a living god. You know, Egyptologists, this was just a lot of propaganda, but in fact it was often literally true. The greatest of the pharaoh's hosts for gods, usually Hams. He gave them power and wisdom, and let them build Egypt into a mighty empire. But that's good, isn't it? Why is it against the law to host a god? Iskandar's face darkened. GKNLs have different agendas than humans do, Seti. They can overpower their hosts, literally burn them out. That is why so many hosts die young. Tutankhamun, poor boy, died at 19. Cleopatra 7 was even worse. She tried to host the spirit of Isis without knowing what she was doing, and it shattered her mind. In the old days, the House of Life taught the use of divine magic. Initiates could study the path of Hams, or Isis, or Sekhmet, or any number of gods, learning to channel their powers. We had many more initiates back then. Iskandar looked round the empty hall, as if imagining it filled with magicians. Some adepts could call upon the gods only from time to time. Others attempted to host their spirits, with varying degrees of success. The ultimate goal was to become the eye of the god, a perfect union of the two souls, mortal and immortal. Very few achieved this, even among the pharaohs, who were bound to the task. Many destroyed themselves trying. He tummed up his palm, which had the most deeply etched lifeline I'd ever seen. When Egypt finally fell to the Romans, it became clear to me that mankind, our rulers, even the strongest magicians, no longer had the strength of evil to master a god's power. The only ones who could. His point 73 Ice faltered. You had. Nothing, my dear. I talk much. An old man's weakness. It's the blood of the pharaohs, isn't it? He fixed me in his gaze. His eyes no longer looked milky. They burned with intensity. You are a remarkable young girl. You remind me of your mother. My mouth fell open. You knew her? Of course. She trained here, as did your father. Your mother? Well, aside from being a brilliant scientist, she had the gift of divination. One of the most difficult forms of magic, and she was the first in centuries to possess it. Divination. Seeing the future. Tricky business, never perfect, but she saw things that made her seek advice from unconventional places, things that made even this old man question some long-held beliefs. He drifted off into Memoryland again, which was infuriating enough when my grandparents did it, but when it's an all-powerful magician who has valuable information, it's enough to drive one mad. Iskandar. He looked at me with mild surprise, as if he'd forgotten I was there. I'm sorry, Sadie, I should come to the point. You have a hard path ahead of you, but I am convinced now it's a path you must take, for all our sakes. Your brother will need your guidance. I was tempted to laugh. Kaner, need my guidance? For what? What path do you mean? All in good time. Things must take their course. Typical adult answer. I tried to bite back my frustration. And what if I need guidance? Zia, he said, without hesitation. She is my best pupil, and she is wise. When the time comes, she will know how to help you. Right, I said, a bit disappointed. Zia. For now you should rest, my dear. And it seems I, too, can rest at last. He sounded sad but relieved. I didn't know what he was talking about, but he didn't give me the chance to ask. I aren't sorry our time together was so brief, he said. Sleep well, Sadie Kane. But Iskandar touched my forehead. And I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid. 16. How Zia lost her eyebrows. One woke to a bucket of ice water in my face. Sadie. Get up, Zia said. God. I yelled. Was that necessary? No, Zia admitted. I wanted to strangle her, except I was dripping wet, shivering, and still disoriented. How long had I slept? It felt like only a few minutes, but the dormitory was empty. All the other cots were made. The girls must have already gone to their mowing lessons. Zia tossed me a towel and some fresh linen clothes. We'll meet Kaner in the cleansing room. I just got a bath, thanks very much. LV / hat I need is a proper breakfast. The cleansing prepares you for magic. Zia slung her bag of tricks over her shoulder and unfolded the long black staff she'd used in New York. If you survive, we'll see. Fucked. I was tired of being reminded that I might die, but I got dressed and followed her out. After another endless series of tunnels, we came to with a roaring waterfall. There was no ceiling, just a shaft us that seemed to go up forever. Water fell from the darkness into a fountain, splashing over a 5-meter tall statue of that bird-headed god. Was his name Tooth? No, Thoth. The water cascaded over his head, collected in his palms, then spilled out into the pool. Kaner stood beside the fountain. He was dressed in linen with dad's York bag over one shoulder and his surkle strapped to his back. His hair was rumpled, as if he hadn't slept well, at least he hadn't been doused in ice water. Seeing him, I felt a strange sense of relief. I thought about Iskandar's words last night, your brother I will need your guidance. L% at? Kaner asked. You're staring at me Ani _nothing, I said quickly. How'd you sleep? Badly. Tell you about it later. Was it my imagination, or did he throw TL in Zia's direction? Possible romantic trouble between Miss Magic and my brother? I made a mental note to interrogate him next time we were alone. Zia went to a nearby cabinet. She brought out 2 ceramic cups, dipped them into the fountain, then offered them to us. Drink. I glanced at Kaner. After you. It's only water, Zia assured me, but purified by contact with Thoth. It will focus your mind. I didn't see how a statue could purify water. Then I remembered what Iskandar had said, how gods could inhabit anything. I took a drink. Immediately I felt like I'd had a good strong cup of Grand's Tem. My brain buzzed. My eyesight sharpened. I felt so hyperactive, I almost didn't miss my chewing gum. Almost. Kaner sipped from his cup. Wow, now the tattoos, Zia announced. Brilliant. I said. On your tongue, she added. Excuse me. Zia stuck out her tongue. Right in the middle was a blue hieroglyph. Nithith Nate, she tried to say with her tongue out. Then she realized her mistake and stuck her tongue back. I'm Elmeen, this is Mazad, the symbol of order and harmony. It will help you Surak magic. Clearly one mistake with a spell. Let me guess, I said. We'll die. From her cabinet of horrors, Zia produced a fine-tipped paintbrush and a bowl of blue dye. It doesn't huff and it's not irminent _ how CLKRS it taste? Kaner wondered. Zia smiled. Stick out your tongue. To answer Kaner's question, the Tat K11 tasted like burning car tires. Ugh _ I spit a blue gob of order and harmony into the fountain. Never mind breakfast. Lost my appetite _ Zia pulled a leather satchel out of the cabinet. Kaner will be allowed to keep your father's magic implements, plus a new staff and wand. Generally the wand is for defense, the staff is for offense, although, Kaner, you may prefer to use your Korsh _ Kapesh. The curved sword, Zia said. A favored weapon of the Pharaoh's guard. It can be used in combat magic. As for Sadie, you will need a full kit. How come he gets Dad's kit? I complained. He is the eldest, she said, as if that explained everything. Typical. Zia tossed me the leather satchel. Inside was an ivory wand, that I suppose turned into a staff, some paper, an ink set, a bit of twine, and a lovely chunk of ivax. I was less than thrilled. L% at about a little wax man? I asked. I haven't a doughboy. LF you mean a figurine, you must make one yourself. You will be taught how, if I have the skill. We will determine your specialty later. Specialty? Kaner asked. You mean like specialized in statues? Zia NKX1DED _ Nectanebo was extremely skilled in statuary magic. He could make Shapti so lifelike, they could pass for human. No one has ever greater at statuary, except perhaps Iskandar. But there are many other disciplines: healer, amulet maker, animal charmer, elementalist _ combat magician _ necromancer, diviner. I asked. Zia looked at me curiously. Yes, although that is quite rare. IVHY do you too? I cleared my throat. So how do we know our specialty? It will become clear soon enough, Zia promised, but a good magician knows a bit of everything, which is why we stand with a basic test. Let us go to the library. The first gnome's library was like Amos's, but 100 times bigger, with circular rooms lined with honeycomb shelves that seemed to go on forever, like the world's largest beehive. Clay Shabti statues kept popping in and out, retrieving scroll camsters and disappearing, but we saw no other. Zia brought us to a table and spread out a long, blank papyrus scroll. She picked up a stylus and dipped it in ink. The Egyptian word shish means scribe or writer, but it can also mean magician. This is because magic, at its most basic, turns words into reality. You will create a scroll. Using your own magic, you will send power into the words on paper. Spoken, the words will unleash the magic. She handed the stylus to Carter. I don't get it, he protested. A simple word, she suggested. It can be anything. In English. Zia curled her lip. If you must, any language will work, but hieroglyphics are best. They are the language of creation, of magic, of it. You must be careful. However, before she could explain, Carter drew a simple hieroglyph of a bird. The picture wriggled, peeled itself off the papyrus, and flew away. It splattered Carter's head with some hieroglyphic droppings on its way out. I couldn't help laughing at Carter's expression. A beginner's mistake, Zia said, scowling at me to quiet. If you use a symbol that stands for something alive, it is too tight. It only partially leave off a wing, or the legs. Otherwise the magic you channel could make it come alive and poop on its creator. Carter sighed, wiping off his hair with a bit of scrap papyrus. That's why our father's wax statue, Doughboy, has no legs, right? The same principle, Zia agreed. Now, try again. Kaner stared at Zia's staff, which was smeared in hieroglyphics. He picked the most obvious one and copied it on the papyrus, the symbol for fire. Uh-oh, I thought. But the word did not come alive, which would have been rather exciting. It simply dissolved. Keep trying, Zia urged. Why am I so tired? Kaner wondered. He definitely Ked exhausted. His face was with sweat. You're channeling magic from within, Zia said. For me, fire is easy. But it may not the most natural type of magic for you. Try something else. Zia showed him how to form the hieroglyph, and Kaner towed it on the papyrus. Nothing happened. Speak it, too, Zia said. Circle, Kaner said. The word glowed and vanished, and a butter knife lay on the papyrus. I laughed. Terrifying. Kaner looked like he was about to pass out, but he managed a grin. He picked up the knife and threatened to poke me with it. Very good for a first time, Zia said. You are not creating the knife yourself. You are summoning it from Mazat, the creative power of the universe. Hieroglyphs are the code we use. That's why they are called divine words. The more powerful the magician, the easier it becomes to control the language. I caught my breath. Those hieroglyphs floating in the Hall of Ages they seemed to gather around Iskandar. Was he summon me them? Not exactly, Zia said. His presence is so strong, he makes the language of the universe visible simply by being in the room. No matter what our specialty, each magician's greatest hope is to become a speaker of divine words, to know the language of creation so well that we can fashion reality simply by speaking, not even using a scroll. Like saying shatter, I ventured, and having a door explode. Zia scowled. Yes, but such a thing would take years of practice. Really? Well, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Kaner shaking his head, silently warning me to shut up. I stammered. Someday, I'll learn to do that. Zia raised an eyebrow. Terst, master the scroll. I was getting tired of her attitude, so I picked up the stylus and wrote fire in English. Zia leaned forward and frowned. You shouldn't too. Before she could finish, a column of flame erupted in her face. I screamed, sure I'd done something horrible, but when the fire died, Zia was still there, looking astonished, her eyebrows cinched and her bangs smoldering. Oh, God, I said. Sorry, sorry. Do I die now? For 3 heartbeats, Zia stared at me. Now, Z, she announced. I think you are ready to duel. We used another magic gateway, which Zia summoned right on the library wall. We stepped into a circle of swirling sand and popped out the other side, covered in dust and grit, in the front of some ruins. The harsh sunlight almost blinded me. I hate portals, Carter muttered, brushing the sand out of his hair. Then he looked around and his eyes widened. This is Luxor. That's, like, hundreds of miles south of Cairo. I sighed. And that amazes you after telexiting from New York. He was busy checking out our surroundings to answer. I suppose the ruins were all right, though once you've seen one pile of crumbly Egyptian stuff, you've seen them all, I say. We stood on a wide avenue flanked by human-headed, most of which were broken. The road went on behind us as far as I could see, but in front of us it ended at a temple much bigger than the one in the New York Museum. The walls were at least 6 stories high. Big stone pharaohs stood guard on either side of the entrance, and a single obelisk on the left-hand side. It looked as if one used to stand on the right as well, but it was now gone. Luxor is a modern name, Zia said. This was once the city of Thebes. This temple was one of the most important in Egypt. It is the best place for us to practice because it's already destroyed. I asked. Zia gave me one of her famous scowls. No, Sadie, because it is still full of magic. And it was a cred to your family. Our family? Kaner asked. Zia didn't explain, as usual. She just gestured for us to follow. I don't like those ugly sphinxes, I mumbled as we walked down the path. Those ugly sphinxes are creatures of law and order, Zia said, protectors of Egypt. They are on our side. If you say so. Kaner nudged me as we passed the obelisk. You know the missing one is in Paris. I rolled my eyes. Thank you, Mr. Wikipedia. I thought they were in New York and London. That's a different pair, Carter said, like I was supposed to care. The other Luxor obelisk is in Pans. Wish I was in Pans, I said. Lot than this place. We walked into a dusty courtyard surrounded by crumbling pillars and statues with various missing body parts. Still, I could tell the place had once been quite impressive. Air are the people? I asked. Middle of the day, winter holidays. Shouldn't there be loads of tourists? Zia made a distasteful_al expression. Usually, yes, I have encouraged them to stay away for a few hours_2. How? Common minds are easy to manipulate. She looked pointedly at me, and I remembered how she forced me to talk in the New York Museum. Oh, yes, she was just begging for more scorched eyebrows. Now, to the duel. She summoned her staff and drew 2 circles in the sand about 10 meters apart. She directed me to stand in one of them and Carter in the other. Got to duel him? I asked. I found the idea preposterous. The only thing Carter had shown aptitude for was summoning butter knives and pooping birds. Well, all right, and that bit on the chasm bridge deflecting the daggers, but still, what if I hun him? As annoying as Carter might, I didn't want to accidentally summon that glyph I'd made in Amos's house and explode him to bits. Perhaps Kaner was thinking the same thing, because he staffed to sweat. What if we do something wrong? He asked. I will oversee the duel, Zia promised. We will start slowly. The first magician to KNMK the other out of his or her circle wins. But we haven't been trained. I protested. One learns by doing, Zia said. This is not school, Sadie. You cannot learn magic by sitting at a desk and taking notes. You can only learn magic by doing magic. And summon whatever power you can, Zia said. Use whatever you have available. Begin. I looked at Carter doubtfully. Use whatever I have? I opened the leather satchel and looked inside. A lump of wax? Probably not. I drew the wand and RCD immediately, The rod expanded until I was holding a 2-meter-long white staff. Kaner drew his sword, though I couldn't imagine what he'd do with it. Rather hard to hit me from 10 meters away. I wanted this over, so I raised my staff like I'd seen Zia do. I thought the word fire. A small flame sputtered to life on the end of the staff. I willed it to get bigger. The fire momentarily brightened, but then my eyesight went fuzzy. The flame died. I fell to my knees, feeling as if I'd run a marathon. "You okay?" Carter called. "No," I complained. "If she knocks herself out, do I win?" he asked. "Shut up," I said. "Sadie, you must be careful," Zia called. "You drew from your, not from the staff. You can quickly deplete your magic." I got shakily to my feet. "Explain." "A magician begins a dual frill of magic, the way you might be full after a good meal," which I never got, to reminded her each time you do magic. Zia continued, "You exuberant energy. You can draw energy from yourself, but you must know your limits. Otherwise you could exhaust yourself, or worse." I swallowed and at my smoldering staff. "How much worse?" "You could literally burn up." I hesitated, thinking how to ask my next question without saying much. "But I've done magic before. Sometimes it doesn't exhaust me." IVHY. From around her neck, Zia unclasped an amulet. She threw it into the air, and with a flash it turned into a giant vulture. The massive blackbird soared over the ruins. As soon as it was out of sight, Zia extended her hand and the amulet appeared in her palm. "Magic can drawn from many sources," she said. "It can be stored in scrolls, wands, or staffs. Amulets are especially powerful. Magic can also drawn straight from Ma'at, using the divine words, but this is difficult. Locked eyes with can be summoned from the gods." "Why are you looking at me?" I demanded. "I didn't summon any gods. They just seemed to find me." She put on her necklace but said nothing. "Hold on," Carter said. "You claimed this place was sacred to our family." "It was," Zia agreed. "But wasn't this?" Kaner frowned. "Didn't the pharaohs have a yearly festival here or something?" "Indeed," she said. "The pharaoh would evoke down the processional path all the way from Karnak to Luxor. He would enter the temple and become one with the gods. Sometimes, this was purely ceremonial. Sometimes, with the great pharaohs like Rarnesses, here too." Zia pointed to one of the huge crumbling statues. "They actually hosted the gods," I interrupted, remembering what Iskandar had said. Zia narrowed her eyes. "And yet you claim to know nothing of your family's past." "Wait a second," Carter protested. "You're saying we're related to the gods, their hosts?" "Carefully," Zia said. "They always prefer the of the pharaohs /hen. A magician has the of royal families." I exchanged with Kaner. "Something Bast said came back to me, your family was bombed to magic. And Amos had told us that sides of our family had a complicated history with the gods, and that Carter and I were the most powerful children to be born in centuries." A bad feeling settled near me, like an itchy blanket prickling against my skin. "Our parents were from different royal lines," I said. "Ben descended from Narmer, the first pharaoh. I told you he looked like that picture." "That's not possible," Kaner said. "That I was 5,000 years ago." But I could see his mind was racing. "Then the Fausts _____. He turned to Zim. "Rameses the Great built this courtyard. You're telling me our mom's family is descended from him?" Zia sighed. "Don't tell me your parents kept this from you. Do you think you are so dangerous to us?" "You think we're hosting gods?" I said, absolutely stunned. "That's what you're worried about just because of something our great times 8,000 grandparents did? That's completely daft." "Then prove it," Zia said. "Duel, and show me how weak your magic is." She turned her back on us, as if we were completely unimportant. Something inside me snippered. I'd had the worst 2 days ever. I'd lost my father, my home, and my cat, been attacked by monsters and had ice water dumped on my head. Now this witch was turning her back on me. She didn't want to train us. She wanted to see how dangerous we were. Well, fine, Sadie. Kaner called. He must have seen from my expression that I was beyond reason. I focused on my staff, maybe not fire. Cats have always liked me. Maybe I threw my staff straight at Zia. It hit the ground at her heels and immediately transformed into a snarling she-lion. Zia whirled in surprise, but then everything went wrong. The lion turned and charged at Kaner, as if she knew I was supposed to dueling him. I had a split second to think, what have I done? Then the cat lunged. ___ and Carter's form flickered. He rose off the ground, surrounded by a golden holographic shell like the one Bast had used, except that his giant image was a warrior with the head of a falcon. Carter swung his sword, and the falcon Warfire did likewise, slicing the lion with a shimmering blade of energy. The cat dissolved in midair, and my staff clattered to the ground, cut neatly in half. Kaner's avatar shimmered, then disappeared. He dropped to the ground and grinned. Yun. He didn't even tired. Once I got over my relief that I hadn't killed him, I realized I didn't feel tired either. If anything, I had more energy. I tummed defiantly to Zia. Well? Better, right? Her face was ashen. The falcon. He summoned before she could finish, pounded on the stones. A young initiate raced into the courtyard, looking panicked. Tears streaked his dusty face. He said something to Zia in hurried Arabic. When Zia got his message, she sat down hard in the sand. She covered her face and began to tremble. Kaner and I left our dueling circles and ran to her. Zia. Kaner said, what's wrong? She took a deep breath, trying to gather her composure. When she looked up, her eyes were red. She said something to the adept, who nodded and ran back the way he did. Come news from the first gnome, she said shakily. Iskandar. Her voice broke. I felt as if a giant fist had punched me in the stomach. I thought about Iskandar's strange words last night. It seems I, too, can rest at last. He's dead, isn't he? That's what he meant. Zia stared at me. What do you mean, that's what he meant? I was about to say that I'd spoken with Iskandar the night before. Then I realized this might not be a good thing to mention. Nothing. How did it happen? In his sleep, Zia said. He had been ailing for years, of course. But still. It's okay, Kaner said. I'll know he was certain to you. She wiped at her tears, then rose unsteadily. You don't understand. Dejarda is next in line. As he is named Chief Lector, he will order you executed. But we haven't done anything. I said. Zia's eyes flashed with anger. You still don't realize how dangerous you are? You are hosting gods. Ridiculous, I insisted, but an uneasy feeling was building inside me. If it were, it couldn't be. Besides, how could anyone, even a poxy old nutter like Dejarda, seriously execute children for something they weren't aware of? He will order me to bring you in, Zia warned, and I will have to obey. You can't. Carter cried. You saw what in the museum. We're not the problem. Set is. And if Dejarda isn't taking that seriously well, maybe he's part of the problem too. Zia gripped her staff. I was sure she was going to fry us with a fireball, but she hesitated. Zia. I decided to take a risk. Iskandar talked with me last night. He caught me sneaking around the Hall of Ages. She looked at me and I reckoned I had only seconds before that shock turned to anger. He said you were his pupil, Z, I recalled. He said you were wise. He also said Kaner and I have a difficult path ahead of us, and you would know how to help us when the time came. Her staff smoldered. Her eyes reminded me of glass about to shatter. Dejarda will kill us, I persisted. Do you think that's what Iskandar had in mind? I counted to 5, 6, 7. Just you. Hen I was sure she was going to blast us. She lowered her staff. Use the obelisk. L% at? I asked. The obelisk at the entrance, fool. You have minutes, perhaps less. Desjardins sends orders for your execution. Flee, and destroy set. The demon days begin at sundown. All portals I will stop working. You need to get as close as possible to set that happens. Hold on, I said. L meant you should come with us and help us. We can't even use an obelisk, much less destroy set. I cannot betray the house, she said. You 4 minutes now. If you can't operate the obelisk you'll die. That was enough incentive for me. I started to drag Kaner off, but Zia called, Sadie. 4 / I looked back. Zia's eyes were frill of bit mess. Desjardins will order me to hunt you down, she warned. Do you understand? Unfortunately, I did. The next time we met, we would be enemies. I grabbed Kaner's hand and rammed the Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid. 17. A bad trip to Paris. Okay, before one get to the demon fruit bats, one should back up. The night before we fled Luxor, I didn't get much sleep, first because of an out-of-body experience, then a run-in with Zia. Stop smirking, Sadie. It wasn't a good run. I'm after lights out. I tried to sleep. Honest. I even used the stupid magic headrest they gave me instead of a pillow, but it didn't help. As I managed to shut my eyes, my BA decided to take a little trip. Just like before, I felt myself floating above my body, taking on a winged phone. Then the current of the duet swept me away at blurring speed. When my vision cleared, I found myself in a dark cavern. Uncle Amos was sneaking through it, finding his way with a faint blue light that flickered on the top of his staff. I wanted to call to him, but my voice didn't work. I'm not sure how he could miss me, floating a few feet away in glowing chicken form, but apparently I was invisible to him. He stepped forward and the ground at his feet suddenly blazed to life with a red hieroglyph. Amos cried out, but his mouth froze half open. Coils of light wrapped around his legs like vines. Red tendrils completely entwined him, and Amos stood petrified, his unblinking eyes staring straight ahead. I tried to fly to him, but I was stuck in place, floating helplessly, so I could only observe. Laughter echoed through the cavern. A horde of things emerged from the darkness: toad creatures, animal-headed demons, and even stranger monsters half hidden in the gloom. They'd been LYMG in ambush, I realized, waiting for Amos. In front of them appeared a fiery silhouette, but his form was much clearer now, and this time it wasn't human. His was emaciated, slimy, and black, and his head was that of a feral beast. Bonsoir, Amos, Set said. How nice of you to come. We're going to have so much fun. I sat bolt upright in bed, back in my own body, if my heart Amos had captured. I knew it for certain. And even had known somehow that Amos I was coming. I thought back to something Bast had said, about how the Serpopards had broken into the mansion. She said the defenses had been sabotaged, and only a magician of the house could have done it. A horrible suspicion started building inside me. I stared into the dark for a long time, listening to the little kid next to me mumbling spells in his sleep. When I couldn't stand it any longer, I opened with a push of my mind, the way I'd done at Amos's mansion, and I sneaked out. I was wandering through the empty marketplace, thinking about Dad and Amos, replaying the events over and over, trying to figure out what I could have done differently to save them, when I spotted Zia. She was hurrying across the courtyard as if she were being chased, but what really caught my attention was the shimmering black cloud around her, as if someone had wrapped her in a glittery shadow. She came to a section of blank wall and waved her hand. Suddenly a doorway appeared. Zia glanced nervously behind her and ducked inside. Of course I followed. I moved quietly up to the doorway. I could hear Zia's .73 ice inside, but I couldn't make out Ivy hat she was saying. Then the doorway began to solidify, turning back into a wall, and I made a split-second decision. I jumped through. Inside, Zia was alone with her back to me. She was kneeling at a stone altar, chanting something under her breath. The walls were decorated with ancient Egyptian drawings and Nux-Learn photographs. The glittery shadow no longer surrounded Zia, but something even stranger was happening. I'd been planning to tell Zia about my nightmare, but that went completely out of my thoughts when I saw what she was doing. She cupped her palms, the way you might hold a bird, and a glowing blue sphere appeared, about the size of a golf ball. Still chanting, she raised her hands. The sphere flew up, straight through the ceiling, and vanished. Some instinct told me this was not something I was supposed to see. I thought backing out of the room. Only problem, the door was gone. No other exits. It was only a matter of time before maybe ID made a noise. Maybe her magical senses had kicked in but faster than I could react. Zia pulled her wand and turned on me, flames flickering down the edge off boomerang. "Hi," I said nervously. Her expression turned from anger to surprise, then back to anger. "Kaner, what are you doing here?" "Just walking around." "I saw you in the courtyard, so L% at do you mean you saw me, were running, and you had this black shimmery stuff around you, and two you saw that?" "Impossible." Hi. 4 / was it? She dropped her wand and the fire died. "I don't appreciate being followed, Kaner." "Sorry, I thought you might be in trouble." She started to say something, but apparently changed her mind. "In trouble? That's true enough." She sat down heavily and sighed. In the candlelight, her ember eyes dark and sad, she stared at the photos behind the altar, and I realized she was in some of them. There she was as a little girl, standing barefoot outside a mud brick house, squinting resentfully at the camera as if she didn't want her picture taken. Next to that, a wider shot showed a whole village on the Nile, the kind of place my dad took me to sometimes, where nothing had changed much in the last 2000 years. A crowd of villagers grinned and waved at the camera as if they were celebrating, and above them little Zia on the shoulders of a man who must have been her father. Another photo was a family shot, Zia holding hands with her mother and father. They could have been any fellahin family anywhere in Egypt, but her dad had especially kindly, twinkling eyes. I thought he must have a good sense of humor. Her mom's face was unveiled, and she laughed as if her husband had just cracked a joke. "Your folks look cool," I said. "Is that home?" Zia seemed like she wanted to get angry, but she kept her emotions under control. Or maybe she just didn't have the energy. "It was my home. The village no longer exists." I waited, not sure I dared to ask. We locked eyes, and I could tell she was deciding how much to tell. "My father was a farmer," she said, "but he also worked for archaeologists. In his spare time he'd scour the Deccan for artifacts and new sites where they might want to dig. INKX1DED_LV Zia described was pretty common. Egyptians have been making extra money that way for centuries. One night when I was 8, my father found a statue," she said. "Small but very rare, a statue of a monster, carved from red stone. It had been buried in a pit with a lot of other statues that were all smashed. But somehow this one survived. He brought it home. He didn't know, he didn't realize magicians imprison monsters and spirits inside such statues, and break them to destroy their essence. My father brought the unbroken statue into our village, and and accidentally unleashed ____. Her voice faltered. She stared at the picture of her father smiling and holding her hand. "Zia, I'm sorry." She knit her eyebrows. "Iskandar found me. He and the other magicians destroyed the monster ____, but not in time. They found me curled in a fire pit under some reeds where my mother had hidden me. I was the only survivor." I tried to imagine how Zia would have when Iskandar found her, a little girl who'd lost everything, alone in the ruins of her village. It was hard to picture her that way. "So this room is a shrine to your family," I guessed. "You come here to them?" Zia looked at me blankly. That's the problem, Kaner. I can't. Iskandar tells me about my past. He gave me these pictures, explained what happened. But _.1 have no memory at all. I was to say, you were only 8. Then I realized I'd been the same age when my mom did, when Sadie and I were split up. I remembered all of that so clearly. I could still see our house in Los Angeles and the way the stars looked at night from our back porch overlooking the ocean. My dad would tell us wild stories, the constellations. Then every night before bed, Sadie and I would cuddle up with Mom on the sofa, fighting for her attention, and she'd tell us not to award of Dad's stories. She'd explain the science, the stars, talk about physics and chemistry as if we were her college students. Looking back on it, I wondered if she'd been trying to warn us, don't believe in those gods and myths. They're too dangerous. I remembered our last trip to London as a family, how nervous Mom and Dad seemed on the plane. I remembered our dad come back to our grandparents' flat after Mom had died, and telling us there had been an accident even before he explained. I knew it was bad, because I'd never seen my dad cry before. The little details that did fade drove me crazy, like the smell off Mom's earth, or the way her voice sounded. The older I got, the harder I held on to those things. I couldn't imagine not remembering anything. How could Zia stand it? Maybe __. I struggled to find the right words. Maybe you just. She held up her hand. Carter, believe me. I've tried to remember, it's no use. Iskandar is the only family I've ever had. L% at about friends. Zia stared at me as if I'd used a foreign term. I realized I hadn't seen anyone close to our age in the first gnome. Everyone was either much younger or much older. I don't have time for friends, she said. Besides, when initiates turn 13, they're assigned to other gnomes around the world. I am the only one who stayed here. I like being alone. It's fine. The hairs stood up on the back of my neck. I'd said almost the same thing, many times, when People asked me what it was like being homeschooled by my dad. Didn't I miss having friends? Didn't I want a normal life? Like being alone. It's fine. I tried to picture Zia going to a regular public high school, learning a locker combination, hanging out in the cafeteria. I couldn't picture it. I imagined she would as lost as I would. Tell you what, I said. After the testing, after the demon days, when things settle down, things won't settle down. I'm going to take you to the mall. She blinked. The mall? For what reason? To hang out, I said. We'll get some hamburgers. See a movie? Zia hesitated. Is this what you'd call a date? Oh, my expression must have been priceless, because Zia actually cracked a smile. You look like a cow hit with a shovel. I didn't mean ___, just meant _ She laughed, and suddenly it was easier to imagine her as a regular high school kid. I will look forward to this mall, Carter, she said. You are either a very interesting or a very dangerous one. Let's go with interesting. She waved her hand, and the door reappeared. Go now, and Carol _ the next time you sneak up on me, you might not so fortunate. At the doorway, I turned. Zia, what was that black shimmery stem? Her smile faded. An invisibility SRRLL_. Only very powerful magicians are able to see through it. You should not have. She stared at me for answers, but I didn't have any. Maybe it was ___, or something, I managed. And, can I ask, the blue sphere? She frowned. The what? The thing you released that went into the ceiling. She looked mystified. I _.1 don't know what you mean. Perhaps the candlelight was playing tricks on your eyes. Awkward silence. Either she was lying to me, or I was going crazy, didn't know what. I realized I hadn't told her about my vision of Amos and Set, but I felt that I'd already pushed her as far as I could for one night. Okay, I said. Good night. I made my way back to the dorm, but I didn't get to sleep again for a long time. Fast forward to Luxor. Maybe now you understand why I didn't want to leave Zia behind, and why I didn't Zia would actually hurt us. On the other hand, I knew she wasn't lying about Desjardins. That guy wouldn't think twice about turning us into escargots. And the fact that Seth had spoken French in my dream, bonsoir, Amos. Was something a lot worse going on anyway. When Sadie tugged on my arm, I followed. We ran out of the temple and headed for the obelisk, but naturally, it wasn't that simple. We're the Kane family. Nothing is ever that simple. Just as we reached the obelisk, I heard the slushing sound of a magic portal. About 100 yards down the path, a bald magician in white robes stepped out of a whirling sand vortex. Hurry, I told Sadie. I grabbed the staff from my bag and threw it to her. Since I cut yours in half, I 11 stick with the sword. But I don't know what I'm doing, she protested, searching the base as if she hoped to find a secret switch. The magician regained his balance and spit the sand out of his mouth. Then he srixed at us. Stop. Yeah, I muttered. That's gonna happen. Paris. Sadie turned to me. You said the other obelisk is in Paris, right? Right. Not to MSHU, but... The magician raised his staff and started chanting. I fumbled for the hilt of my sword. My legs felt like they were turning to butter. I wondered if I could pull off that hawk warrior thing again. That had been cool, but it had also been just a duel and the test at the chasm bridge, when I'd deflected those daggers that hadn't seemed like me. Every time I'd drawn this sword so far, I'd had help, Zia had been there, or bast I'd never felt completely alone. This time, it was just me. I was crazy to think I could hold off a full-fledged magician. I was no Ivarrior. Everything I knew about swords came from reading history of Alexander the Great, the Three Musketeers, as if that could help. With Sadie E. Cupid at the obelisk, I was on my own. No, you're not, said A.73 Ice inside me. Great, I thought. I'm on my own and going crazy. At the far end of the avenue, the magician called out, serve the house of life, but I got the feeling he wasn't talking to me. The air between us to shimmer. Waves of heat flowed from the double lines of sphinxes, making them LNK as if they were moving. Then I realized they were moving. Each one cracked down the middle, and ghostly apparitions appeared from the stone like breaking out of their shells. Not all of them were in God shape. The spirit creatures from broken statues had missing heads or feet. Some limped along on only 3 legs, but at least a dozen attack sphinxes were in perfect condition, and they all came toward us, each one the size of a dough Benny's, made of milky white smoke and hot vapor. So much for the sphinxes being on our side soon. I warned Sadie. Paris, she called, and raised her staff and wand. I want to go there now. 2 tickets. First class, you'll be nice. The sphinxes advanced. The nearest one launched itself toward me, and with sheer luck I managed to slice it in half. The monster evaporated into smoke, but it let out a blast of heat so intense I thought my face was going to melt right off. 2 more sphinx ghosts sloped toward me. A dozen more were only a few steps behind. I could feel my pulse pounding in my neck. Suddenly the ground shook, the sky darkened, and Sadie yelled, yes. The obelisk glowed with purple light, humming with power. Sadie touched the stone and yelped. She was sucked inside and disappeared. Sadie! I yelled. In my moment of distraction, 2 of the sphinxes slammed into me, knocking me to the ground. My sword skittered away. My ribcage went crack. And my chest erupted in pain. The heat coming off the creatures was unbearable. It was like being pushed under a hot oven. I stretched out my fingers toward the just a few inches too far. I could hear the other sphinxes coming, the magician chanting, hold him. Hold him. With my last bit of strength, I lurched toward the obelisk, every nerve in my screaming with pain. My fingertips touched the base, and the world went black. Suddenly I was lying on cold, Whetstone. I was in the middle of a huge public plaza. Rain was pouring down, and the chilly air told me I was no longer in Egypt. Sadie was somewhere close by, yelling in alarm. The bad news I'd brought the two sphinxes with me. One jumped off me and bounded after Sadie. The other was still on my chest, glaring down at me, its back steaming in the rain, its smoky white eyes inches from my face. I tried to remember the Egyptian word for fire. Maybe if I could set the monster ablaze. But my mind was full of panic. I heard an explosion off to my right, in the direction Sadie had run. I hoped she'd gotten away, but I couldn't sure. The Sphinx opened its mouth and formed smoky fangs that had no business on an ancient Egyptian king. It was about to chomp my face when a dark form up behind it and shouted, "Mange de muffins." Slice. The Sphinx dissolved into smoke. I tried to rise but couldn't. Sadie stumbled. "Carter. Oh God, are you okay?" I blinked at the other person, the one who had saved me, a tall, thin figure in a black raincoat. What had she yelled? "Eat muffins." What kind of battle cry was that? She threw off her coat, and a woman in a leopard skin acrobatic suit grinned down at me, showing off her fangs and her lamp-like yellow eyes. "Miss me?" asked Bast. "The Red Pyramid." "Carter, the Red Pyramid 18. When fruit bats go bad." Huddled under the eaves of a big white government building and watched the rain pour down on the Place de la Concorde. It was a miserable day in Paris. The winter skies were heavy and low, and the cold, wet air soaked right into my. There were no tourists, no traffic. Everyone with any sense was inside by a fire enjoying a hot drink. To our right, the Rue Seine wound sluggishly through the city. Across the enormous plaza, the gardens of the Tuileries were shrouded in a soupy haze. The Egyptian obelisk rose up lonely and dark in the middle of the square. We waited for more enemies to pop out of it, but none came. What Zia had said about artifacts needing a 12-hour CLN, one down before they could be used again. I hoped she was right. "Hold still," Bast told me. I winced as she pressed her hand against my chest. She whispered something in Egyptian, and the pain slowly subsided. "Broken rib," she announced. "Better now, but you should rest for at least a few minutes." L% at about the magicians. I wouldn't worry about them just yet. The house will assume you teleported somewhere else. Why? Paris is the 14th Nom des Jardins headquarters. You would be insane trying to hide in his home territory. Great. I sighed. And your amulets do shield you, Bast added. I could find Sadie anywhere because of my promise to protect her. But the amulets I will keep you veiled from the eyes of Set and from other Magd clans. I thought the dark room in the first gnome with all the children looking into bowls of oil. Were they looking for us right now? The thought was creepy. I tried to sit up and Ivan stay still, Bast ordered. Really, Kaner, you should learn to fall like a cat. Work on that, I promised. How are you even alive? Is it that 9 lives thing? Oh, that's just a silly legend. I'm immortal. But the scorpions. Sadie scrunched in closer, shivering and drawing Base's raincoat around her shoulders. We saw them overwhelm you. Bast made a purring sound. Dear Sadie, you do care. I must say I've worked for many children of the pharaohs, but you too. She genuinely touched. Well, I'm sorry if I worried you. It's true the scorpions reduced my power to almost nothing. I held them off as long as I could. Then I had just enough energy to rev into Muffin's form and slip into the duet. I thought you weren't good at portals, I said. Well, first off, Kaner, there are many ways in and out of the duet. It has many different regions and layers. The abyss, the river of night, the land of the dead, the land of demons. Sounds lovely, Sadie muttered. Anyway, IXTTA1s are like they pass through the duet to connect one part of the monolith world to another. And yes, I'm not good at those. But I am a creature of the duet. If I'm on my own, slipping into the nearest layer for a quick escape is relatively easy. And if they'd killed, I asked. I mean, killed Muffin. That would have banished me deep into the do it been rather like putting my feet in concrete and dropping me into the middle of the sea. It taken years, perhaps centuries, before I would have been strong enough to return to the mortal world. Fortunately, that didn't came back straight away, but by the time I got to the museum, the magicians had already captured you. We weren't exactly captured, I said. Really, Kaner? How long were you in the first gnome before they decided to kill you? 24 hours. Bast whistled. They've gotten friendlier. They used to blast godlings to dust in the first few minutes _we're not wait, what did you call us? Sadie answered, sounding as if in a trance, godlings _, that's what we are, aren't we? That's why Zia was so frightened of us, why Desjardins wants to kill us. Bast patted Sadie's knee. You always were bright, dear. Hold on, I said. You mean hosts for gods? That's not possible. I think I'd know if then I thought about the voice in my head, warning me to hide when I met Iskandar. I thought about all the things I was suddenly able to do, like fight with the sword and summon a magical shell of armor _ those were not things I covered in homeschool Carter, Sadie said. When the Rosetta Stone shattered, it let out gods, right? Dad joined with Osiris. Amos told us that. Don't know, he got away somehow, but you and the amulets protected us. I clutched the eye of Horus around my neck. Dad said they would. If we had stayed out of the room, as Dad told us to, Sadie recalled. But we were there, watching. We wanted to help him. We practically asked for power, Carter. Bast nodded. That makes all the difference. An invitation. And since then? Sadie looked at me tentatively, almost daring me to make fun of her. I've had this feeling. Like a voice inside me. By now the cold rain had soaked right through my clothes. If Sadie hadn't said something, maybe I could denied what was happening a little longer. But I thought about what Amos had said about our family having a long history with the gods. I thought about what Zia had told us about our lineage. The gods choose their hosts carefully. They always prefer the blood of the pharaohs. Okay, I admitted. T've been hearing a voice, so either we're both going crazy. The amulet. Sadie pulled it from her shirt collar and held it for Bast to see. It's the symbol of a goddess, isn't it? I hadn't seen her amulet in a long time. It was different from mine. It reminded me of an ankh, or maybe some kind of fancy tie. That is a tie, Bast said. A magic knot. And yes, it is often called the knot of Isis, Sadie said. I didn't see how she could know that, but she looked absolutely certain. In the Hall of Ages, I saw an image of Isis, and then I was Isis, trying to get away from Set, and oh, GCD, that's it, isn't it? I'm her. She grabbed her shin like she physically wanted to pull the goddess away from her. All I could do was stare. My sister, with her ratty red highlighted hair and her linen pajamas and her combat boots, how could she possibly worry about being possessed by a what goddess would want her, except maybe the goddess of chewing gum? But hearing a voice inside me, a voice that was definitely not mine. I at my Arnulet, the Eye of Homs. I thought about the myths. I knew how Horus, the son of Osiris, had to avenge his father by defeating Set. And at Luxor I'd summoned an avatar with the head of a fowl. I was afraid to try it, but I thought, Horus. Well, it's about time, the other said. Hello, Carter. Oh, no, I said, panic rising in my chest. No, no, no. Somebody get a can opener. I've got a god stuck in my head. Base's eyes lit up. You communicated with Horus directly? That's excellent progress. Progress. I banged my palms against my head. Get him out. Calm down, Homs said. Don't tell me to calm down. Bast frowned. I didn't. Talking to him. I pointed at my forehead. This is Aval, Sadie Ivaled _ how do I get rid of her? Bast sniffed. First off, Sadie, you don't have all of her. Gods are very weak and exist in many places at once. But yes, part of Isis's spirit now resides inside you. Just as Canor now carries the spirit of Horus. And frankly, you both should feel honored _right, very honored, I said. Always wanted to be possessed. Bast rolled her eyes. Please, Carter, it's not possession. Besides, you and Homs want the same thing to defeat Set, just as Homs did millennia ago, when Set first killed Osiris. If you don't, your father is doomed, and Set will become king of the earth. I glanced at Sadie, but she was no help. She ripped the amulet off her neck and threw it down. Isis got in through the amulet, didn't she? Well, I really wouldn't do that, Bast warned. But Sadie pulled out her wand and smashed the amulet. Blue sparks shot up from the ivory boomerang. Sadie yelped and dropped her wand, which was now smoking. Her hand was covered in black scorch marks. The amulet was fine. All she said. Bast sighed. She put her hand on Sadie's, and the bum marks faded. I did tell you. Isis channeled her power through the amulet, yes, but she's not there now. She's in you. And even so, magical amulets are practically indestructible. So what are we supposed to do? Sadie said. Well, for starters, Bast said, Carter must use the power of Homs to defeat Set. Oh, is that all? I said all by Mijal P. No. Sadie can help. Oh, super. I'll guide you as much as possible, Bast promised, but in the end, the two of you must fight only Horus and Isis can defeat Set and avenge the death of Osiris. That's the way it was, that's the way it must be now. Then we get our dad back? I asked. Base's smile wavered. If all goes well. She wasn't telling us everything. No surprise. But my brain was too fuzzy to figure out what I was missing. I looked down at my hands. They didn't seem any different, no stronger, no godlier. Got the powers of a god, then why am I so lame? Sadie offered. Shut up, I said. Why can't I use my powers better? Takes practice, Bast said. Unless you wish to give over control to Homs. Then he would use your form, and you would not have to worry. I could, a voice said inside me. Let me fight Set, you can trust me. Yeah, right, I told him. How can I be sure you wouldn't get me killed and just move on to some auth host? How can I be sure you're not influencing my thoughts right now? I would not do that, the voice said. I chose you of your potential, Carter, and because we have the same goal. Upon my honor, if you let me control. No, I said. I realized I spoke aloud. Sadie and Bast were both looking at me. I mean, I'm not giving up control, I said. This is our fight. Our dad's locked in a coffin. Our uncles captured. Sadie asked. I realized with a shinke that I hadn't told her about my last little BA trip. There just hadn't been time. /hen I gave her the details, she stricken. God, no. Yet I agreed. And Set spoke in French. Bonsoir Sadie, what you said about Set getting away, maybe he didn't if he was looking for a powerful host. Desjardins, Sadie finished. Bast growled deep in her throat. Desjardins was in London the night your father broke the Rosetta Stone, wasn't he? Desjardins has always been full of arlger, all of ambition. In many ways, he'll be the perfect host for Set. If Set managed to possess Desjardins' body, that would mean the Red Lord now controls the man who is chief lector off Ra's throne. Carter, I hope you're wrong. The two of you will have to learn to use the power of the gods quickly. Set is planning, he'll do it on his birthday, when he's strongest. That's the third demon day 3 days from now. But I've already used Isis's powers, haven't I? Sadie asked. I've summoned hieroglyphs I active at the Luxor. Was that her or me? Both, dear, Bast said. You and Carter have great abilities on your own, but the power of the gods has hastened your development, and given you an extra reservoir to draw on. Taken you years to learn, you've accomplished in days. The more you channel the power of the gods, the more powerful you will become. And the more dangerous it gets, I guessed. The magicians told us hosting the gods can bum you out, kill you, drive you crazy. Bast fixed her eyes on me. Just for a second they were the eyes of a predator, ancient, powerful, dangerous. Not everyone can host a god, Carter, that's TME_, but you two are both blood-off pharaohs. You combine two ancient bloodlines. That's very rare, very powerful, and besides, if you think you can survive without the power of the gods, think again. Don't repeat your mother's too. She stopped herself. L% at? Sadie demanded. What about our mother? I shouldn't have said that. Tell us, Cat. Sadie said. I was afraid Bast might unsheath her knives. Instead she leaned against the wall and stared out at the rain. When your parents released me from Cleopatra's Needle. There was much more energy than they extracted. Your father the actual summoning spell, and the blast killed him instantly, but your mother threw up a shield. In that split second, I offered her my help. I offered to merge our spirits and help protect them. But she would not accept my help. She chose to tap her own reservoir ___ her own magic, Sadie murmured. Bast nodded sadly. When a magician commits herself to a spell, there is no turning back. If she overreaches her power, well, your mother used her last bit of energy protecting your father. To save him, she sacrificed herself. She literally bummed up. I said that's what Zia warned us. The rain kept pouring down. I realized I was shivering. Sadie wiped a tear from her cheek. She picked up her amulet and glared at it resentfully. We've got to SME Dad. If he's really got the spirit of Osiris. She didn't finish, but I knew what she was thinking. I thought about Mom when I was little, her arm around my shoulders as we stood on the back deck of our house in LA. She pointed out the stars to me, Polaris, Orion's belt, Sirius. Then she'd smile at me, and I'd feel like I was more important than any constellation in the sky. My mom had sacrificed herself to save Dad's life. She'd used so much magic, she literally bummed up. How could I ever be that brave? Yet I had to save Dad. Otherwise I'd feel like Mom's sacrifice had been for nothing. And maybe if we could rescue Dad, he could set things right, even bring back our mom. Is that possible? I asked Horace, but his voice was silent. All right, I decided. So how do we stop Set? Bast thought for a moment, then smiled. I got the feeling that whatever she was to suggest, I wasn't going to like it. There might be a way without completely giving yourself over to the gods. There's a book by Thoth, one of the rare spell books I've written by the god of himself. The one I'm thinking of details a way to overcome Set. It is the prize of a certain magician. All we need to do is sneak into his phone, steal it, and leave sunset, while we can still see create a portal to the United States. Perfect, Sadie said. Hold up, I said. Which magician? And where's the fortress? Bast stared at me as if I were a bit slow. Why, I think we already discussed him. Desjardins. His house is right here in Paris. Once I saw Desjardins' house, I hated him even more. It was a huge mansion on the other side of the Tuileries, on the Rue de Pyramids, Pyramids Road. Sadie said. Obvious, much. Maybe he couldn't find a place on stupid evil Magician Street, I suggested. The house was spectacular. The spikes atop its wrought iron fence were gilded. Even in the winter rain, the front garden was bursting with flowers. 5 stories of white marble walls and black shut-tiered windows before us, the whole thing topped off by a roof garden. I'd seen royal palaces smaller than this place. I pointed to the front, which was painted bright red. Isn't red a bad color in Egypt? The color of Set. Bast scratched her chin. Now that you mention it, yes, it's the color of chaos and destruction. I thought black was the evil color, Sadie said. No, dear. As usual, Tmxlern folk have it backward. Black is the color of good soil, like the soil of the Nile. You can grow food in black soil, food is good. Therefore black is good. Red is the color of desert sand. Nothing grows in the desert, therefore red is evil. She frowned. It is strange that Desjardins has a red well. I'm excited, Sadie grumbled. Let's go _. There will guards, Bast said. And traps. And alarms. You can bet the house is heavily charmed to keep out GCDS. Magicians can do that? I asked. I imagined a big can of pesticide labeled alas. Yes, Bast said. I will not be able to cross the threshold uninvited. You, however, I thought we're gods, Sadie said. That's the beauty of it, Bast said. As hosts, you are still quite human. I have taken Frill Posse's Zion of Muffin, so I am pretty much me a goddess. But you are still, well, yourselves. Clear? No, I said. I suggest you tum into birds, Bast said. You can fly to the roof garden and make your way in. Plus, I like birds. First problem, I said, we don't know how to turn into birds. Easily fixed. And a good test at channeling godly power. Both Isis and Horus have bird forms. Simply imagine yourselves as birds, and birds you shall become just like that, Sadie said. You won't pounce on us? Bast looked offended. Perish the thought. I wished she hadn't used the word Irish _ okay, I said. Here GCKS _ I thought, you in there, Horus. 4 hat. He said testily, bird form, please. Oh, I see. You don't TMST me. But now you need my help. Man, come on. Just do the falcon thing. Would you settle for an emu? I decided talking wasn't going to help, so I closed my eyes and imagined I was a falcon. Right away, my skin began to burn. I had trouble breathing. I opened my eyes and gasped. I was really short, eye level with Bast's shins _ I was covered in feathers, and my feet had turned into wicked claws, kind of like my BA form, but this I was real flesh and blood. My clothes and bag were gone, as if they'd melted into my feathers. My eyesight had completely changed, too. I could see 180 degrees around, and the detail I was incredible. Every leaf on every tree popped out. I spotted a 100 yards away, scurrying into a sewer drain. I could see every pore on Bast's face, now looming above me and grinning. Better late than never, she said. Took you almost 10 minutes. Huh. The change had seemed instantaneous. Then I looked next to me and saw a bushy gray bird of prey, a little bit smaller than me, with black-tipped wings and golden eyes. I'm not sure how, but I knew it was a kite, like the bird kite, not the kind with a string. The kite let out a chirping as hot _ Sadie was laughing at me. I opened my own beak, but no sound came out. Oh, you two look delicious, Bast said, licking her lips. No, I mean wonderful. Now, off you go. I spread my majestic wings. I had really done it. I was a noble falcon, lord of the sky. I launched myself off the sidewalk and flew straight into the fence. Sadie chirped behind me. Bast crouched down and began making weird chittering noises. Uh-oh. She was imitating birds. I'd seen enough cats do this when they were stalking. Suddenly my 01VN obituary flashed in my head. Kainer Kane, 14, died tragically in Paris when he was eaten by his sister's cat, Muffum. I spread my wings, kicked off with my feet, and with 3 strong flaps, I was soaring through the rain. Sadie was right behind me. Together we spiraled up into the air. I have to admit, it felt amazing. Ever since I was a little kid, I'd had dreams in which I was flying, and I always hated waking up. Now it wasn't a dream or even a BA trip. It was 100% real. I sailed on the cold air cult ents the rooftops of Paris. I could see the river, the Louvre Museum, the gardens and palaces, and a mouse hang on, Kaner, I thought. Not hunting mice. I zeroed in on Desjardins Mansion, tucked in my wings, and shot downward. I saw the rooftop garden, the double glass doors leading inside, and the voice inside me said, "Don't stop. It's an illusion. You've got to punch through their magic barriers." It was a crazy thought. I was plummeting so fast I would smack against the glass and become a feathery pancake, but I didn't slow down. I rammed straight into the sailed through them as if they didn't exist. I spread my wings and landed on a table. Sadie sailed in right me. We were alone in the middle of a library. So far, so good. I closed my eyes and thought about returning to my normal phone _W. When I opened my eyes again, I was regular old Carter, sitting on a table in my regular clothes, my York bag back on my shoulder. Sadie was still a kite. "You can turn back now," I told her. She tilted her head and regarded me quizzically. She let out a frustrated croak. I cracked a smile. "You can't, can you? You're stuck." She pecked my hand with her extremely sharp awl. I complained. "It's not my fault, keep trying." She closed her eyes and pulled her feathers until she looked like she was going to explode, but she stayed a kite. "Don't worry," I said, trying to keep a straight face. "Bast will help once we get out of here. Just keep _. I'm going to look around." The was huge, more like a traditional library than a magician's lair. The furniture was dark mahogany. Every wall was covered with floor-to-ceiling bookcases. Books overflowed onto the floor. Some were stacked on tables or stuffed into smaller shelves. A big easy chair by the window looked like the kind of place Holmes would sit smoking a pipe. Every step I took, the floorboards creaked, which made me wince. I couldn't hear anyone else in the house, but I didn't want to take any chances. Aside from the glass doors to the rooftop, the only other exit was a solid wooden door that locked from the inside. I tummed the deadbolt, then I wedged a chair up under the handle. I doubted that you'd keep magicians out for very long, but it might buy me a few seconds if things went bad. I searched the bookshelves for what seemed like ages. All different types of books were jammed together, nothing alphabetized, nothing numbered. Most of the titles weren't in English. None were in hieroglyphics. I was hoping for something with big gold lettering that said the Book of Thoth, but no such luck. L% would a Book of Thoth even look like? I wondered. Sadie tummed her head and glared at me. I was pretty sure she was telling me to hurry up. I wished there were Shabti to fetch things, like the ones in Amos's library, but I didn't see any. Or maybe I slung Dad's bag off my shoulder. I set his magic box on the table and slid open the top. The little wax figure was still there, right where I'd left him. I picked him up and said, "Doughboy, help me find the Book of Thoth in this library." His waxy eyes opened immediately. "And why should I help you?" "Because you have no choice." "I hate that argument." "Fine, hold me up." "I can't see the shelves." I iviced him around the room, showing him the books. I felt pretty stupid giving the wax doll a tour, but probably not as stupid as Sadie felt. She was still in bird form, scuttling back and forth on the table and snapping her beak in frustration as she tried to change back. "Hold it," Doughboy announced. "This one is ancient right here." I pulled down a thin volume bound in linen. It was so tiny, I would have missed it, but sure enough, the front cover was inscribed in hieroglyphics. I brought it over to the table and carefully opened it. It was more like a map than a book, unfolding into 4 parts until I was looking at a wide, long papyrus scroll with written so old I could barely make out the characters. I glanced at Sadie. "I bet you could read this to me if you weren't a bird." She tried to peck me again, but I moved my hand. "Doughboy," I said. "What is this scroll?" "A spell lost in time," he pronounced. "Ancient words of tremendous power." "Well?" I demanded. "Does it tell how to defeat Set?" "Better. The title reads, The Book of Summoning Fruit Bats." I stared at him. "Are you serious?" Would I joke such a thing? 1% Zero would want to summon fruit bats. Sadie croaked _ I pushed the scroll away and we went back to searching. After about 10 minutes, Doughboy squealed with delight. Oh, look. I remember this painting. It was a small oil portrait in a gilded frame, hanging on the end of a bookshelf. It must have been important, it was bordered by little silk curtains. A light shone upon the portrait dude's face, so he seemed about to tell a ghost story. Isn't that the guy who plays Wo Heron? I asked, because he had some serious jowl hair going on. You disgust me. Doughboy said. That is Jean-Francois Champollion. It me a second, but I remembered the name. The guy who deciphered hieroglyphics from the Rosetta Stone, of course. Desjardins' great-uncle. I looked at Champollion's picture again, and I could see the resemblance. They had the same fierce black eyes. Great-uncle? But wouldn't that make Desjardins too about 200 years old? Doughboy confirmed. Still a youngster. You know that when Champollion first deciphered hieroglyphics, he fell into a coma for 5 days. He the first man outside the House of Life to ever unleash their magic, and it almost killed him. Naturally, that got the attention of the first gnome. Champollion died. He could join the House of Life, but the chief lector accepted his descendants for training. Desjardins is very proud of his, a little sensitive too, because he's such a newcomer. That's why he didn't get along with our family, I guessed. Weird, Doughboy cackled. And your father breaking the Rosetta Stone? Desjardins old VE viewed that as an insult to his family honor. Oh, you should have seen the arguments Master Julius and Desjardins had in this room. You been here before? Many times. I been everywhere. I'm all-knowing. I tried to imagine Dad and Desjardins having an argument in here. It wasn't hard. If Desjardins had ed our family, and if gods tended to find hosts who shared their goals, then it made total sense that Set would try to merge him. Both wanted power, were resentful _ and angry, both wanted to smash Sadie and me to a pulp. And if Set was now secretly controlling the chief lector? A drop of sweat trickled down the side of my face. I wanted to get out of this mansion. Suddenly there was a banging sound below us, like someone closing a door downstairs. Show me where the Book of Thoth is, I ordered Doughboy. Quick. As we mowed down the sheks, Doughboy grew so warm in my hands, I was afraid he'd melt. He kept a running commentary on the books. Ah, Mastery of the 5 Elements. Is that the one we want? I asked. No, but a one. How to tame the 5 essential elements of the universe: earth, air, water, fire, and cheese. Cheese. He scratched his wax head. I'm pretty sure that's the 5th, yes. But moving right along. We turned to the next shelf. No, he announced, no. Boring. Boring. Oh, Clive Cussler. No. No. I was to give up hope when he said, there. I froze. Where here? The blue book with the gold trim, he said. The one that's 2. I pulled it out, and the entire began to shake. Trapped, Doughboy continued. Sadie squawked urgently. I turned and saw her take flight. Something small and black swooped down from the ceiling. Sadie clashed it in midair, and the black thing disappeared down her throat. Before I could even register how gross that was, alarms blared. More black forms dropped from the ceiling and seemed to multiply in the air, swirling into a flannel cloud of fur and WMGS_. There's your answer, Doughboy told me. Desjardins would want to summon fruit bats. You mess with the wrong books, you trigger a plague of fruit bats. That's the trap. The things were on me like I was a ripe mango, diving at my face, clawing at my arms. I clutched the book and ran to the table, but I could hardly see. Sadie, get out of here. I yelled. Saw, she cried, which I hoped meant yes. I found Dad's York bag and shoved the book and Doughboy inside. The library door rattled. Voices yelled in French. Homs, bird time. I thought these were rattly underscore and no emu, please. I ran for the glass doors. At the last second, I found myself flying once again a falcon, bursting into the cold rain. I knew with the senses of a predator that I was being followed by approximately 4,000 angry fruit bats underscore, but falcons are wicked fast. Once outside, I raced north, hoping to draw the bats away from Sadie and Bast. I outdistanced the bats easily but let them keep close enough that they wouldn't give up. Then, with a burst of speed, I tumbled in a tight circle and shot back towards Sadie and Bast in 100-mile-an-hour dive. Bast looked up in surprise as I plummeted to the sidewalk, tumbling over myself as I turned back into a human. Sadie caught my arm, and only then did I realize she was back to normal as well. "That was awful," she announced. "Exit strategy, quick." I pointed at the sky, where an angry black cloud of fruit bats was getting closer and closer. "The Louvre." Bast grabbed our hands. "It's got the closest portal. 3 blocks away. We never make it." Then the red door of Desjardins House blasted open, but we didn't wait to see what came out of it. We ran for our lives down the Rue de Pyramids underscore the Red Pyramid. Sadie, the Red Pyramid 19. A picnic in the sky, right, Kaner? Give me the mic underscore. So I'd been to the Louvre once before on holiday, but I hadn't been chased by vicious fruit bats. I you'd been terrified, except I was too busy being angry with Carter. I couldn't believe the way he'd treated my bird problem. Honestly, I thought I would be a kite forever, inside a little feathery prison. And he had the nerve to make FFN. Promised myself I'd get revenge, but for the time being we had enough worries staying alive. We raced along in the cold rain. It was all I could do to avoid slipping on the slick pavements. I glanced back and saw 2 figures chasing us, men with shaved heads and goatees and black raincoats. They might have passed for normal mortals, except they each carried a glowing staff, not a good sign. The bats were literally at our heels. One nipped my leg. Another buzzed my hair. I had to force myself to keep running. My stomach still felt queasy from eating one of the little RRSTs when I was a kite, and no, that had not been my idea. Totally a defensive instinct. "Sadie," Bast called as we ran, "you'll have only seconds to open the portal. L% air, is it?" I yelled. We dashed across the Rue de Rivoli into a hood plaza surrounded by the wings of the Louvre. Bast made straight for the glass pyramid at the entrance, glowing in the dusk. "You can't be serious," I said. "That isn't a real pyramid." "Of course it's real," Bast said. "The shape gives a pyramid its power. It is a ramp to the heavens underscore." The bats were all around us, no biting our arms, flying around our feet. As their numbers increased, it got harder to see or move. Kaner reached for his sword, then apparently remembered it wasn't there anymore. He'd lost it at Luxor. He swore and rummaged around in his work bag. "Don't slow down," Bast warned. Kaner pulled out his wand. In total frustration, he threw it at a bat. I thought this a pointless gesture, but the wand glowed white hot and thumped the bat solidly on the head, it out of the air. The wand headed through the swarm, thumping 6, 7, 8 of the little monsters before returning to Carter's hand. "Not bad," I said. "Keep it up." We arrived at the base of the pyramid. The plaza was thankfully empty. The last thing I wanted was my embarrassing death by fruit bats posted on YouTube. 1 minute until sundown, Bast warned. "Our last chance for summoning is now." She unsheathed her KNMES and started slicing bats out of the air, trying to keep them away from me. Kaner's Ivan flew wildly, knocking fruit bats every which way. I faced the pyramid and tried to think of a portal, the way I'd done at Luxor, but it was almost to concentrate. "4 / here, do you wish to go?" Isa said in my mind. God, I don't care. America, I realized I was crying. I hated to, but shock and fear were starting to unveil me. Where did I want to go? Home, of course. Back to my flat in London, back to my OUTL, my grandparents, my mates at school and my old life. But I couldn't. I had to think about my father and our mission. We had to get to Set. America, I thought. Now. My burst of emotion must have had some effect. The pyramid trembled, its glass walls shimmered, and the top of the structure began to glow. A swirling sand. 731 text appeared. All right. Only one problem, it was hovering the very top of the pyramid. Climb. Bast said. Easy for her, she was a cat. The side is too steep. Kaner objected. He done a job with the bats. Dazed heaps littered the pavement, but more still flew round us, biting every bit of exposed skin, and the magicians were closing in. Toss you, Bast said. Excuse me. Kaner protested, but she picked him up by his collar and pants and tossed him up the side of the pyramid. He skittered to the top in a very undignified manner and slipped straight through the portal. Now you, Sadie, Bast said. Come on. Before I could move, a man's voice yelled, Stop. Stupidly, I froze. The voice was so powerful, it was hard not to. The two magicians were approaching. The taller one spoke in perfect English, Sult ender, Miss Kane, and return our master's property. Sadie, don't listen, Bast warned. Come here. The cat goddess you, the magician said. She abandoned her post, she endangered us all. She will lead you to ruin. I could tell he meant it. He was absolutely convinced of what he said. I tummed to Bast, her expression had changed. She wounded, even grief-stricken. L% at does he mean? I said. What did you do wrong? We have to leave, she warned. Or they will kill us. I looked at the portal. Carter was already through. That decided it. I wasn't going to be separated from him. As annoying as he was, Kaner was the only person I had left. How is that for depressing? Toss me, I said. Bast grabbed me. See you in America. Then she chucked me up the side of the pyramid. I heard the magician roar, surrender. And an explosion rattled the glass next to my head. Then I plunged into the hot vortex of sand. I woke in a small room with industrial carrouting, gray walls, and metal-framed windows. I felt as if I were inside a high-tech refrigerator. I sat up groggily and discovered I was coated in cold, wet sand. Ugh, I said. Where are we? Kaner and Bast by the window. Apparently they'd been conscious for a while, because they'd both blushed themselves off. You've got to see this view, Kaner said. I got shakily to my feet and nearly fell down again when I saw how high we were. An entire city spread out below us. I mean far below, well over 100 meters. I could almost believe we were still in Paris. A river curved off to our left, and the land was mostly flat. There were white government buildings clustered around networks of parks and circular roads, all spread out under a winter sky, but the light was wrong. It was still afternoon here, so we must have trailed west. And as my eyes made their way to the other end of a long rectangular green space, I found myself staring at a mansion that looked oddly familiar. Is White House? Kaner nodded. You got us to America, all right, Washington, D_C_, but we're sky high. Bast chuckled. You didn't specify any particular American city, did you? So you got the default portal for the US, the largest single source of Egyptian power in North America. I stared at her uncomprehendingly. The biggest obelisk ever constructed, she said. The Washington Monument. I had another moment of vertigo and mowed away from the window. Kaner my shoulder and helped me sit down. You should rest, he said. You passed out long, Bast. 2 hours and 32 minutes, she said. I'm sorry, Sadie. Opening more than one portal a day is extremely taxing, and with Isis helping. Kaner frowned. But we need her to do it again, right? It's not sunset here yet. We can still use portals. Let's open one and get to Arizona. That's where Set is. Bast pursed her lips. Sadie can't summon another portal. It would overextend her powers. I don't have the talent. And your abilities lie elsewhere, no offense. Oh, no, he grumbled. I'm sure you'll call me next time you need to boomerang some feud bats. Besides, Bast said, when a portal is used, it needs time to down. No one will be able to use the Washington Monument for another 12 hours. Carter cursed. El forgot about that. Bast nodded. And by then, the demon days will have, so we need another way to Arizona. Kaner said. I suppose he didn't mean to make me feel guilty, but I did. I hadn't thought things through, and now we were stuck in Washington. I glanced at Bast out the corner of my eye. I wanted to ask her what the men at the Louvre had meant about her leading us to Min, but I was afraid to. I wanted to believe she was on our side. Perhaps if I gave her a chance, she'd volunteer the information. At least those magicians can't follow us, I prompted. Bast hesitated. Not through the portal, no. But there are other magicians in America. And Mimons _ My heart climbed into my throat. The House of Life was scary enough, but when I said, and what his minions had done to Amos's house L% at about Thotha's spell book. I said, did we at least find a way to fight Set? Kaner pointed to the corner of the room. Spread out on Bast's raincoat was Dad's magic toolbox and the blue weed stolen from Desjardins. Maybe you can make sense of it, too, Carter said. Bast and I couldn't read it. Even Doughboy was stumped. I picked up the book, which was actually a scroll folded into sections. The papyrus was so brittle, I was afraid to touch it. Hieroglyphs and illustrations crowded the page, but I couldn't make sense of them. My ability to read the language seemed to be switched off. Isis? I asked. A little help? Her voice was silent. Maybe I'd WOM her out. Or maybe she was cross with me for not letting her take over my body, the way Horus had asked Carter to do. Selfish of me, I know. I closed the book in frustration. All that work for nothing now, Bast said. It's not so bad. Right, I said. We're stuck in Washington, D_C_. We have days to make it to Arizona and stop a god we don't know how to stop. And if we can't, we'll never see our dad or Amos again, and the world might end. That's the spirit. Bast said brightly. Now, let's have a picnic. She snippered her fingers. The air shimmered, and a pile of Friskies cans and 2 jugs of milk appeared on the carpet. Carter said, can you conjure any people? Bast blinked. Well, no accounting for taste. The air shimmered again. A plate of grilled cheese sandwiches and crisps red, along with a 6-pack of Coke. Yum, I said. Kaner muttered something under his breath. I suppose grilled cheese wasn't his favorite, but he picked up a sandwich. We should leave soon, he said between bites. I and all. Bast shook her head. The Washington Monument closes at 6 o'clock. The tourists are gone now. We might as well stay the night if we must travel during the demon days, best to do it in daylight hours. We all must have been exhausted, because we didn't talk again until we'd finished our food. I ate 3 sandwiches and drank 2 Cokes. Bast made the whole place smell like fish Friskies, then started licking her hand as if preparing for a cat bath. Could you not do that? I asked. It's disturbing. Oh. She smiled. Sorry. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall. It felt good to rest, but I realized the room wasn't acetally quiet. The entire building seemed to be humming ever so slightly, sending a tremble through my skull that made my teeth buzz. I opened my eyes and sat up. I could still feel it. L% at is that? I asked. The wind. Magic energy, Bast said. I told you, this is a powerful monument. But it's like the Louvre pyramid. Why is it magic? The ancient Egyptians were excellent builders, Sadie. They picked shapes, obelisks, pyramids that were charged with symbolic magic. An obelisk represents a sunbeam frozen in stone, a life-giving ray from the original king of the gods, Ra. It doesn't matter when the structure was built, it is still Egyptian. That's why any obelisk can be used for opening gates to the Duat, or releasing great beings of power or trapping them. I said. The way you were trapped in Cleopatra's Needle. Her expression darkened. I wasn't actually in the obelisk. My prison was a magically created abyss deep in the Duat, and the obelisk was the door your parents used to release me. But, yes. All symbols of Egypt are concentrated nodes of magic power. So an obelisk can definitely be used to imprison gods. An idea I was nagging at the back of my mind, but I couldn't quite pm it down. Something about my mother, and Cleopatra's Needle, and my father's last promise in the British Museum 1 foot 11 inches put things right. Then I thought back to the Louvre, and the comment the magician had made. Bast so cross at the moment I was almost afraid to ask, but it was the only way I'd get an answer. The magician said you abandoned your post. What did he mean? Kaner frowned. When was this? I told him what had happened after Bast chucked him through the portal. Bast stacked her empty Friskies cans. She didn't eager to reply. Ilman, I was imprisoned, she said at last. I wasn't alone. I was locked inside with of chaos. Is that bad? I asked. Judging from Bast's expression, the answer was yes. Magicians often do this. IRK a god up together with a monster, so we have no time to try escaping our prison. For eons, I fought this monster. Your parents released me, the monster got out. Bast hesitated a little long for my taste. No. My enemy couldn't have escarrowed. She took a deep breath. Your mother's final act of magic sealed that gate. The enemy was still inside. But that's what the magician meant. As far as he was concerned, my post was battling that monster forever. It had the ring of truth, as if she were sharing a painful memory, but it didn't explain the other bit the magician had said. She endangered us all. I was getting up the nerve to ask exactly what the monster had been, when Bast stood up. I should go scout, she said abruptly. I'll be back. We listened to her footsteps echo down the stairwell. She's hiding something, Carter said. Work that out yourself, did you? I asked. He looked away, and immediately I felt bad. Sorry, I said. It's are we going to do? Rescue Dad. What else can we do? He picked up his wand and turned it in his fingers. Do you think he really meant no, bring Mom back? I wanted to say yes. More than anything, I wanted to believe that was possible. But I found myself shaking my head. Something about it didn't seem right. Iskandar told me something about Mom, I said. She was a diviner. She could see the future. He said she made him rethink some old ideas. It was my first chance to tell Kaner about my conversation with the old magician, so I gave him the details. Kaner knit his eyebrows. You think that has something to do with why Mom died? She saw something in the auteur. I don't know. I tried to think back to when I was 6, but my memory was frustratingly frizzy. Ilman, they us to England the last time, did she and Dad seemed like they were in a hurry, like they were doing something really important. Definitely. Would you say freeing Bast was really important? I mean, I love her, of course, but dying for important. Kaner hesitated. Probably not. Well, there you are. I think Dad and Mum were up to something bigger, something they didn't complete. Possibly that's what Dad was after at the British Museum, completing the task, whatever it was. Making things right, and this whole business about our family going back a billion years to some god hosting pharaohs. Why didn't anyone tell us? Didn't Dad? Kaner didn't answer for a long time. Maybe Dad was protecting us, he said. The House of Life doesn't trust our family, especially after what Dad and Mom did. Amos said we were raised apart for a reason, so we wouldn't, trick each other's magic. Bloody awful reason to keep us apart, I muttered. Kaner looked at me strangely, and I realized what I'd said might have been construed as a complete I just mean they should have been honest. I rushed on. Not that I wanted more time with my annoying brother, of course. He nodded seriously. Of course we sat listening to the magic hum of the obelisk. I tried to remember the last time Carter and I had simply spent time like this together, talking. Is your, ______, I tapped the side of my head. Your friend being any help? Not much, he admitted. Yours? I shook my head. Carter, are you scared? A little. He dug his wand into the car right _ no, a lot. I looked at the blue book we'd stolen, pages full of wonderful secrets I couldn't read. What if we can't do it? I don't know, he said. That book about mastering the element of cheese would have been more helpful _ or summoning Fmit bats. Please, not the fruit bats. We shared a weary smile, and it felt rather good. But it changed nothing. We were still in serious trouble with no clear plan. Why don't you sleep on it, he suggested. You used a lot of energy today. I'll keep watch until Bast gets back. He actually sounded concealed for me. How cute. I didn't even to sleep. I didn't want to miss anything. But I realized my eyelids were incredibly heavy. All right, then, I said, don't let the bedbugs bite. I lay down to sleep, but my soul, my BA, had other ideas. The Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 20. I visit the Star-Spangled Goddess. One hadn't realized how unsettling it would be. Carter had explained how his BA left his body while he slept, but having it happen to me was another thing altogether. It was much worse than my vision in the Hall of Ages. There I was, floating in the air as a glowing bird-like spirit, and there was my body below me, fast asleep. Just trying to describe it gives me a headache. My first thought as I gazed down on my sleeping form, I look awful. Bad enough looking in a mirror or seeing pictures of myself on my friends' web pages. Seeing myself in person was simply tongue. My hair was a rat's nest, the linen pajamas were not in the least flattering, and the spot on my chin was enormous. My second thought as I examined the strange shimmering femelle of my BA, this auntie do at all. I didn't care if I was invisible to the mortal eye or not. After my bad experience as a kite, I simply refused to go as a glowing Sadie-headed chicken. That's fine for Carter, but I have standards. I could feel the currents of the Duat tugging at me, trying to pull my BA to wherever souls go when they have visions, but I wasn't ready. I concentrated hard, and imagined my normal appearance. Well, alright, perhaps my appearance as I'd like it to be, a bit better than normal. And voila, my BA morphed into a human form, still see-through and glowing, mind you, but more like a proper ghost. Well, at least that's sorted, I thought, and I allowed the currents to sweep me away. The world melted to black. At first, I was nowhere, just a dark void. Then a young man stepped out of the shadows. You again, he said. I stammered th honestly, you know me well enough by now. That's not like me. But this was the boy I'd seen in my Hall of Ages vision, the very handsome boy with the black robes and tousled hair. His dark blue eyes had the most unnerving effect on me, and I was very glad I'd changed out of my glowing chicken outfit. I tried again, and managed 3 entire words. What are you doing here, he said, gallantly finishing my sentence. Spirit travel and death are very similar. Not sure what that means, I said. Should I be worried? He tilted his head as if considering the question. Not this trip. She only wants to talk to you. Go ahead _ he waved his hand and a doorway opened in the darkness. I was pulled towards it. See you again? I asked. But the boy was gone. I found myself standing in a luxury flat in the middle of the SKY _ it had no walls, no ceiling, and a see-through looking straight down at city lights from the height of an airplane. Clouds drifted below my feet. The air should have been freezing cold and too thin to breathe, but I felt warm and comfortable _ black leather sofas made around a glass coffee table on a blood-red rug. A fire bummed in a slate fireplace. Bookshelves and paintings hovered in the air where the walls should have. A black granite bar stood in the corner, and in the shadows behind it, a woman was making tea. Hello, my child, she said. She stepped into the light, and I __ she wore an Egyptian kilt from the waist down. From the waist up, she wore only a bikini top, and her skin was dark blue, covered with stars. I don't mean painted stars. She had the entire cosmos living on her skin, gleaming constellations, galaxies too bright to look at, glowing nebulae of pink and blue dust. Her features seemed to disappear into the stars that shifted across her face. Her hair was long and as black as midnight. "You're the nut," I said, then I realized maybe that had come out wrong. I sky goddess _ the goddess Smilakel. Her bright white teeth were like a new galaxy bursting into existence. "Nut is fine. And believe me, I've heard all the jokes about my name." She poured a second cup from her tirksit _ let's sit and talk. "Care for some salab?" It's not tea." "No, an Egyptian drink." "You've heard of hot chk relate? This is rather like hot vanilla." I would have preferred tea, as I hadn't had a proper cup in ages. But I supposed one didn't turn down a thanks. We sat together on the sofa. To my surprise, my glowing spirity hands had no trouble holding a teacup, and I could drink quite easily. The salab was sweet and tasty, with just a hint of cinnamon, and it warmed me up nicely and filled the air with the smell of vanilla. For the first time in days I felt safe. Then I remembered I was only here in spirit. Nut set down her cup. "I suppose you wondering why I brought you here. L% air exactly is here? And, all, who's your I hoard?" She dropped some information about the boy in black, but she only smiled. "I must keep my secrets, dear. I can't have the House of Life trying to find me. Let's just say I built this home with a nice city view. Is that?" I gestured to her starry blue sky inside a human host. "No, dear. The sky itself is this is merely a manifestation." "But I thought gods need a physical host outside the duat. It's somewhat easier for me, being a spirit of the air. I was one of the few gods who was never imprisoned, because the House of Life could never catch me. I'm used to being free-forn _ Suddenly Nut and the entire apartment flickered. I felt like I'll drop through then the sofa became stable again. "Please don't do that again," I begged. "My apologies," Nut said. "The point is, each god is different. But all my brethren are free now, all finding places in this modern world of yours. They won't be imprisoned again." "The magicians won't like that." "No," Nut agreed. "That's the first reason you are here. A battle between the gods and the House of Life would serve only chaos. You must make the magicians understand this. They listen to me. They think you are a godling, dear." She touched my hair gently, and I felt Isis stirring within me, struggling to speak. Using my voice, Sadie Kane, I said. "I didn't ask for Isis to hitch a ride. The gods have known your family for generations, Sadie. In the olden days, we worked together for the of Egypt. The magicians said that gods caused the fall of the empire." "That is a long and pointless debate," Nut said, and I could hear an edge of anger in her. All empires fall, but the idea of Egypt is eternal. The triumph of civilization, the forces of Ma'at overcoming the forces of chaos. That battle is fought generation after generation. Now it's your turn." I know, I said. "We have to defeat Set." "But is it that simple, Sadie? Set is my son. In the old days, he was Ra's strongest lieutenant. He protected the sun god's boat from the serpent Apophis. Now there was evil. Apophis was the embodiment of chaos. He hated creation from the moment the first mountain appeared out of the sea. He hated the gods, mortals, and everything they built. And yet Set fought against him. Set was one of us. Then he turned evil." Nut shrugged. "Set has always been Set, for better or worse. But he is still part of our family _ it is difficult to lose any member of your it not." My throat tightened. "That's hardly fair. Don't speak to me of famous," Nut said. "For 5,000 years, I have been kept apart from my husband, Geb _ I vaguely saying something this, but it seemed different listening to her now. hearing the pain in her voice. L% it happened. I asked. Punishment for my children, she said bitterly. L disobeyed Ra's wishes, and so he ordered my own father, Shu, to hang on, I said. Shu. Shu, she said. The god of the wind. Oh. I wished these gods had names that weren't common household objects. Go on, please. Ra ordered my father, Shu, to keep us apart, forever. I am exiled to the sky, while my beloved Geb cannot leave the ground. L% it happens if you try. Nut closed her eyes and spread her hands. A hole opened where she was sitting, and she fell through the air. Instantly, the clouds below us flickered with lightning. Winds raged across the flat, throwing books off the shelby, ripping away paintings and flinging them into the void. My teacup leaped out of my hand. I grabbed the sofa to avoid getting blown away myself. Below me, lightning stmck Nut's form. The wind pushed her violently upward, shooting past me. Then the winds died. Nut settled back onto the couch. She waved her hand and the flat repaired itself. Everything returned to normal. That happens, she said sadly. She gazed at the city lights far below. It has given me appreciation for my children, even said. He has done horrible things, yes. It is his nature. But he is still my son, and still one of the gods. He acts his part. Perhaps the way to defeat him is not the way you would imagine. Hints, please. Seek out Thoth. He has found a new home in Memphis. Memphis__Egypt? Nut smiled. Memphis, Tennessee. Although the old bird probably thinks it is Egypt. He so rarely takes his beak out of his, I doubt he would know the difference. You will find him there. He can advise you. Be wary, though. Thoth often asks for favors. He is sometimes hard to predict. Getting used to that, I said. How are we supposed to get there? Iron goddess of the sky, I can guarantee you safe travel as far as Memphis. She waved her hand, and a folder appeared in my lap. Inside were 3 plane tickets, Washington to Memphis, first class. I raised my eyebrow. I suppose you get a lot of frequent flyer miles. Something like that, Nut agreed. But as you get closer to Set, you will be beyond my help. And I cannot protect you on the ground. Which reminds me, you need to wake up soon. Set's minion is closing in on your hideout. I sat up straight. How soon? Send my spirit back, then. I pinched my ghostly arm, which hurt just like it would on my normal arm, but nothing happened. Soon, Sadie, Nut promised. But 2 more things you must know. I had 5 children during the demon days. If your father released all of them, you should consider, is the 5th. I racked my brain trying to the names of all of Nut's 5 children. Bit difficult without my brother, the human Wikipedia, around to keep track of such trivia for me. There was Osiris, the king, and Isis, his queen, Set, the evil god, and Horus, the avenger. But the 5th child of Nut, the one Carter said he could never remember. Then I recalled my vision, the Hall of Ages, Osiris's birthday, and the woman in blue who helped Isis escape Set. You mean Nephthys, Set's wife? Consider it, Nut said again. And favor _ she opened her hand and produced an envelope sealed with red wax. If you see Geb _ will you give him this? I'd been asked to pass notes before, but never between gods. Honestly, Nut's anguished expression was no different than those of my love-struck friends back at school. I wondered if she'd writ 10 on her notebook, Geb plus Nut equals Trulkni or MRS _ Geb _ least I can do, I promised. Now, about sending me back. Safe travels, Sadie, the goddess said. And Isis, restrain yourself. The spirit of Isis rumbled inside me, as if I'd eaten a bad curry. Wait, I said, what do you mean restrain? Before I could finish, my vision went black. I snapped awake, back in my own body at the Washington Monument. Leave now. Kaner and Bass jumped in surprise. They were already awake, packing their things. Wrong. Carter asked. I told them my vision Ivy while I frantically searched my pockets. Nothing. I checked my Malkian's bag. Tucked inside with my wand and rod were 3 plane tickets and a sealed envelope. Bast examined the tickets. Excellent. First class serve salmon. But Ivy had about sets minion. I asked. Kaner glanced out the window, his eyes widened. Yeah, here. The Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 21. And Kitty to the rescue. Had seen pictures of the creature before, but pictures didn't come close to capturing how horrible it was in real life. The set animal, Bast said, confirming my fear. Far the creature prowled the base of the monument, leaving tracks in the new fallen snow. I had trouble judging its size, but it must have been at least as big as a horse, with legs just as long. It had an unnaturally lean, muscled body with shiny reddish-gray fur. You could almost mistake it for a huge greyhound except for the tail and the head. The tail was reptilian, forked at the end with triangular points, like squid tentacles. It lashed around as if it had a mind of its own. The creature's head was the strangest part. Its oversized ears stuck straight up like rabbit ears, but they were shaped more like ice cream cones, curled inward and wider on the top than the bottom. They could rotate almost 360 degrees, so they could hear anything. The creature's snout was long and curved like an anteater's, only anteaters don't have razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes are glowing, I said. That can't be good. How can you see that far? Sadie demanded. She stood next to me, squinting at the tiny figure in the snow, and I realized she had eyes. The animal was at least 500 feet below us. How was I able to see its eyes? You still have the sight of the falcon, Bast guessed. And you're right, Carter, the glowing eyes mean the creature has caught our scent. I looked at her and almost jumped out of my skin. Her hair was sticking straight up all over her head, like she'd stuck her finger in a light urn. Bast. I asked, you had? Sadie and I exchanged looks. She mouthed the word scared. Then I remembered how Muffin's tail yelled always poof up when something startled her. Nothing, I said, though if the set animal was so dangerous that it gave our goddess light socket hair, that had to be a very bad sign. How do we get out of here? You don't understand, Bast said. The set animal is the perfect hunter. If it has our scent, there is no stopping it. Why is it called the set animal? Sadie asked nervously. Doesn't it have a name? If it did, Bast said, you would not want to speak it. It is merely known as the set animal, the Red Lord's symbolic creature. It shares his strength, cunning, and his evil nature. Lovely, Sadie said. The animal sniffed at the monument and recoiled, snarling. It doesn't seem to like the obelisk, I noticed. No, Bast said. Too much Maat energy. But that auntie hold it back for long. As if on cue, the set animal leaped onto the side of the monument. It began climbing like a lion scaling a tree, digging its claws into the stone. That's messed up, I said. Elevator or stairs? Both are slow, Bast said. Back away from the window. She unsheathed her KNMES and sliced through the glass. She punched out the window, setting off alarm bells. Freezing air blasted into the observation. You'll need to fly, Bast yelled over the wind. It's the only way. No. Sadie's face went pale. Not the kite again. Sadie, it's okay, I said. She her head, terrified. I grabbed her hand. 1 foot 11 inches. Stay with you. I'll make sure you turn back. The set animal is halfway up, Bast warned. We're running out of time. Sadie glanced at Bast. What about you? You can't fly. Jump, she said. Cats always land on their feet. It's over 100 meters. Sadie cried. 170, Bast said. 1 foot 11 inches. Distract the set animal, buy you some time. You'll killed. Sadie's voice sounded close to breaking. Please, I can't lose you. Bast looked a little surprised. Then she smiled and put her hand on Sadie's shoulder. I'll be fine, dear. Meet me at Reagan National, Terminal A_. Be ready to rum. Before I could argue, Bast jumped out the window. My heart just about stopped. She plummeted straight toward the pavement. I was sure she'd die, but as she fell she spread her arms and legs and seemed to relax. She hurtled straight past the set animal, which let out a horrible scream like a wounded man on a battlefield, then tumbled and leaped after her. Bast hit the ground with both feet and took off running. She must have been doing 60 miles an hour, easy. The set animal wasn't as agile. It crashed so hard, the pavement cracked. It stumbled for a few steps but didn't appear hurt. Then it loped after Bast and was soon on her. She won't make it, Sadie fretted. Never bet against a cat, I said. We've got to do our part. Ready? She took a deep breath. All right, before I change my mind. Instantly, a black-winged kite in front of me, flapping its wings to keep its balance in the intense wind. I willed myself to become a falcon. It was even easier than before. A moment later, we soared into the cold moaning air over Washington, D_C_. Finding the airport was easy. Reagan National was so close, I could see the planes landing across the Potomac. The hard part was remembering what I was doing. Every time I saw a mouse or a squirrel, I instinctively veered toward it. A couple of times I caught myself to dive, and I had to fight the urge. Once I looked over and realized I was a mile away from Sadie, who was off doing her own hunting. I had to force myself to fly next to her and get her attention. It takes willpower to stay human, the voice of Holmes warned. The more time you spend as a bird of prey, the more you think like one. Now you tell me, I thought I could help, he urged. Give me control. Not today, birdhead. Finally, I steered Sadie toward the LRT, and we started hunting for a place to change back to human form. We landed at the top of a parking garage. I eviled myself to turn human. Nothing happened. Panic started building in my throat. I closed my eyes and pictured my dad's face. I thought how much I missed him, how much I needed to find him. /hen I opened my eyes, I was back to normal. Unfortunately, Sadie was still a kite. She flapped around me and cawed frantically. Ha ha ha! There was a wild look in her eyes, and this time how scared she was. Bird form had hard enough for her to break out of the first time. If the second time took even more energy, she could in serious trouble. It's all right. I crouched down, careful to move slowly. Sadie, don't force it. You have to relax. Hal, she tucked in her wings. Her chest was heaving. Listen, it helped me to focus on Dad. Remember what's important to you. Close your eyes and think about your human life. She closed her eyes, but almost instantly cried out in frustration and flapped her wings. Stop, I said. Don't fly away. She tilted her head and gurgled in a pleading way. I started talking to her the way I would to a scared animal. I wasn't really paying attention to the words, I was just trying to keep my tone calm, but after a minute I realized I was telling her about my travels with Dad, and the memo fees that had helped me get out of bird form. I told her about the time Dad and I got stuck in the airport and I ate so many cannoli, I got sick. I told her about the time in Egypt when I found the scorpion in my sock, and Dad managed to kill it with a TV remote control. I told her how we'd gotten separated once in the London Underground and how scared I was until Dad finally found me. I told her some pretty embarrassing stories that I'd never shared anyone, because who could I share them with? And it seemed to me that Sadie listened. At least she stopped flapping her wings. Her breathing slowed. She became very still, and her eyes didn't so panicked. Okay, Sadie, I said at last, I've got an idea. Here's what we're going to do. I took Dad's magic box out of its leather bag. I wrapped the bag around my forearm and tied it with the straps as I could. Hop on. Sadie flew up and perched at my wrist. Even with my makeshift arm guard, her sharp talons dug into my skin. "We'll get you out of this," I said. "Keep trying. Relax, and focus on your human life. You'll figure it out, Sadie. I know you will. I'll carry you until then." "Come on," I said. "Let's find Bast _ with my sister perched on my arm." I walked to the elevator. A businessman with a rolling suitcase was waiting by his eyes widened when he saw me. I must have looked pretty strange, a tall black kid in dirty, ragged Egyptian clothes, with a weird box tucked under one arm and a bird of prey perched on the other. "How's it going?" I said. Take the stairs." He hurried off. The elevator took me to the ground level. Sadie and I crossed to the departures curb. I looked around desperately, hoping to see Bast, but instead I caught the attention of a curbside policeman. The guy frowned and started lumbering in my direction. "Stay calm," I told Sadie, resisting the urge to run. I turned and walked through the revolving doors. Here's the thing, I always get a little edgy around police. I remember when I was like 7 or 8 and still a cute little kid, it wasn't a problem, but as soon as I hit I started to get the look, like, what's that kid doing here? Is he going to steal something? I mean, it's ridiculous, but it's a fact. I'm not saying it happens with every police officer, but when it doesn't happen, let's just say it's a pleasant surprise. This was not one of the pleasant times. I knew the cop was going to follow me, and I knew I had to act calm and walk like I had. It is not easy with a kite on your arm. Christmas vacation, so the airport was pretty full, mostly families standing in line at the ticket counters, kids arguing and parents labeling luggage. I wondered what that would be like, a normal family trip, no magic problems or monsters chasing you. "Stop it," I told myself. "You've got work to do." But I didn't know where to go. Would Bast be inside security? Outside? The crowds parted as I walked through the terminal. People stared at Sadie. I knew I couldn't wander around looking lost. It was only a matter of time before the cop's young man. I tummed _ it was the police officer from outside. Sadie squawked, and the cop backed up, resting his hand on his nightstick. "You pets in here," he told me. "I have tickets." _ I tried to reach my pockets. Then I remembered that Bast had our tickets. The cop scowled. "You'd better come with me." Suddenly a woman's voice called, "There you are, Carter." Bast was hurrying over, pushing her way through the crowd. I'd never been happier to see an Egyptian god in my life. Somehow she managed to change clothes. She wore a rose-colored pantsuit, lots of gold jewelry, and a cashmere coat, so she like a wealthy businesswoman. Ignoring the cop, she sized up my appearance and wrinkled her nose. "Carter, I told you not to wear those horrible falconry clothes. Honestly, you look like you've been sleeping in the wild." She took out a handkerchief and made a big production of wiping my face, while the policeman stared. Ma'am, he finally managed. "Is this your nephew?" Bast lied. "I'm so sorry, officer _ we're heading to Memphis for a falconry competition _ I hope he hasn't caused any problems. We're going to miss our flight." The falcon can't fly." Bast giggled. "Well, of course it can fly, officer _ it's a bird." His face reddened. "I mean on a plane." "Oh. We have the paperwork." To my amazement, she pulled out an envelope and handed it to the cop, along with our tickets. "I see," the cop said. He looked our tickets over. "You first-class ticket for your falcon." "It's a black kite, actually," Bast said. "But yes, it's a very temperamental bird. A prize winner, give it a coach seat and try to offer it pretzels, and I won't be held responsible for the consequences _ No, we always fly first class, don't we, Kaner?" Yeah Aunt Kitty." She flashed me a that said, "I'll get you for that." Then she went back to smiling at the cop, who handed back our tickets and Sadie's paper fork _ "Well, if you'll excuse us, officer. That's a very handsome uniform, by the way. Do you work out?" Before he could respond, Bast grabbed my arm and hurried me toward the security checkpoint. "Don't look back," she said under her breath. As soon as we turned the corner, Bast pulled me aside by the vending machines. "The set animal is close," she said. "We've got a few minutes at best. What's wrong with Sadie?" "She can't." I stammered. "Don't know exactly." "Well, we'll have to figure it out on the plane." "How did you change clothes?" I asked. "And the DL roomant for the bird?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, mortal minds are weak. That is an empty ticket, Sleewee and my clothes haven't really changed. It's just a glamour." I looked at her more closely, and I saw she was right. Her new clothes flickered like a mirage over her usual leopard skin bodysuit. As soon as she pointed it out, the magic seemed flimsy and obvi. "We'll try to make it to the gate before the set animal," she said. "It will be easier if you stow your things in the do-it-you hat. You don't really want to tote that box around under your arm, do you? Use the do-it as a storage." "How?" Bast rolled her eyes. "Honestly, what do they teach magicians these days? We had 20 seconds of training. Just imagine a space in the air, like a shelf or a treasure chest." I asked. "I've never had a school IRker_fine. Give it a combination lock, anything you want. Imagine opening the Laker with your combination. Then shove the box inside. Hen, you need it again, just call it to mind, and it will appear." I was skeptical, but I imagined a locker. I gave it a combination 13/32/33 retired numbers for the Lakers, obviously, Johnson, Abdul-Jabbar. I held out my dad's magic box and let it go, sure it would smash to the instead. "The Disappared_cool, I said. "Are you sure I can get it back?" "No," Bast said. "Now, come on. The Red Pyramid, Carter, the Red Pyramid 22. Leroy meets the Locker of Doom 10. Never gone through security with a bird of prey before. One thought it would cause a holdup, but instead the guards moved us into a special line. They checked our paperwork." Bast smiled a lot, flirted with the guards and told them they must working out, and they waved us through. Base's knives didn't set off the alarms, so maybe she'd stored them in the do-it. The guards didn't even try to put Sadie through the x-ray machine. I was retrieving when I heard a scream from the other side of security. Bast cursed in Egyptian. We were too slow. I looked back and saw the set animal charging through the terminal, knocking passengers out of its way. Its weird rabbit ears swiveled back and foam dripped from its curved, toothy snout, and its forked tail lashed around, looking for something to sting. A lady screamed. "Rabid moose." Everyone started screaming, running in different directions and blocking the set animal's path. I wondered. Bast shrugged. "No telling what mortals will perceive. Now the idea will spread by power of suggestion." Sure enough, more passengers started yelling moose, and running around as the set animal plowed through the lines and got tangled up in the stanchions. TSA officers surged forward, but the set animal tossed them aside like rag dolls. "Come on." Bast told me I can't just let it hurt these people. "We can't stop it." But I didn't. I wanted to. Homs was giving me courage, or that maybe the past few days had finally woken up some dormant bravery gene I'd inherited from my parents. But the truth was scarier this time, was making me take a stand. I wanted to do it. People were in trouble of us. I had to fix it. I felt the sarn kind of instinct I felt when Sadie needed my help, like it was time for me to step up. And yes, it terrified me. But it also felt right. "Go to the gate." I told Bast. "Take Sadie, I'll meet you there." %, at? Go. I imagined opening my invisible 13/32/33. I reached out my hand, but not for my dad's magic box. I concentrated on something I'd lost in Luxor. It had to be there. For a moment, I felt nothing. Then my hand closed around a hard leather grip, and I pulled my sword out of nowhere. Base's eyes widened. "Impressive. Get moving," I said. It's my tum to run interference. You realize it'll kill you. Thanks for the vote of confidence now, scat. Bast took off at top speed, Sadie flapping to stay balanced on her arm. A shot rang out. I tummed and saw the set animal plow into a cop who'd just fired at its head to no effect. The poor cop flew backward and toppled over the metal detector gate. Hey, Moose! I screamed. The set animal, its glowing eyes on me. Well done. Holmes said. We will die with honor. Shut up, I thought. I glanced behind me to make sure Bast and Sadie were out of sight. Then I approached the creature. So you've got no name? I asked. They couldn't think of one ugly enough. The creature snarled, stepping the unconscious policeman. Set animal is hard to say. I decided I'll call you Leroy. Apparently, Leroy didn't like his name. He lunged. I dodged his claws and managed to smack him in the snout with the flat of my blade, but that barely fazed him. Leroy backed up and charged again, slavering, baring his fangs. I slashed at his neck, but Leroy I was too smart. He deigned to the left and sank his teeth into my free arm. If it hadn't for my makeshift leather arm guard, I would have been -1 arm. As it was, Leroy's fangs still bit clear through the leather. Red-hot pain shot up my arm. I yelled, and a primal surge of power coursed through my body. I felt myself rising off the ground and the golden aura of the Hawk Ivolkire forming around me. The set animal's jaws were pried open so fast that it yelped and let go of my arm. I stood, now encased in a magical barrier twice my normal size, and kicked Leroy into the Evil_good. Said Horace. Now dispatch the beast to the netherworld. Quiet, ma'am, I'm doing all the work. I was vaguely aware of security guards trying to regroup, yelling into their walkie-talkies and calling for help. Travelers were still screaming and run me around. I heard a little girl shout, "Chicken man, get the moose." You know how hard it is to feel like an extreme falcon-headed combat machine when somebody calls you chicken man? I raised my sword, which was now at the center of a 10-foot-long energy blade. Leroy shook the dust off his cone-shaped ears, and came at me. My armored form might have been powerful, but I was also clumsy and slow. Moving it around felt like moving through jello. Leroy dodged my circle strike and landed on my chest, me do-en. He was a lot heavier than he looked. His tail and claws raked against my armor. I caught his neck in my glowing fists and tried to keep his fangs away from my face, but everywhere he drooled, my magical shield hissed and steamed. I could feel my wounded arm going numb. Alarms blared. More passengers crowded toward the checkpoint to see what was happening. I had to end this soon before I passed out from Pam or more mortals got hurt. I felt my strength fading, my shield flickering. Leroy's fangs were an inch from my face, and Hums was offering no words of encouragement. Then I thought about my invisible locker in the duet. I wondered if other things could be put in there too. Large, evil things. I closed my hands around Leroy's throat and wedged my knee against his rib cage. Then I imagined an opening in the duet in the air right above me, 13/32/33. I imagined my locker C-sharpening as wide as it could go. With my last bit of strength, I pushed Leroy straight up. He flew toward the ceiling, his eyes widening with surprise as he passed through an unseen rift and L%. It go, someone yelled. Hey, kid, another guy called. You okay? My energy shield was gone. I wanted to pass out, but I had to leave before the security guys came out of there and arrested me for moose fighting. I got to my feet and threw my sword at the ceiling. It disappeared into the duet. Then I wrapped the tom leather around my bleeding arm as best I could and ran for the gates. I reached our flight just as they were closing the door. Apparently, word of the Chicken Man incident hadn't spread quite yet. The gate agent gestured back toward the checkpoint as she my ticket. What's all the noise up there? Got through security, I said. It's under control now. Before she could ask questions, I raced down the jetway. I collapsed into my seat across the aisle from Bast_Sadie, still in kite form, was pacing in the window seat next to me. Bast let out a huge sigh of relief. Kaner, You made it? But your huff, what happened? I told her. Base's eyes widened. You put the set animal in your locker? Do you know how much strength that requires? Yeah, I said he was there. The flight attendant staffed mocking her announcements. Apparently, the security incident hadn't affected our flight. The plane pushed back from the gate on time. I doubled forward in pain, and only then did Bast notice how bad my arm was. Her expression turned grim. Hold still. She whispered something in Egyptian, and my eyes began to feel heavy. You'll need sleep to heal that wound, she said. But if Leroy comes back, nothing. Bast studied me as if seeing me for the first time. That was extraordinarily brave, Kaner. Facing the set monster, you have more tomcat in you than I realized. Thanks. She smiled and touched my forehead. We'll be in the air, my tomcat sleep. I couldn't really object. Exhaustion washed over me, and I closed my eyes. Naturally, my soul decided to take a trip. I was in BA form, circling above Phoenix. It was a brilliant winter morning. The cool desert air felt good under my wings. The city looked different in the daylight, a vast grid of beige and green squares dotted with palm trees and swimming pools. Stark mountains rose up here and there like chunks of the moon. The most prominent mountain was right below me, a long ridge with two distinct peaks. What had Sets Maman called it on my first Seoul visit? Camelback Mountain. Its were crowded with luxury homes, but the top was barren. Something caught my attention, a crevice between two large boulders, and a shimmer of heat coming from deep within the mountain, something that no human eye would ve noticed. I folded my wings and dove toward the crevice. Hot air vented out with such force that I had to push my way through. About 50 feet down the crevice opened up, and I found myself in a place that simply couldn't exist. The entire inside of the mountain had been hollowed out. In the middle of the cavern, a giant pyramid was under construction. The air rang with the sound of pickaxes. Hordes of demons cut blood-red limestone into blocks and hauled it to the middle of the cave, where more swarms of demons used ropes and ramps to hoist the blocks into place, the way my dad said the Giza pyramids were built. But the Giza pyramids had taken, 20 years each to complete. This pyramid was already halfway done. There was something odd about it, too, and not just the color. When I looked at it, I felt a familiar tingle, as if the whole structure were humming with a tone. No, a voice I almost recognized. I spotted a smaller shape floating in the air above the pyramid, a reed barge like Uncle Amos's. On it stood two figures. One was a tall demon in leather armor. The other was a burly man in red combat fatigues. I circled closer, trying to stay in the shadows because I wasn't sure I was really invisible. I landed on the top of the mast. It was a tricky maneuver, but neither of the boat's occupants looked up. How much longer? Asked the man in red. He had Set's voice, but he looked completely different than he had in my last vision. He wasn't a slimy black thing, and he wasn't on fire except for the scary mixture of hatred and amusement bunk in his eyes. He had a big thick body like a linebacker with meaty hands and a brutish face. His short bristly hair and trimmed goatee were as red as his combat fatigues. I'd never seen camouflage that color before. Maybe he was planning on hiding out in a volcano. Next to him, the demon bowed and scraped. It was the weird rooster-footed guy I'd seen before. He was at least 7 feet tall and scarecrow thin, bird talons for feet. And unfortunately, this time I could see his face. It was almost hideous to describe. You know those anatomy exhibits where they show dead bodies' skin? Imagine one of those faces alive, only with solid black eyes and fangs. We're making excellent progress, Master, the demon promised. We conjured 100 more demons today. With luck, we will done at sunset on your birthday. That is unacceptable, face of horror, Set said calmly. The servant flinched. I guessed his name was Face of Horror. I wondered how long it had taken his mom to think of that. Bob? No. Sam? No. How about Face of Horror? But, Master, Face stammered. I thought, do not think, demon. Our enemies are more resourceful than I imagined. They have temporarily disabled my favorite pet and are now speeding toward us. We must finish before they earn _sunrise on my birthday, face of H01 tour. No later. It will be the dawn of my new kingdom. I will scour all life from this continent, and this pyramid shall stand as a monument to my final and eternal tomb of Osiris. My heart almost stopped down at the pyramid again, and I realized why it felt so familiar. It had an energy to it, my father's energy. I can't explain how, but I knew his sarcophagus lay hidden somewhere inside that pyramid. Set smiled cruelly, as if he would be just as happy to face obey him or to rip face to pieces. You understand my order? Yes, Lord. Face of horror shifted his bird feet, as if building up his courage. But may I ask, stop there. Set's nostrils flared. You are one sentence away from destruction, face of horror. Choose your next words carefully. The demon ran his black tongue across his teeth. Well, my lord, is the annihilation of only one god worthy of your glorious self? What if we could create even more chaos energy to feed your pyramid for all time and make you the eternal lord of all worlds? A hungry light danced in Set's eyes. Lord of all worlds _ that has a nice ring to it. And how would you accomplish this, puny demon? Oh, not I, my lord. I am an insignificant worm. But if we were to capture the others, Nephthys Set kicked face in the chest, and the demon collapsed, wheezing. I told you never to speak her. Yes, master, face panted. Sorry, master. But if we were to capture her, and the others _____, think on the power you could consume. With the right plan. Set began nodding, warming to the idea. I think it's time we put Amos Kane to use. I tensed. Was Amos here? Brilliant, master. A brilliant plan. Yes, I'm glad I thought of it. Face of horror, very Homs, Isis, and my treacherous wife will at my feet, and Amos I will help. We'll have a nice little family reunion. Set looked up straight at me, as if he'd known I was there all along, and gave me that rip you to pieces smile. Isn't that right, boy? I wanted to spread my wings and fly. I had to get out of the cavern and warn Sadie. But my wings wouldn't work. I sat there paralyzed as Set reached out to grab me. The Red Pyramid, Sadie, the Red Pyramid 23. Professor Thotha's final exam. Sadie here. Sorry for the delay though. One don't suppose you'd notice on a recording my nimble-fingered brother dropped the microphone into a pit frill of ___. Oh, never mind. Back to the story. Kaner oak with such a start, he banged his knees against the drinks tray, which was quite fi _Annie sleep well. I asked. He blinked at me in confusion _you're human. How kind of you to notice. I took another bite of my pizza. I'd never eaten pizza from a china plate or had a Coke in a glass, with ice no less. Americans are so odd, but I was enjoying first class. I changed back an hour ago. I cleared my throat. It was helpful, what you said, about Focusum. What's important? Awkward saying even that much, as I remembered everything he told me while I was in kite form about his travels with Dad, how he gotten lost in the underground, gotten sick in Venice, squealed like a baby when he found a scorpion in his sock. So much ammunition to tease him with, but oddly I wasn't tempted. The way he'd out he thought I didn't understand him in kite form, but he'd been so honest, so unguarded, and he'd done it all to calm me down. If he hadn't given me something to on, I'd probably still be hunting field mice over the Potomac. Kaner had spoken about Dad as if their trawls together had been a great thing, yes, but also quite a chore, with Kaner always struggling to please and be on his best with no one to relax with, or talk to. Dad was, I had to admit, quite a presence. You'd be hard-pressed not to invent his AP Prival _ no doubt that's where I get my 01VN stunningly charismatic personality. I saw him only twice a year, and even so I had to prepare myself mentally for the experience. For the first time, I began to wonder if Carter really had the better end of the bargain. Would I trade my life for his? I also decided not to tell him what had finally changed me back to human. I hadn't focused on Dad at all. I'd imagined Mum alive, imagined us walking down Oxford Street together, gazing in the shop eye windows and talking and laughing, the kind of ordinary day we'd never gotten to share. An impossible wish, I know, but it had been powerful enough to remind me of who I was. Didn't say any of that, but Kaner studied my face, and I sensed that he picked up my thoughts a little too well. I took a sip of Coke. "You missed lunch, by the way. You didn't try to wake me." On the other side of the aisle, Bast burped. She'd just finished off her plate of salmon and was looking quite satisfied. "I could summon more Friskies," she offered. "Or cheese sandwiches." "No thanks," Carter muttered. He looked devastated. "God, Kaner," I said. "If it's that important to you, got some pizza left?" "It's not that," he said. And he told us how his BA had almost been captured by Set. The news gave me trouble breathing. I felt as if I were stuck in Kite-Famel again, unable to think clearly. Dad trapped in a red pyramid? Amos used as some son of pawn? I at Bast for some kind of reassurance. "Isn't there anything we can do?" Her expression was grim. "Sadie, I don't know. Set will be most powerful on his birthday, and sunrise is the most auspicious moment for magic. If he is able to generate one great explosion of storm energy at sunrise on that day using not only his own magic, but augmenting it with the power of other gods he's managed to enslave, the amount of chaos he could unleash is almost unimaginable." She shuddered. "Carter, you say a simple demon gave him this idea?" "Sounded like it," Kaner said. "Or he tweaked the original plan, anyway." She her head. "This is not like Set." I coughed. "What do you mean?" "It's exactly like him." "No," Bast insisted. "This is horrendous, even for him. Set wishes to be king, but such an explosion might leave him nothing to rule. It's almost as if... She herself, the thought seemingly disturbing. "I don't understand it, but we'll be landing soon. You'll have to ask Thoth." "You make it sound like you're not coming," I said. "Thoth and I don't get along very well. Your chances of surviving might be better." The seatbelt light came on. The captain announced we'd started our descent into Memphis. I reared out the window and saw a vast brown river cutting across the landscape, a river larger than any I'd ever seen. It reminded me uncomfortably of a giant snake. The flight attendant came by and pointed to my lunch plate. "Finished, dear?" "It seems so," I told her gloomily. Memphis hadn't gotten word that it was winter. The trees were green and the sky was a brilliant blue. We'd insisted Bast not borrow a car this time, so she agreed to rent one as long as she got a convertible. I didn't ask where she got the money, but soon we were cruising through the mostly desert-ed streets of Memphis with our BMWs top down. I remember only snapshots of the city. We passed through one neighborhood that might have a set from Gone with the Wind, big white mansions on enormous lawns shaded by cypress trees, although the plastic Santa Claus displays on the rooftops rather ruined the effect. On the next block, we almost got killed by an old woman driving a Cadillac out of a church parking lot. Bast swerved and honked her horn, and the woman just smiled and waved. "So them hospitality, I suppose." After a few more blocks, the houses tummed to ton-down shacks. I spotted two African American boys wearing jeans and muscle shins, sitting on their front porch, strumming acoustic guitars and singing. They sounded so good, I was tempted to stop. On the next corner, a cinder block restaurant with a hand-painted sign that read chicken and whams. There was a queue of 20 people outside. "You Americans have the strangest taste. What planet is this?" I asked. Kaner his head. "And where would Thoth be?" Bast sniffed the air and turned left onto a street called Poplar. "We're getting close. If I know Thoth, he'll find a center of learning. A library, perhaps, or a cache in a magician's tomb." Don't have a lot of those in Tennessee, too, Carter guessed. Then I spotted a sign and grinned broadly. The University of Memphis, RAPS. Well done, Sadie. Bast purred. Kaner scowled at me. The poor boy gets jealous, you know. A few minutes later, we were strolling through the campus of a small college, red brick buildings and wide courtyards. It was eerily quiet, except for the sound of a ball echoing on concrete. As soon as Carter heard it, he perked up. Basketball. Oh, please, I said. We need to find Thoth. But Carter followed the sound off ball, and we followed him. He rounded the corner of a building and froze. Let's ask them. I didn't understand what he was on about. Then I turned the corner and yelped. On the basketball court, 5 players were in the middle of an intense game. They wore an assortment of jerseys from different American teams, and they all seemed keen to win, grunting and snarling at each other, stealing the ball and pushing. The players were all baboons. The sacred animal of Thoth, Bast said. We must be in the right place. One of baboons had lustrous golden hair much lighter than the others, and a more, colorful bottom. He wore a purple jersey that seemed oddly familiar. Is Lakers jersey? I asked, hesitant to even name Carter's silly obsession. He nodded, and we both grinned. Quill, we yelled. True, we hardly knew the baboon. We'd spent less than a day with him, and our time at Amos's mansion seemed like ages ago, but still I felt like we'd recovered a long-lost friend. Kufa jumped into my arms and barked at me. Ack. Ack. He picked through my hair, looking for bugs. I suppose no comments from you, Carter, and dropped to the ground, slapping the pavement to show how pleased he was. Bast laughed. He says you smell like flamingos. Usura_K Carter asked. The goddess shrugged. He also wants to know where you've L% we've been. I said. Well, first off, tell him I've spent the better part of the day as a kite, which is not a flamingo and not end in O, so it shouldn't be on his diet. Secondly, hold on. Bast turned to Quill and said, Ack. Then she looked back at me. All right, go ahead. I blinked. And secondly, where has he been? She relayed this in a single grunt. Kufa snorted and grabbed the basketball, which sent his baba and friends into a frenzy of barking and scratching and snarling. He dove into the river and swam back, too, Bast translated, but when he returned, the house was destroyed and we were gone. He waited a day for Amos to rid him, but he never did. So Kufi_L made his way to Thoth. Baboons are under his protection, after all. Why is that? Kaner asked Elmine, no offense, but Thoth is the god of knowledge, right? Baboons are very wise animals, Bast said. Aklquil picked his nose, then turned his technicolor bum our direction. He threw his friends the ball. They began to fight over it, showing one another their fangs and slapping their heads. Wise? One asked. Well, they're not cats, mind you, Bast added. But, yes, wise. Kufa says that as soon as Carter keeps his promise, he'll take you to the professor. I blinked. The profo, UL% at promise? Carter asked. The comber of Base's mouth twitched. Apparently, you promised to show him your basketball skills. Kaner's eyes widened in alarm. We don't have time. Oh, it's fine, too, Bast promised. It's best that I go now, but where, Bast? I asked, as I wasn't anxious to be separated from her again. How will we find you? The in her eyes changed to something like guilt, as if she'd just caused a horrible accident. Find you when you get out, if you get out. L% at do you mean if? Carter asked, but Bast had already turned into Muffin and raced off. Kufa barked at Kaner most insistently. He tugged his hand, pulling him onto the court. The baboons immediately broke into two teams. Half took off their jerseys. Half left them on. Carter, sadly, was on the No Jersey team, and Kofi_L helped him pull his shirt off, exposing his bony chest the T-Nels to play. Now, I know nothing about basketball. But I'm fairly sure one isn't supposed to trip over one slurs, or catch a pass one's forward, or dribble, is that the word, with hands as if irting a possibly rabid dog. But that is exactly the way Carter played. The baboons simply ran him over, quite literally. They scored basket after basket as Carter staggered back and forth, getting hit with the ball whenever it came close to him, tripping over monkey limbs until he was so dizzy he turned in a circle and fell over. The baboons stopped playing and watched him in disbelief. Carter lay in the middle of the count covered in sweat and panting. The other baboons at Khufu. It was quite obvious what they were thinking. Who invited this human? Quill cowered his eyes in Carter. I said with glee, all that talk about basketball and the Lakers, and you're absolute rubbish. Beaten by monkeys. He groaned miserably. It was Dad's favorite game. I stared at him. Dad's favorite game. God, why hadn't that to me? Apparently he took my gobsmacked expression as further criticism. Can tell you any NBA stat you want, he said a bit desperately. Rebounds, assists, free throw percentages. The other baboons went back to their game, ignoring Kaner and Khufu both. Quao let out a disgusted noise, half gag and half bark. I understood the sentiment, but I came forward and offered Carter my hand. Come on, them it doesn't matter. If I had better shoes, too, he suggested, or if I wasn't so tired. Carter, I said with a smirk, it doesn't matter. And I 11 not breathe a word to Dad when we save. He looked at me with obvious gratitude. Well, I am rather wonderful, after all. Then he took my hand, and I hoisted him up. Now for God's sake, put on your shirt, I said. And Quill, it's time you us to the professor. Khufu led us into a deserted science building. The air in the hallways smelled of vinegar, and the empty labs looked like something from an American high school, not the son of place a god you'd hang out. We climbed the stairs and found a row of professors' offices. Most of the doors were closed. One had been left open, revealing a space no bigger than a closet stuffed with books, a tiny desk, and one chair. I wondered if that professor had done something bad to get such a small offlos_ac. Quill stopped in front of a polished mahogany door, much nicer than the others. A newly stenciled name glistened on the glass, Dr. Thoth. Without knocking, Khufu sharp-ned the door and I led inside. After you, chicken man, I said to Carter. And yes, I'm sure he was regretting telling me that particular incident. After all, I couldn't completely stop teasing him. I have a reputation to maintain. I expected another broom closet. Instead, the office was impossibly big. The ceiling rose at least 10 meters, with one side of the office all windows, looking out over the Memphis skyline. Metal stairs led up to a loft dominated by an enormous telescope, and from somewhere up there came the sound of an electric guitar being strummed quite badly. The other walls of the office were crammed with bookshelves. Work tables overflowed with weird bits and bobs, chemistry sets, half-assembled computers, stuffed animals with electrical wires sticking out of their heads. The room smelled strongly of cooked beef, but with a smokier, tangier scent than I'd ever smelled. Strangest of all, right in front of us, half a dozen long-necked birds ibises sat behind desks like receptionists, TYPMG on laptop computers with their beaks. Kaner and I looked at each other. For once I was at a loss for words. Ack. Quill called out up in the loft, the strumming stoppered a lanky man in his 20s up, electric guitar in hand. He had an unruly mane of blonde hair like Khufu's, and he wore a stained white lab coat over faded jeans and a black t-shirt . At first I thought blood was trickling from the comber of his mouth. Then I realized it was some sort of meat sauce. Fascinating. He broke into a wide grin. I've discovered something, Khufu. This is not Memphis, Egypt. Khufu gave me a sideways look, and I could swear his expression meant, also discovered a new form of magic called blues music, the man continued, and barbecue. Yes, you must try barbecue. Khufu unimpressed. He to the top of a grabbed a box of Cheerios and began to munch. The guitar man slid down the banister with perfect balance and landed in front of us_Isis and Horus. He said, I see you've found new bodies. His eyes were a dozen colors, shifting like a kaleidoscope. With hypnotic effect I managed to stutter, we're not. Oh, I see, he said, trying to share the Don't think I'm fooled for a minute, Isis_I know you're in charge but she's not. I protested. My name is Sadie Kane. I assume you're Thoth. He raised an eyebrow. You claim not to know me? Of course I'm Thoth. Also called Jehudi_, also called _ I stifled a laugh. Jehudi. Thoth looked offended. In ancient Egyptian, it's a perfectly fine name. The Greeks called me Thoth. Then later they said me with their god Hermes. Even had the nerve to rename my sacred city Hermopolis, though we're nothing alike. Believe me, if you've ever met Hermes Quill yelled through a mouthful of Cheerios _ You're right, Thoth agreed. I'm getting off track. So you claim to be Sadie Kane. N _____, he swung a finger toward Carter, who was watching the ibises type on their laptops. I suppose you re not Horace Carter Kane, said Carter, still distracted by the ibises screens. What is that? Thoth brightened. Yes, they're called computers. Marvelous, aren't they? Apparently too. No, I mean what are the birds typing? Kaner squinted and read from the screen. A short treatise on the evolution of yaks, my scholarly essays, Thoth explained. I try to keep several projects going at once. For instance, did you know this university not offer majors in astrology or leechcraft? Shocking. I intend to change that. I'm renovating new headquarters right now down by the Memphis will be a TME center of learning. That's brilliant, I said half-heartedly _ we need help defeating Set. The ibises stopped typing and stared at me. Thoth weared the sauce off his mouth. You have the nemrud to ask this after last time. Last time? I repeated. I have the account here. Some you here _ Thoth patted the pockets of his lab coat. He pulled out a rumpled piece of paper and read it. No, Grixiri list. He tossed it over his shoulder. As soon as the paper hit the floor, it became a loaf of wheat bread, a jug of milk, and a six-pack of Mountain Dew. Thoth checked his sleeves. I realized the stains on his coat were smeared words, printed in every language. The stains moved and changed, forming hieroglyphs, English letters, demotic symbols. He blushed a stain off his and 7 letters fluttered to the forming a word, Krodakel. The word morphed into a slimy crustacean, like a shrimp, which wiggled its legs for only a moment before an ibis snippered it up. Ah, never mind, Thoth said at last. I'll just tell you the short version. To avenge his father, Osiris, Hams challenged Set to a duel. The winner would become king of the Gokkels. Hams won, Kaner said. You do remember? No, I read about it. And do you remember that without my help, Isis and you both would ve died? Oh, I tried to mediate a solution to prevent the battle. That is one of my jobs, you know, to keep balance between order and chaos. But no, Isis convinced me to help your side. Set was getting too powerful. And the battle almost destroyed the world. He complains too much, Isis said inside my head. It wasn't so bad. No. Thoth demanded, and I got the feeling he could hear her as well as I could. Set stabbed out Hamza's eye. Ouch. Kaner blinked. Yes, and I replaced it with a new eye made of moonlight. The Eye of Horus, your famous symbol. That was me, thank you very much. And when you cut off Isis's head, hold up. Carter glanced at me. I cut off her head. I got better, Isis assured me. Only because I healed you, Isis. Thoth said. And yes, Kaner, Hams, Whatever you call yourself, you were so mad, you cut off her head. You were reckless, you see about to charge Set while you were still weak, and Isis tried to stop you. That made you so angry. You your sword. Well, the point is, you almost destroyed each other before you could defeat Set. If you start another fight with the Red Lord, beware. He will use chaos to turn you against each other. We'll defeat him again, Isis promised. Thoth is just jealous. Shut up, Thoth and I said at the same time. He looked at me surprised. So, Sadie _____ you are trying to stay in control. It won't last. You may be blood of the pharaohs, but Isis is a deceptive, power-hungry too. I can contain her, I said, and I had to use all my will to keep Isis from blurting out a string of insults. Thoth fingered the frets of his guitar. Don't be so sure. Isis probably told you she helped defeat Set. Did she also tell you she was the reason Set got out of control in the first place? She exiled our first king. You mean Ra? Carter said. Didn't he get old and decide to leave the earth? Thoth snorted. He was old, yes, but he was forced to leave. Isis got tired of waiting for him to retire. She invited her husband, Osiris, to become king. She also wanted more power. So one day, while Ra was napping, Isis secretly collected a bit of the sun gods. Yeah, I said. Since when does make you? Thoth scowled at me accusingly. You mixed the spit with clay to create a poisonous snake. That night, the serpent slipped into Ra's bedroom and bit him on the ankle. No amount of magic, even mine, could heal him. He would have died. Gods can die? Carter asked. Oh, yes, Thoth said. Of course, most oft time we rise again from the do it eventually but this Ison ate away at Ra's very being. Isis, of course, acted inuent she cried to see Ra in pain. She tried to help her magic. Finally she told Ra there was only one way to save him, Ra must tell her his secret name. Secret name? I asked. Like Bruce Wayne. Everything in creation has a secret, Narn. Thoth said. Even gods. To know a being's secret name is to have power over that creature. Isis promised that with Ra's secret name, she could heal him. Ra was in so much pain. He agreed. And Isis healed him. But it gave her power over him, Kaner guessed. Extreme power, Thoth agreed. She forced Ra to retreat into the Hemons, warning the way for her beloved, Osiris, to the new king of gods. Set had an important lieutenant to Raz, but he could not bear to see his brother Osiris become king. This made Set and Osiris enemies, and here we are 5 millennia later, still fighting that war, all because of Isis __. But that's not my fault. I said. You'd never do something like that. Wouldn't you? Thoth asked. Wouldn't you do anything to save your family, even if it upset the balance of the cosmos? His kaleidoscope eyes locked on mine, and I felt a surge of defiance. Well, why shouldn't I help my family? Who was this nutter in a lab coat telling me what I could and couldn't do? Then I realized I didn't know who was thinking that, Isis or me. Panic started building in my chest. If I couldn't tell my own thoughts from those of Isis, how long before I went completely mad? No, Thoth, I croaked. You to me. I'm in control, me, Sadie, and I need your help. Set has our father. I let it spill out, then everything from the British Museum to Kaner's vision of the Red Pyramid. Thoth listened without comment, but I could new stains developed on his lab coat as I talked, as if some of my words were being added to the mix. Just look at something for us, I finished. Carter, hand him the Kaner rummaged through his bag and brought out the book we'd stolen in Paris. You wrote this, right? He said. It tells how to defeat Set. Thoth unfolded the papyrus pages. Oh, dear. I hate reading my old work at this sentence. I'd never write it that way now. He patted his lab coat red pen. Does anyone have one? Isis chafed against my willpower, insisting that we blast some sense into Thoth. One fireball, she pleaded. Just one enormous magical fireball, please. I can't say I wasn't tempted, but I kept her under control. Look Thoth, I said. Jehudi, whatever. Set is about to destroy non-America at the very least, possibly the world. Millions of people I will die. You said you care about balance. Will you help us? Or for a moment, the only sounds were Ibis tapping on keyboards. You are in trouble, Thoth agreed. So let me ask, why do you think your father put you in this position? Why did he release the gods? I almost said, to bring back Mom. But I didn't believe that anymore. My mom saw the future, I guessed. Something bad was coming. I think she and Dad were trying to stop it. They thought the only way was to release the gods, even though using the power of gods is incredibly dangerous for mortals, Thoth pressed, and against the law of the House of Life, a law that I convinced Iskandar to make, by the way. I remembered something the old chief lector had told me in the Hall of Ages. Have great power, but only humans have creativity. I think my mum convinced Iskandar that the Imul was Tong. Maybe he couldn't admit it publicly, but she made him change his mind. Whatever is coming, it's so bad, gods and mortals are going to need each other. And what is coming? Thoth asked. The rise of Set. His tone was coy, like a teacher trying a trick question. Maybe, I said carefully, %UT I don't know. Up on the Clow belched. He bared his fangs in a messy grin. You have a point, Kuyua, Thoth mused. She does not sound like Isis. Isis would never admit she doesn't know something. I had to clamp a mental hand over Isis's mouth. Thoth tossed the book back to Carter. Let's see if you act as well as you talk. I will explain the spell provided you prove to me that you truly have control of your gods, that you're not simply repeating the same old patterns. A test. Carter said. We accept. Now, hang on, I protested. Maybe being Carter didn't realize that test is normally a bad thing. Wonderful, Thoth said. There is an item of power I require from a magician's tomb. Bring it to which magician's tomb? I asked. But Thoth took a piece of chalk from his lab coat and scribbled something in the air. A doorway opened in front of him. How did you do that? I asked. Bast said we can't summon portals during the demon days. Mortals can't, Thoth agreed. But a god of magic can. If you succeed, we'll have barbecue. The doorway pulled us into a black void, and Thoth's office disappeared. The Red Pyramid Sadie. The Red Pyramid 24. I blow up some blue suede shoes. Oh, here are we? I asked. We stood on a deserted avenue outside the gates of a large estate. We still seemed to be in Memphis. At least the trees, the weather, the afternoon light were all the same. The estate must have been several acres at least. The white metal gates were done in fancy designs of silhouetted guitar players and musical notes. Beyond them, the driveway curved through the trees up to a no-story house with a white columned portico. Oh, no, Carter said. I recognize those gates. You had? Why? Dad brought me here once. A great magician has got to. Kidding. Carter, what are you talking about? Is someone buried here? He nodded. This is Graceland. Home to the most famous musician in the world. Michael Jackson lived here. No, dummy, Carter said. Elvis Presley. I wasn't sure whether to laugh or curse. Elvis Presley. You mean white suits with rhinestones, big slick hair, Grand's record collection? That Elvis. Kaner looked around nervously. He drew his sword, even though we seemed to be totally alone. This is Ivy. Here he lived, and Diakel, he's buried in back of the mansion. I stared up at the house. You're telling me Elvis was a magician? Don't know. Carter gripped his sword. Thoth did say something about music being a kind of magic. But something's not right. Ivhy, are we the only ones here? There's usually a mob of tourists. Christmas holidays. But no security. I shrugged. Maybe it's like what Zia did at Luxor. Maybe Thoth cleared everyone out. Maybe, but I could tell Kaner was still uneasy. He pushed the gates, and they opened easily. Not right, he muttered. No, I agreed. But let's go pay our respects. As we walked up the drive, I couldn't help thinking that the home of the king wasn't very impressive compared to some of the rich and famous homes I'd seen on TV. Elvis's place looked ahally small. It was just 2 stories high, with that white columned and brick ivals _ridiculous plaster lions flanked the steps. Perhaps things were simpler back in Elvis's day, or maybe he srnt all his money on rhinestone suits. We stopped at the steps. So Dad brought you here? I asked. Yeah Carter eyed the lions as if expecting them to attack. Dad loves blues and jazz, mostly, but he said Elvis was important because he took African American music and made it popular for white people. He helped invent and roll. Anyway, Dad and I were in town for a symposium or something. I don't remember. Dad insisted I come here. Lucky you. And yes, perhaps I was beginning to understand that Carter's life with Dad hadn't been all glamour and holiday, but still I couldn't help being a bit jealous. Not that I'd ever wanted to see Graceland, of course, but Dad had never insisted on taking me anywhere, at least until the British Museum trip when he disappeared. I hadn't known Dad I was an Elvis fan, which was rather horrifying. We walked up the steps. The front swung open all by itself. I don't like that, Kaner said. I turned to look behind us, and my blood went ice cold. I grabbed my brother's arm. Carter, speaking of things we don't like. Coming up the driveway were 2 magicians brandishing stam and wands. Inside, Carter said. Quick. I didn't have much time to admire the house. There was a dining to our left and a living to our right, with a piano and a stained glass archway decorated with peacocks. All the furniture was roared off. The house smelled like old people. Item of power, I said. Where? I don't know, Carter snapped. They items of power listed on the tour. I glanced out the window. Our enemies were getting close. The bloke in front wore jeans, a black sleeveless shin, boots, and a battered cowboy hat. He looked more like an outlaw than a magician. His friend was similarly dressed but much heftier, with tattooed arms, a bald head, and a scraggly beard. When they were 10 meters away, the man with the cowboy hat lowered his staff, which more phed into a shotgun. Oh, please. I yelled, and pushed Kaner into the living room. The blast shattered Elvis's front door and set my ears ringing. We scrambled to our feet and ran deeper into the house. We passed through an old-fashioned kitchen, then into the strangest den I'd ever seen. The back wall was made of vine-covered bricks, with the ivy turf trickling down the side. The carpet was green shag, floor and ceiling, mind you, and the furniture was carved with creepy animal shapes. Just in case all that wasn't dreadful enough, plaster monkeys and stuffed lions had been strategically placed around the room. Despite the danger we were in, the place was so horrid, I just had to stop and marvel. God, I said. Did Elvis have no taste? The jungle room, Kaner said. He decorated it like this to annoy his dad. I can restrict that. Another shotgun blast roared through the house. Split up, Carter said. Bad idea. I could hear the magicians tromping through the rooms, smashing things as they came closer. T11 distract them, Kaner said. You search. The trophy room is through there. Carter. But the fool ran off to protect me. I hated when I should have followed him, or run the other way, but I stood frozen in shock as he turned the corner with his sword raised, his beginning to glow with a golden light. And everything went wrong. Blam. An emerald flash brought Kaner to his knees. For a heartbeat, I thought he'd been hit with the shotgun, and I had to stifle a scream. But immediately, Carter collapsed and began to shrink, clothes, sword, and all melting into a tiny sliver of green. The lizard that used to be my brother raced toward me, climbed up my leg and into my palm, where it at me desperately. From around the corner, a gruff voice said, Split up and find the sister, she'll be somewhere close. Oh, Kaner, I whispered fondly to the lizard. El will so kill you for this. I stuffed him in my pocket and Ram. The two magicians continued to smash and crash their way through Graceland, knocking over Fumiture and blasting things to bits. Apparently they were not Elvis fans. I ducked under some ropes, crept through a hallway, and found the trophy room. Amazingly, it was Hall of Trophies. Gold records crowded the walls. Rhinestone Elvis jumpsuits glittered in 4 glass cases. The room was dimly lit, probably to keep the jumpsuits from blinding visitors, and music played softly from overhead speakers, Elvis warning everyone not to step on his blue suede shoes. I scanned the room but found nothing that magical. The suits? I hoped Thoth did not exhort me to wear one. The gold records? Lovely frisbees, but no. Jared, a voice called to my right. A magician was come down the hallway. I darted toward the other exit, but a voice just outside it called back, "Yeah, I am over here." I was surrounded. Carter, I whispered, "Curse your lizard brain." He fluttered nervously in my pocket but was no help. I fumbled through my magician's bag and grasped my wand. Should I try drawing a magic circle? No time, and I didn't even to duel toe-to-toe with 2 older magicians. I had to stay mobile. I took out my and iveled it into a full-length staff. I could set it on fire, or turn it into a lion, but what good would that do? My hands started to tremble. I wanted to crawl into a ball and hide beneath Elvis's gold record collection. "Let me take over," Isis said. "I can turn our enemies to dust." "No," I told her, "you will get us both killed." I could feel her pressing against my veil, trying to bust out. I could taste her anger with these Magikians. How dare they challenge us? With a word, we could destroy them. No, I thought again. Then I remembered something Zia had said, "Use whatever you have available." The was dimly lit. Perhaps if I could make it darker. Darkness, I whispered. I felt a tugging sensation in my stomach, and the lights flickered off. The music stopped. The light continued to dim. Even the sunlight faded from the windows until the entire room went black. Somewhere to my left, the first magician sighed in exasperation. "Jared." "Wasn't me," Wayne insisted. "You always blame me." Wayne muttered something in Egyptian, still moving towards me. I needed a distraction. I closed my eyes and imagined my surroundings. Although it was pitch black, I could still sense Jared in the hallway to my left, stumbling through the darkness. I sensed Wayne on the other side of the wall to the right, only a few steps from the doorway, and I could visualize the 4 glass display cases. Elvis's suits. "They're tossing your house," I thought. "Defend it?" A stronger pull in my gut, as if I were lifting a heavy weight. Then the display cases blew open. I heard the shuffling of stiff cloth, like sails in the wind, and was dimly aware of 4 pale white shars in motion, 2 heading to either door. Wayne yelled first as the empty Elvis suits tackled him. His shotgun lit up the dark. Then to my left, Jared shouted in surprise. A heavy clump told me he'd been knocked over. I decided to go in JRKX1's direction. Better an off-balance bloke than one with a shotgun. I slipped through the doorway and down a hall, leaving Jared scuffling behind me and yelling, "Get off! Take him while he's down," Isis urged. "Bum him to ashes." Part of me knew she had a point. If I left Jared in one piece, he would be up in no time and after me again, but it didn't seem right to hurt him, especially while he was being tackled by Elvis suits. I found a door and burst outside into the afternoon sun. I was in the backyard of Graceland. A large fountain gurgled nearby, ringed by grave markers. One had a glass-encased flame at the top and ibis flowers. I took a wild guess, it must be Elvis's. A magician's tomb. Of course. We'd been searching the house, but the item of power would be at his grave site. But what exactly was the item? Before I could approach the grave, the door burst open. The big bald man with the straggly beard stumbled out. A tattered Elvis suit had its sleeves wrapped around his neck like it was getting a pig guy back ride. Well, well. The magician threw off the jumpsuit. His voice confirmed for me that he was the one called Jared. You're just a little girl, you've caused us a lot of trouble, RMSSY_. He lowered his staff and fired a shot of green light. I raised my wand and deflected the bolt of energy straight up. I heard a surprised coo, the cry of a pigeon, and a newly made lizard fell out of the sky at my feet. Sorry, I told it. Jared snarled and threw down his staff. Apparently, he specialized in lizards, because the staff more phed into a Komodo dragon the size of a London taxicab. The monster charged me with unnatural sred_. It opened its jaws and would have bitten me in half, but I just had time to wedge my staff in its mouth. Jared laughed. Nice try, girl. I felt the dragon's jaws pressing on the staff. It was only a matter of seconds before the hood snapped, and then be a dragon snack. A little help, I told Isis_carefully, very carefully. I tapped into her strength. Doing so without letting her take over was like riding a surfboard over a tidal wave, trying desperately to stay on my feet. I felt 1,000 years of experience, knowledge, and power course through me. She offered me options, and I selected the simplest. I channeled power through my staff and felt it grow hot in my hands, glowing white. The dragon hissed and gurgled as my staff elongated, forcing the creature's jaws open wider, and then, boom. The dragon shattered into kindling and sent the splintered remains of Jared's staff raining down around me. Jared had only a moment to look stunned before I threw my wand and whapped him solidly on the forehead. His eyes crossed, and he collapsed on the pavement. My wand returned to my hand. That would have been a lovely happy ending ____, except I'd forgotten about Wayne. The cowboy hat magician stumbled out, almost tripping over his friend, but he recovered with lightning speed _ he shouted, "Wind," and my staff flew out of my hands and into his. He smiled cruelly. Well fought, darlin'. But elemental magic is always quickest. He struck the ends of both staffs, his and mine, against the pavement. A wave rippled over the dirt and pavement as if the ground had liquid, knocking me off my feet and sending my wand flying. I scrambled backwards on hands and knees, but I could hear Wayne chanting, summoning fire from the staff's rope. Isis said. Every magician carries rope. Panic had made my mind go blank, but my hand instinctively went for my magic bag. I pulled out a small bit of fivine_, hardly a rope, but it triggered a memory, something Zia had done in the New York Museum. I threw the twine at Wayne and yelled a word Isis suggested, TAS. A golden hieroglyph bummed in the air. Wayne's head, the fivine whip rode toward him like an angry snake, growing longer and thicker as it flew. Wayne's eyes widened. He stumbled back and sent jets of flame shooting from both staffs, but the rope was too quick. It lashed round his ankles and toppled him sideways, wrapping round his whole body until he was encased in a twine from chin to toes. He struggled and screamed and called me quite a few unflattering names _ I got up unsteadily. Jared was still out cold. I retrieved my staff, which had fallen next to Wayne. He continued straining me against the twine and cursing in Egyptian, which sounded strange with an American Southern accent. Finish him, Isis whammed _ he can still Sirac _ he will not rest until he destroys you. Fire. Wayne screamed. Water. Cheese. Even the cheese command did not work. I reckoned his rage was throwing his magic off balance, making it impossible to focus, but I knew he would recover soon. Silence, I said. Wayne's abruptly stopped working. He kept screaming, but no sound came out. TM not your enemy, I told him. But I can't have you killing me, either. Something wriggled in my and I remembered Kaner. I took him out. He okay, except of course for the fact he was still a lizard. Try to change you back, I told him. Horflil don't make things worse. He made a little croak that didn't convey much confidence. I closed my eyes and imagined Kaner as he should be, a tall boy of 14, badly dressed, very human, very annoying. Carter began to feel heavy. My hands. I put him down and watched as the lizard grew into a vaguely human blob. By the count of 3, my brother was lying on his stomach, his sword and pack next to him on the lawn. He spit grass out of his mouth. "How'd you do that?" "I don't know," I admitted. "You just thanks a lot." He got up and checked to make sure he had all his fingers. Then he saw the 2 magicians and his mouth fell open. "What did you do to them?" "Just tied one up." "Knocked one out magic?" "No, I mean." He faltered, searching for words, then gave up and pointed. I looked at the magicians and yelped. Wayne wasn't moving. His eyes and mouth were open, but he wasn't blinking or breathing. Next to him, Jared just as frozen. As we watched, their mouths began to glow as if they swallowed matches. 2 tiny yellow orbs of fire popped out from between their lips and shot into the air, disappearing in the sunlight. "Was that?" I asked. "Are they dead?" Kaner approached them cautiously and put his hand on Wayne's neck. "It doesn't even feel like skim, more like rock. No, they were human. I didn't tell them to rock." Kaner felt jerk X1's forehead where I whacked him with my wand. "It's cracked." "You had." Kaner picked up his sword. Before I could even scream, he brought the hilt down on Jared's face and the magician's head cracked into shards like a flower pot. "They're made of clay," Carter said. "They're both Shapti." He kicked Wayne's arm and I heard it crunch under the Favine_, "but they were casting SRRLLS, I said. "And talking." "They were real." As we watched, the Shapti crumbled to dust, leaving nothing behind but my bit of twine, 2 staff, and some grungy clothes. "Thoth was testing us," Carter said. "Those balls of fire, though." He frowned as if trying to recall something important. "Probably the magic that animated them," I guessed. "Flying back to their master like a recording of what they did." It sounded like a solid theory to me, but Carter seemed awfully troubled. He pointed to the blasted back of Graceland. "Is the whole house like that?" "Worse." I looked at the ruined Elvis jumpsuit under Jared's clothes and scattered rhinestones. Maybe Elvis had no taste, but I still felt bad about trashing the king's palace. If the place had been important to Dad. Suddenly an idea perked me up. "What was it Amos said, when he repaired that saucer?" Kaner frowned. "This is a whole house, Sadie, not a saucer." "Got it," I said. "Hanem." A gold hieroglyphic symbol flickered to life in my palm. I held it up and blew it towards the house. The entire outline of Graceland began to glow. The pieces of the door flew back into place and mended themselves. The tattered bits of Elvis clothing disappeared. "Wow," Carter said. "Do you think the inside is fixed?" My vision blurred, and my knees buckled. I yelled my head on the pavement. "If Kaner hadn't caught me, it's okay," he said. "You did a lot of magic, Sadie. That was amazing. But we haven't even found the item Thoth sent us for." "Yeah," Carter said. "Maybe we have." He pointed to Elvis's grave, and I saw it clearly, a memento left behind by some adoring fan, a necklace with a silver loop-toppered cross, just like the one on Mum's t-shirt in my old photograph. "An ankh," I said. "The Egyptian symbol for eternal life." Kaner picked it up. There was a small papyrus scroll attached to the chain. "This," he murmured, and unrolled the sheet. He stared at it so hard I thought he'd bum a hole in it. "L% at?" I looked over his shoulder. The painting looked quite ancient. It showed a golden, spotted cat holding a knife in one paw and chopping the head off a snake. Beneath it, in black marker, someone had written, "Keep up the fight." "That's vandalism, isn't it?" I asked. "Marking up an ancient drawing like that? Rather an odd thing to leave for Elvis." Kaner didn't seem to hear. "I've seen this picture before. It's in a lot of tombs. Don't know why it never occurred to me." I studied the picture more closely. Something about it did seem rather familiar. "You know what it means?" I asked. "It's the cat of Raz fighting the sun god's main enemy, Apophis the snake," I said. "Yeah, Apophis was the embodiment of chaos," I said, remembering what Nut had said. Kaner looked impressed, as well he should have. Exactly. Apophis was even worse than Set. The Egyptians thought doomsday would come when Ichthys ate the sun and destroyed all of creation. Cat killed it, I said hopefully. The cat had to kill it over and over again, Kaner said. Like what Thoth said about repeating patterns. The thing asked Dad one time if the cat had a name. And he said nobody knows for sure, but most people assume it's Sekhmet, this fierce lion goddess. She was called the Eye of Ra. She did his dirty work. He saw an enemy, she killed it. Fine. So the cat Dkrsnt look like Sekhmet. It just to me. I finally saw it, and a shiver went down my back. The cat of Ra looks exactly like Muffin. It's Bast. Just then the ground rumbled. The memorial fountain began to glow, and a dark doorway opened. Come on, I said. Lve got some questions for Thoth. And then I'm going to punch him in the Red Pyramid. Carter, the Red Pyramid 25. We win an all expenses paid trip to death. Being turned into a lizard D can really mess up your day. As we stepped through the doorway, I tried to hide it, but I was feeling pretty bad. You're probably thinking, hey, you already turned into a falcon. What's the big deal? But someone else forcing you into another form that's totally different. Imagine yourself in a trash compactor, your entire body smashed into a smaller than your hand. It's painful and it's humiliating. Your enemy pictures you as a stupid harmless lizard, then imposes their evil on you, overpowering your thoughts until you have to be what they want you to. I guess it could have been worse. He could have pictured me as a cute bat, but still. Of course I felt grateful to Sadie for saving me, but I also felt like a complete loser. It was bad enough that I embarrassed myself on the basketball count with the troop, but I'd also totally failed in battle. Maybe I'd done okay with Leroy, the airport monster, but faced with a couple of magicians, even clay ones, I got turned into a reptile in the first 2 seconds. How would I stand a chance against Set? I was shaken out of those thoughts when we emerged from the portal, because we were definitely not in Thoth's office. In front of us a life-size glass and metal pyramid, almost as big as the ones at Giza. The skyline of downtown Memphis rose up in the distance. At our backs were the banks of the Mississippi River. The sun was setting, tumbled the river and the pyramid to gold. On the pyramid's front steps, next to a 20 pharaoh statue labeled Ramesses the Great, Thoth had set out a picnic with barbecued ribs and brisket, bread and pickles, the works. He was playing his guitar with a portable amp. Khufu stood nearby, covering his ears. Oh, good. Thoth strummed a chord that sounded like the death cry of a sick donkey. You lived? I stared up at the pyramid in amazement. Where did this come from? You didn't just build it, did you? I remembered my BA trip to Set's Red Pyramid, and suddenly pictured gods building monuments all over the US. Thoth chuckled. I didn't have to build it, the Rappel of Memphis did that. Humans never really forget Egypt, you know. Every time they build a city on the banks of a river, they remember their heritage, buried deep in their subconscious. This is the Pyramid Arena, 6th largest pyramid in the world. It used to be a sports arena for, what is that game you like, Khufu? Ak. Quill said indignantly. And I swear he gave me a dirty yes, basketball, Thoth said. But the arena fell on hard times. It's been abandoned for years. Well, no longer. I'm moving in. You do the Ankh. For a moment, I wondered if it had been such a good idea helping Thoth, but we needed him. I tossed him the necklace. Excellent, he said, an Ankh from the tomb of Elvis. Powerful magic. Sadie clenched her fists. We almost died getting that. You tricked us. Not a trick, he insisted. Attest those things, Sadie said, the Shapti, yes, my best work in centuries. Ashamed to break them, but I couldn't have you beating up on real magicians, could I? Shapti make excellent stunt doubles. So you saw the whole thing, I muttered. Oh, yes. Thoth held out his hand. Little fires danced across his palm, the magic essences we, seen escape from the Shapti's mouths. These devices, I suppose you'd say. I got a full you defeated the Shapti without killing. I must admit I'm impressed, Sadie. You controlled your magic and controlled Isis _ and you, Kaner, did well tumbling into a lizard. I thought he was teasing me _ then I realized there was genuine sympathy in his eyes, as if my failure had also some kind of test. You will find worse enemies ahead, Kaner, he whammed _ even now, the House of Life sends its best against you. But you will also find friends where you least expect them. Too, I didn't know why, but I got the feeling he was talking about maybe that was just wishful thinking _ Thoth stood and handed Quill his guitar. He tossed the ankh at the statue of Ramesses, and the necklace fastened itself around the pharaoh's neck. There you are, Ramesses, Thoth said to the statue. Here's to our new life. The statue glowed faintly, as if the sunset had just gotten 10 times brighter. Then the glow spread to the entire pyramid, slowly fading. Oh, yes, Thoth mused. I think I'll be happy here. Next time you children visit me, I'll have a much bigger laboratory. Scary thought, but I tried to stay focused. That's not all we found, I said. You need to explain this. I held out the painting of the cat and the snake. It's a cat and a snake, Thoth said. Thank you, God of wisdom. You placed it for us to find, didn't you? You're trying to give us some kind of clue. 1% 0, me. Just kill him, Hom said. Shut up, I said. At least kill the guitar. The cat is Bast, I said, trying to ignore my inner psycho falcon. Does this have something to do with why our parents released the gods? Thoth gestured toward the picnic plates. Did I mention we have barbecue? Sadie stomped her foot. We had a deal, Jehudi. You like that name, Thoth mused, %UT not so much when you say it. I believe our deal was that I would explain how to use the SRRLL. May I? He held out his hand. Reluctantly I dug the magic book out of me bag and handed it over. Thoth unfolded the pages. Ah, this takes me back so many formulae in the old days, we in ritual. A good might take weeks to prepare, with exotic ingredients from all over the world. We don't have weeks, I said. Rush, rush, lush. Thoth sighed. Ak, Khufu agreed, sniffing the guitar. Thoth closed the book and handed it back to me. Well, it's an incantation for destroying Set. We know that, Sadie said. Will it destroy him forever? No, no. But it will destroy his form in this world, banishing him deep into the Duat and reducing his power so he will not able to appear again for a long, long time. Centuries, most likely. Sounds good, I said. How do we read it? Thoth stared at me like the answer should be obvious. You cannot read it now. The words can only be spoken in Set's presence. Once him, Sadie should open the book and recite the incantation. She'll know what to do when the time comes. Right, Sadie said. And Set will just stand there calmly while I read him to death. Thoth shrugged. El did not say it would easy. You'll also require 2 ingredients for the spell to work. A verbal ingredient, Set's secret name 2L% at. I protested. How are we supposed to get that? With difficulty, I'd imagine. You can't simply read a secret name from a book. The name must come from the Oyuna's own lips, in his Oun pronunciation, to give you power over him. Great, I said. So we just force Set to tell us. Or trick him, Thoth said. Or convince him. Isn't there any other way? Sadie asked. Thoth brushed an ink splotch off his lab coat. A hieroglyph turned into a moth and fluttered away. I suppose. Yes you could ask the person closest to Set's heart, the person who loves him most. She yelled also the ability to speak the name. But nobody loves Set. Sadie said. His Viv, I guessed. That other Nephthys. Thoth, she's a river goddess. Perhaps you could find her in a river. This just gets better and better, I muttered. Sadie frowned at Thoth. You said there was another ingredient. A physical ingredient, Thoth agreed, a feather of truth. A what? Sadie asked. But I knew what he was talking about, and my heart sank. You mean from the land of the dead? Thoth exactly. Wait, Sadie said. What is he talking? I tried to conceal my fear. When you died in ancient Egypt, you had to take a journey to the land of the dead, I explained. A really dangerous journey. Finally, you made it to the Hall of Judgment where your life was weighed on the scales of Anubis, your health on one side, the feather of truth on the other. If you passed the test, you were blessed with eternal happiness. If you failed, a monster ate your health and you ceased to exist. Amit the Devourer, Thoth said wistfully. Cute little thing. Sadie blinked. So we're supposed to get a feather from this Hall of Judgment? How, exactly? Perhaps Anubis will be in a good mood, Thoth suggested. It happens every 1,000 years but how do we even get to the land of the dead? I asked. I dying? Thoth gazed at the western horizon, where the sunset was turning down the river at night. I should think that's how most people pass into the land off Diakl. I would take a boat. You'll find Anubis at the end of the river. He pointed north, then changed his mind and pointed south. Forgot, rivers flow south here. Everything is backward. Aklquil ran his fingers down the frets of the guitar and ripped out a massive rock and roll rip. Then he belched as if nothing had happened and set down the guitar. Sadie and I just stared at him. But Thoth nkx1 ded as if they had said something profound. Are you sure, Cuffed? Thoth asked. Khufu grunted. Very well. Thoth sighed. Khufu says he would like to go with you. I told him he could stay here and type my doctoral thesis on quantum physics, but he's not interested. Can't imagine why, Sadie said. Glad to have Khufu along, but where do we find a boat? You are the blood of pharaohs, Thoth said. Pharaohs always have access to a boat, just make sure you use it wisely. He nodded toward the river. Churning toward the shore was an old-fashioned paddle-wheel steamboat with smoke billowing from its stacks. I wish you a good journey, Thoth said. Until we meet again. We're supposed to take that? I asked. But when I turned to look at Thoth, he was gone, and he'd taken the barbecue with him. Wonderful, Sadie muttered. Ak. Quill agreed. He took our hands and led us down to the shore. The Red Pyramid, Carter. The Red Pyramid 26. Aboard the Egyptian Queen. As far as rides to the land of death go, the boat was pretty cool. It had multiple decks with omate railings painted black and green. The side paddle wheels chummed the river into froth, and along the paddle wheel housings the name of the boat glittered in gold letters, Egyptian Queen. At first glance, you'd think the boat was just a tourist attraction, one of those floating casinos or cruise for old people. But if you looked closer you started noticing strange little details. The boat's name was written in Demotic and in hieroglyphics underneath the English. Sparkly smoke billowed from the stacks as if the engines were burning gold. Orbs of multicolored fire flitted around the decks. And on the prow of the ship, two painted eyes moved and blinked, scanning the river for trouble. That, Sadie remarked. INKX1DED_ I've seen eyes painted on boats before. They still do that all over the Mediterranean. But usually they don't move. L% No, not the stupid eyes. That lady on the highest deck isn't that _____. Sadie broke into a grin. Best. Sure enough, our favorite feline was leaning out the window of the pilot's house. I was about to wave to her, when I noticed the creature standing next to Bast, gripping the wheel. He had a human body and was dressed in the white uniform of a captain, but instead of a head, a double-bladed axe sprouted from his collar. And I am not talking a small axe for chopping, I am talking battle axe, twin crescent-shaped iron blades, one in front where his face should, one in the back, the edges splattered with suspicious-looking dried red splotches. The ship pulled up to the dock. Balls of fire began zipping around, lowering the gangplank, tying off ropes, and basically doing crew-type stuff how they did it hands, and without setting everything on fire. I don't know, but it wasn't the strangest thing I'd seen that week. Bast climbed down from the wheelhouse. She hugged us as we came aboard, even Quao, who tried to return the favor by grooming her for lice. "TM glad you survived," Bast told us. "What happened?" We gave her the basics and her hair poofed out. I'm Elvis. Gafthoth is getting cruel in his old age. Well, I can't say I'm glad to be on this again. I hate the water, but I suppose too. You been on this boat? I asked. Base's smile wavered. A million questions as usual, but let's eat first. The captain is waiting. I wasn't anxious to meet a giant axe, and I wasn't enthusiastic about another one of Bast's grilled cheese and Friskies dinners, but we followed her inside. The dining parlor was lavishly decorated in Egyptian style. Colorful murals depicting the god Cov aired the walls. Gilded columns supported the ceiling. A long dining table was laden every kind of food you could want: sandwiches, pizzas, hamburgers, Mexican food, you name it. It way made up for missing WS barbecue. On a side table stood an ice chest, a line of golden goblets, and a dispenser with 20 different choices. The mahogany chairs were carved to like, which reminded me a little too much of Graceland's jungle room, but Cuff thought they were okay. He barked at his chair just to show it who was top monkey, then sat on its lap. He picked in from a basket of fruit and started peeling it across the adorned, and the axe dude came in. He had to duck to avoid cleaving the doorframe. "Lord and Lady Kane," the captain said, bowing. His voice was a quivery hum that resonated along his front blade. I saw a video one time of a guy playing music by hitting a saw with a hammer, and that's sort of the way the captain sounded. "It is an honor to have you aboard, Lady Kane," Sadie mused. "I like that. Iron blood-stained blade," the captain said. "What are your orders?" Sadie raised an eyebrow at Bast. "He takes orders from us." "Within reason," Bast said. "He is to your Farnley_your father." She cleared her throat. "Well, he and your mother summoned this boat." The axe demon made a disapproving hum. "You haven't told them, goddess." "TM getting to it," Bast grumbled. "Told us what?" "I asked just details." She lushed on. "The boat can be summoned once a year, and only in times of great need. You'll need to give the captain your orders now. He must have clear directions if we re to proceed." Safely. I wondered what was bothering Bast, but the axe dude was waiting for orders, and the flecks of dried on his blades told me I'd better not keep him in suspense. "We need to visit the Hall of Judgment," I told him. "Take us to the land of the dead." Bloodstained blade hummed thoughtfully. I will make the arrangements, Lord Kane, but it will take time. We don't have a lot of that." I tummed to Sadie. "The evening of the 27th. She nodded in agreement. "Day after tomorrow, at sunrise, Set completes his pyramid and destroys the world unless we stop him. So, yes, Captain Very Large Blade, or whatever it is, I'd say we're in a bit of a rush." "We will, of course, do our best," said Bloodstained Blade, though his voice sounded a little, well, sharp. "The crew will prepare your staterooms. Will you dine while you wait?" I looked at the table laden with food and realized how hungry I was. I hadn't eaten since we were in the Washington Monument. Thanks, BSB. The captain bowed again, which made him a little much like a guillotine. Then he left us to our dinner. At first, I was busy eating to talk. I inhaled a roast beef sandwich, a couple of pieces of cherry pie with ice cream, and 3 glasses of ginger ale before I finally came up for air. Sadie didn't eat as much. Then again, she'd had lunch on the plane. She settled for a cheese and cucumber sandwich and one of those weird British chinks she likes, a Reuben Coffee_A. Carefully picked out everything that ended with Doritos, Oreos, and some chunks of meat buffalo. Armadillo. I was scared to even guess. The balls of fire floated attentively around the room, refilling our goblets and clearing away our plates as we finished. After so many days spent running for our lives, it felt good to just sit at a dinner table and relax. The captain's informing us that he couldn't transport us instantly to the land of the dead was the best news I'd had in a long time. Ack. Quill wiped his mouth and grabbed one of the balls of fire. He fashioned it into a glowing basketball and snorted at me. For once I was pretty sure what he'd said in baboon. It wasn't an invitation. It meant something like I'm going to play basketball by myself now. I will not invite you because your lack of skill you'll make me throw up. No problem, man, I said, though my face felt hot with embarrassment. Have Han. Khufu snorted again, then loped off with the ball under his arm. I wondered if he'd find a court somewhere on board. At the far end of the table, Bast pushed her plate away. She hardly touched her tuna friskies. Not hungry? I asked. Oh. Point one. Suppose not. She tummed her goblet listlessly. She was wearing an expression I didn't associate with cats, guilt. Sadie and I ilked eyes. We had a brief, silent exchange, something like, you ask her. No, you underscore. Of course Sadie's better at giving dirty, so I lost the contest. Best. I said. What did the captain want you to tell us? She hesitated. Oh, that. You shouldn't listen to demons. Bloodstained blade is by magic to serve, but if he ever got loose, he'd use that axe on all of us, me. You're changing the subject, I said. Bast traced her finger across the table, drawing hieroglyphs in the condensation ring from her goblet. The truth? I haven't on board since the night your mother died. Your parents had this boat on the Thames. After the accident, your father brought me here. This is where we made our deal. I realized she meant right here, at this table. My father had sat here in despair after Mom's death with no one to console him except the cat goddess, an axe demon, and a bunch of floating lights. I studied Bast's face in the dim light. I thought about the painting we'd found at Graceland. Even in human form, Bast looked so much like that cat, a cat drawn by some artist thousands of years ago. It wasn't just a chaos monster, was it? I asked. Bast eyed me. What do you mean? The thing you were fighting when our parents released you from the obelisk, it wasn't just a chaos monster. You were fighting Apophis all around the parlor. The servant fires dimmed. One dropped a plate and fluttered nervously. Don't say the servant's name, Bast warned. Especially as we head into the night. Night is his, it's true. Them. Sadie shook her head in dismay. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you lie to? Bast dropped her gaze. Sitting in the shadows, she looked weary and frail. Her face was etched with the traces of old battle scars. I was the eye of Ra_. She spoke quietly. The sun god's champion, the instrument of his will. Do you have any idea what an honor it is? She extended her claws and studied them. When Rappel see pictures of Ra's warrior cat, they assume it's Sekhmet, the lioness. And she was his first champion, it's true. But she was too violent, too out of control. Eventually Sekhmet was forced to step down, and Ra chose me as his fighter. Lit tle Bast_w. Hi, do you sound ashamed? Sadie asked. You said it's an honor_. At first I was proud, Sadie. I fought the serpent for ages. Cats and snakes are mortal enemies. I did my job well. But then Ra withdrew to the heavens. He bound me to the with his last. He cast us both into that abyss, where I was charged to fight the serpent and keep it down forever. A realization crept over me. So you weren't a minor prisoner_. You were imprisoned longer than any of the other gods. She closed her eyes. I still remember Ra's words, my loyal cat. This is your greatest duty and I was proud to do it. For centuries. Then millennia. Can you imagine what it was like? Knives against fangs, slashing and thrashing, a never-ending war in the darkness. Our life forces grew weaker, my enemies and mine, and I began to realize that was Rosplam the serpent, and I would rip each other to nothingness, and the world would be safe. Only in this way could Ra withdraw in peace of mind, knowing chaos would not overcome Ma'at. I would have done my duty, too. I had no choice. Until your parents gave you an escape route, I said. And you took it. Bast looked up miserably. I am the queen of cats. I have many strengths. But to honest, are not very bra and ap your enemy. He stayed trapped in the abyss. Your father and I were sure of it. The servant was already greatly weakened from eons of fighting me, and when your mother used her OUTL life force to close the abyss, well. She worked a powerful feat of magic. There should have been no way for the serpent to break through that kind of seal. But as the years have gone by, we became less and less sure the prison and would hold him. If somehow he managed to escape and regain his strength, I cannot imagine what would, and it would be my fault. I tried to imagine the serpent, Apophis, a creature of chaos even worse than Set. I pictured Bast with her knives, locked in combat with that monster for eons. Maybe I should have been angry at Bast for not telling us the truth earlier. Instead, I felt sorry for her. She'd been put in the same position we were now in, forced to do a job that was way too big for her. So why did my parents release you? I asked. Did they say? She nodded slowly. I was losing my fight. Your father told me that your mother had foreseen horrible things if they overcame me. They had to free me, give me time to heal. They said it was the first step in restoring the gods. I don't pretend to understand their whole plan. I was relieved to take your father's offer. I convinced myself I was doing the right thing for the gods. But it does not change the fact that I was a coward. I failed in my duty. It isn't your fault, I told her. It wasn't fair of Ra to ask of you. Carter's right, Sadie said. That's much sacrifice for one person, one cat goddess. Whatever it was, my Kingsville Bast said the pharaoh can command his subjects for the good of the kingdom, even to lay down their lives, and they must obey. Horus knows this. He was the pharaoh many times. She Sirox truly, Ham said. Then you had a stupid king, I said. The boat shuddered as if we'd ground the keel over a sandbar. Be careful, Carter, Bast warned. Ma'at, the order of creation, hinges on loyalty to the rightful king. If you question it, you'll fall under the influence of chaos. I felt so frustrated, I wanted to break something. I wanted to yell that order didn't seem much than chaos if you had to get yourself killed for it. You are being childish, Ham scolded. You are a servant of Mazat. These thoughts are unworthy. My eyes stung. Then maybe I am Umravi_Carter. Sadie asked. Nothing, I said. I'm going to bed. I stormed off. One of the flickering lights joined me, guiding me upstairs to my quarters. The state was probably very nice. I didn't pay attention. I just fell on the bed and passed out. I seriously needed an extra strength magic pillow, because my BA realized to stay put. And no, Sadie, I don't think wrapping my head in duct tape would have worked either. My spirit floated up to the steamboat's wheelhouse, but it wasn't Blade at the wheel. Instead, a young man in leather armor navigated the boat. His eyes were outlined coal, and his head was bald except for a braided ponytail. The guy definitely worked out, because his arms were ripped. A sword like mine was strapped to his belt. The river is treacherous, he told me in a familiar voice. A pilot cannot get distracted. He must always be alert for sandbars and hidden snags. That's why boats are painted with my eyes, you know, to see the dangers. The eyes of Horus, I said. You. The falcon god glanced at me, and I saw that his eyes were two different colors, one blazing yellow like the sun, the other reflective silver like the moon. The effect was so disorienting, I had to look away. And when I did, I noticed that Horus's shadow didn't match his form. Stretched across the wheelhouse was the silhouette of a giant falcon. You wonder if order is then chaos, he said. You become distracted from our real enemy, Set. You should be taught a lesson. I was to say, no really, that's okay. But immediately my BA was whisked away. Suddenly, I was on board an airplane, a big international aircraft like planes my dad and I had taken a million times. Zia Rashid, Desjardins, and 2 other magicians were scrunched up in a middle row, surrounded by families with screaming children. Zia didn't seem to mind. She meditated calmly with her eyes closed, while Desjardins and the other 2 men looked so uncomfortable, I almost wanted to laugh. The plane rocked back and forth. Desjardins spilled wine all over his lap. The seatbelt light blinked on, and a voice crackled over the intercom, "This is the cap time. It like we'll be experiencing some minor turbulence as we make our descent into Dallas, so I am going to ask the flight attendants." Boom. A blast rattled the windows, lightning followed immediately by thunder. Zia's eyes snapped open. The Red Lord. The passengers screamed as the plane plummeted several hundred feet. 11 commence. Desjardins shouted over the noise quickly. As the plane passengers shlieked and grabbed their seats. Desjardins got up and opened the overhead compartment. "Sir," a flight attendant yelled. "Sir, sit down." Desjardins ignored the attendant. He grabbed 4 familiar bags, magical kits, and threw them to his colleagues. Then things really went wrong. A horrible shudder passed through the cabin and the plane lurched sideways. Outside the right-hand windows, I saw the plane's wing get sheared off by a 500-mile-an-hour wind. The cabin devolved into chaos, drinks, books, and shoes flying everywhere, oxygen masks dropping and tangling, people screaming for their lives. "Protect the," Desjardins ordered. The plane began to shake and cracks appeared in the windows and walls. The passengers went silent, slumping into unconsciousness as the air pressure dropped. The 4 magicians raised their wands as the airplane broke to pieces. For a moment, the magicians floated in a maelstrom of storm clouds, chunks of assemblage, luggage, and spinning passengers still strapped to their seats. Then a white glow expanded around them, a bubble of power that slowed the breakup of the plane and kept the pieces swirling in a tight orbit. Desjardins reached out his hand and the edge of a cloud stretched toward him, a tendril of cottony white mist, like a safety line. The other magicians did likewise, and the stamel bent to their will. Vapor wrapped around them and began to send out more tendrils, like flannel clouds, which snatched pieces of the plane and pulled them back together. A child fell past Zia, but she pointed her staff and mumread a spell. A cloud enveloped the little girl and brought her back. Soon the 4 magicians were reassembling the plane around them, sealing the breaches with cloudy cobwebs until the entire cabin was encased in a glowing of vapor. Outside, the storm raged and thunder boomed, but the passengers slept soundly in their seats. "Zia!" Desjardins shouted. "We can't hold this for long." Zia ran past him up the aisle to the flight deck. Somehow the front aft plane had survived the breakup intact. The door was armored and locked, but Zia's staff flared, and the door melted like wax. She stepped through and found 3 unconscious pilots. The view through the window was enough to make me sick. Through the spiraling clouds, the ground was coming up fast, very fast. Zia slammed her wand against the controls. Red energy surged through the displays. Dials spun, meters blinked, and the altimeter leveled out. The plane's nose came up, its speed dropping. As I watched, Zia glided the plane toward a cow pasture and landed it without even a bump. Then her eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed. Desjardins found her and gathered her in his arms. Quickly, he told his colleagues, "The Monals will wake soon." They dragged Zia out of the cockpit, and my BA was swept away through a blur of images. I saw again, or at least some of the city. A massive red sandstone chummed across the valley, swallowing buildings and mountains. In the harsh, hot wind, I heard Set laughing, reveling in his power. Then I saw Brooklyn, Amos's ruined house on the East River, and a winter storm raging overhead, howling wind slamming the city with sleet and hail. And then I saw a place I didn't recognize, a winding through a desert canyon. The sky was a blanket of pitch-black clouds, and the river's surface seemed to boil. Something was moving under the water, something huge, evil, and powerful, and I knew it was waiting for me. This is only the beginning, Homs whammed me. Set will destroy everyone you care about. Believe me, I know. The river became a marsh of tall reeds. The sun blazed overhead. Snakes and crocodiles slid through the Ivatar. At the water's edge sat a thatched hut. Outside it, a woman and a child of about 10 examining a battered sarcophagus. I could tell the coffin had once been a work of art, gold emsted with gems, but now it was dented and black with grime. The woman ran her hands over the coffin's lid. Finally. She had my mother's face, blue eyes and caramel-colored hair, but she glowed with magical radiance, and I knew I was looking at the goddess Isis. She turned to the boy. We searched so long, my son. Finally we have retrieved him. I will use my magic and give him life again. Papa. The boy gazed wide-eyed at the box. He's really inside. Yes, Horus. And now suddenly their hut erupted into flames. The god Set stepped from the infamo, a mighty red-skinned warrior with smoldering black eyes. He wore the double crown of Egypt and the robes of a pharaoh. In his hands, an iron staff smoldered. Found the coffin, did you? He said. Good for you. Isis reached toward the sky. She summoned lightning against the god of chaos, but Set's rod absorbed the attack and reflected it back at her. Arcs of electricity blasted the goddess and sent her sprawling. Mother. The boy drew a knife and charged Set. Kill you. Set bellowed with laughter. He easily sidestepped the boy and kicked him into the dirt. You have spirit, nephew, Set admitted. But you won't live long enough to challenge me. As for your father, I-11 just HME to dispose of him more imminently. Set slammed his iron staff against the coffin's lid. Isis screamed as the coffin shattered like ice. Make a wish. Set blew with all his might, and the shards of coffin flew into the sky, scattering in all directions. Osiris, he's gone to pieces, scattered all over Egypt now. And as for you, Sister Isis, MN. That's what you do best. Set lunged forward. Isis grabbed her son's hand and they turned into birds, flying for there. The scene faded, and I was back in the steamboat's wheelhouse. The sun rose in fast forward as towns and barges sped past and the banks of the Mississippi blurred into a play of light and shadow. He destroyed my father, Homs told me. I will do the same to yours. No, I said. Homs fixed me with those strange eyes, one blazing gold, one whole moon silver. My mother and Aunt Nephthys spent years searching for the pieces of the coffin and father's body. When they collected all 14, my cousin Anubis helped bind my father back together, mummy wrappings, but still mother's magic could not bring him back to life. Al11Y_ Osiris became an undead god, a half-living shadow of my father, fit to rule only in the Duat, but his loss gave me anger. Anger gave me the strength to defeat Set and take the throne for myself. You must do the same. I don't want a throne, Tu said. I want my dad. Don't yourself. Set is merely toying with you. He will bring you to despair, and your sorrow will make you weak. I have to save my dad. That is not your mission, Homs chided. The world is at stake. Now, wake. Sadie was shaking my arm. She and Bass stood over me, looking concerned. L% at. I asked. We're here, Sadie said nervously. She'd changed into a fresh linen outfit, black this time, which matched her combat boots. She'd even managed to re-dye her hair so the streaks were blue. I sat up and realized I felt rested for the first time in a week. My soul may have been traveling, but at least my body had gotten some sleep. I glanced out the stateroom window. It was pitch black outside. How long was I out? I demanded. We've sailed down most of the Mississippi and into the Duat, Bass said. Now we approach the first cataract. The first cataract? I asked. The entrance, to Bass said grimly, to the land of the dead. The Red Pyramid, Sadie. The Red Pyramid 27. A demon with free samples. One slept like the dead, one hoped wasn't a sign of things to come. I could tell Carter's soul had wandering through some frightening places, but he wouldn't talk about them. "Did you see Zia?" I asked. He looked so rattled I thought his face would fall off. "Knew it?" I said. We followed Bast up to the wheelhouse, where Bloodstained Blade was studying a map while Kumand Baboon the wheel. "The baboon is driving," I noted. "Should I be worried?" "Quiet, please, Lady Kane." Bloodstained Blade ran his fingers over a long stretch of papyrus map. "This is delicate work. 2 degrees to starboard, Khufu." "Ak," Quill said. The sky was already dark, but as we chugged along, the stars the river turned the Col or of blood. Darkness swallowed the horizon, and along the riverbanks, the lights of towns changed to flickering fires, then winked out completely. Now our only lights were the multicolored servant fires and the glittering smoke that bloomed from the smokestacks, washing us all in a weird metallic glow. "Should be just ahead," the captain announced. In the dim light, his red-flecked axe blade looked scarier than ever. "That map?" I asked. "Spells of coming forth by day," he said. "Don't worry, it's a good copy." I looked at Carter for a translation. "Most people call it the Book of the Dead," he told me. "Rich Egyptians were always buried with a copy, so they could have directions through the Duat to the land of the dead. It's like an idiot's guide to the afterlife." The captain hummed indignantly. "I am no idiot, Lord Kane." No, I just meant." Carter's voice faltered. What is that?" Ahead of us, crags of rock jutted from the river like fangs, turning the water into a boiling mass of rapids. "The first cataract," Bloodstained Blade announced. "Hold on." Khufu pushed the wheel to the left, and the steamboat skidded sideways, shooting between 2 spires with only centimeters to spare. I'm not much of a screamer, but I readily admit that I screamed my head off. "And don't at me like that, Carter. You weren't much better." We dropped over a stretch of white water or red water and swerved to avoid a rock the size of Paddington Station. The steamboat made 2 more suicidal turns between boulders, did a 3/6 tie spin round a swirling vortex, launched over a 10-meter Ivaterfall, and came crashing down so hard, my ears popped like a gunshot. We continued downstream as if nothing had happened, the roar of the rapids fading behind us. "I don't like cataracts," I decided. "Are there more?" "Not as large, thankfully," said Bast, who was also looking seasick. "We've crossed over into the land of the dead," Carter finished. He pointed to the shore, which was shrouded in mist. Strange things lurked in the darkness, flickering ghost lights, giant faces made of fog, hulking shadows that seemed unconnected to anything physical. Along the riverbanks, old bones dragged themselves through the mud, linking with other bones. Random patterns. "I'm guessing this isn't the Mississippi," I said. "The river of night," Bloodstained Blade hummed. "It is every river and no river the shadow of the Mississippi, the Nile, the Thames. It flows throughout the Duat, with many branches and tributaries. Clears that right up," I muttered. The scenes got stranger. We saw ghosts from ancient times, little clusters of reed huts made of flickering smoke. We saw vast temples crumbling and reconstructing themselves over and over again like a looped video. And everywhere, ghosts turned their faces towards our boat as we passed. Smoky hands reached out. Shades silently called to us, then tumbled away in despair as we passed. "The lost and confused," Bast said. "Spirits who never found their way to the Hall of Judgment. Why are they so sad?" I asked. "Well, they're dead," Carter speculated. "No, it's more than that," I said. "It's like they expecting someone." Bast said. "For eons, Ra's glorious sun boat would travel this route each night, fighting off the forces of Apophis." She looked round nervously as if remembering old ambushes. "It was dangerous, every night, a fight for existence. But as he passed, Rah would bring sunlight and warmth to the Duat, and these lost spirits would rejoice, remembering the world of the living. But that's a legend, Carter said. The earth revolves around the sun never actually descends under the earth. Have you learned nothing of Egypt? Bast asked. Conflicting stories can be equally TME_. The sun is a ball of fire m space, yes. But its image you see as it crosses the sky, the life-giving warmth and light it brings to the earth, that was embodied by Ra. The sun was his throne, his source of power, his very spirit. But now Ra has retreated into the heavens. He sleeps, and the sun is just the sun. Ra's boat no longer travels on its sile through the duat. He no longer lights the dark, and the dead feel his absence most keenly. Indeed, Bloodstained Blade said, though he didn't sound very upset about it. Legend says the world will end when Ra gets too tired to continue living in his weakened state. Apophis will swallow the sun. Darkness will reign. Chaos will overcome Ma'at, and the serpent will reign forever. Part of me thought this was absurd. The planets would not simply stop spinning. The sun would not cease to rise. On the other hand, here I was riding a boat through the land of the dead, a demon and a god. If Apophis was real, I didn't fancy meeting him, and to be honest, I felt guilty. If the story Thoth told me was true, Isis had caused Ra to retreat into the heavens with that secret name business. Which meant, in a ridiculous, maddening way, the end of the world would be my fault. Bloody typical. I wanted to punch myself to get even with Isis, but I suspected it would hurt. Ra should wake up and smell the salab, I said. He should come back. Bast laughed without humor. And the world should be young again, Sadie. I wish it could so. Kufa grunted and gestured ahead. He gave the captain back the wheel and ran out of the wheelhouse and down the stairs. The baboon is right, said Bloodstained Blade. You should get to the prow. A challenge will be coming %L% at sort of challenge. I asked. It's hard to tell, Bloodstained Blade said, and I thought I detected smug satisfaction in his. I wish you luck, Lady Kane. Jaime. I grumbled. Bast, Carter, and I stood at the prow of the boat, watching the river appear out of the darkness. Below us, the boat's painted eyes glowed faintly in the dark, sweeping beams of light across the red water. Cuft had climbed to the top aft gangplank, which stood straight up when retracted, and cupped his hand over his eyes like a sailor in a crow's nest. But all that vigilance didn't do much with the dark and the mist. Our visibility was nil. Moss.